Finding a random reason to create a massive thunderstorm over the area was no easy feat. Someone would definitely notice, and the shamans might panic when the weather started to change. Especially as thunderstorm was technically an offensive spell. Hey, since everyone wants water, why don't I make it rain? The shamans have things pretty well in balance now, so it shouldn't take much for me to cause a rainstorm and get everyone a single dose of rainfall, Carl offered. I will take rain just for the sake of rinsing Ragnar off. He's getting a bit ripe out here in the sun, one of the dwarves joked. The nearby vendors laughed. Give us time to put up an awning if you're going to make it rain. Carl nodded. In that case, you have 5 minutes. After that, expect to get wet. This city does have drainage, right? The dwarves smirked. A dwarven city without drainage? What do you think of us? Carl began building power and moving it into the storage items that he had. Why are we making it rain? Dana whispered. Ray needs cover for something that she's doing, and she requested it. You know that you're the one in charge, right? Do you want to deal with sulky Ray if we make her stop torturing someone for information? Pardon? Why is she torturing anyone? Forget I said anything. Alright folks, I'm about to start forming the storm. It will take a few minutes to start raining, as I'm going to try to get the farms in on the goodness as well. Carl announced, deliberately ignoring Dana's look that said the conversation was not over. Remy didn't come out, she just joined in the spell to add more mana to it and help shape the outcome, so the spell became a much less dangerous storm over a truly massive area. The really hard part would be to have the lightning not take out livestock, small children and unfortunate farmers. Carl focused on just eliminating all the dwarves, beastkin and trolls from the spell's targets, but making it that broad was an issue. So, he changed the tactic to make it target stone rats and other rodent species that were not beastkin. That gave the lightning something to target, without going after all the livestock. The spell spread rapidly through the region, stretching for dozens of kilometers, then 60, 80 and finally 100. At that point, it was close to the horizon from ground level. That should be more than enough spectacle to keep the locals talking about everything but whatever Ray was up to. The news was spreading quickly through the market, that there was someone here who specialized in large-scale water magic. So everyone was getting ready for the rain. For some, that meant packing up. For others, it was just an awning over their stall. But for many of the dwarves and the beastkin men, it meant taking their shirts off in preparation for the incoming free shower. Water was precious here, so very little was used for washing, and a full-on shower was rare. The news was spreading quickly, as most people in the Dragon Isles had system messaging active for at least one person in their family. That warned everyone to check that their eaves troughs were clear and to get rain barrels out to collect whatever fell on their roof. They only got used a few days a year, but nobody wanted to miss out on the bounty of the sudden storm. The rain began as a few heavy drops, just a scattered bit of moisture that splattered in the dust of the city streets. Then, over the next 10 seconds, it increased to a steady drizzle. For a moment, the city celebrated. Even a drizzle over the whole area was as much as they had seen in months. Then, the rain began to increase, going from a drizzle to a downpour, and the wind began to pick up. The downpour turned to torrential rain, and the shirtless dwarf who bought the flooded canals statue began to laugh. So that's why you asked if the city had drainage, you were planning to flood it. But the joke's on you. There is a cistern under the city, from the glory days when we still had regular rainfall. All along the city walls and the low spots, there are drains running to the cistern, he explained between heavy guffaws. The rain seemed to be falling in sheets, making it impossible not to be drenched the instant that you stepped outside, but the ladies were safe within the booth. Correction. Most of the ladies. Lotus was dancing in the street with the dwarves. Then a massive bolt of lightning struck down at the edge of the market, causing an explosion of stone, and screaming from the nearby shoppers. Oh, bad luck that. Can't have a thunderstorm without a bit of lightning, one of the dwarves shouted over the chaos. While that was true of a normal storm, this was a magical effect. For someone to be so specifically targeted by the lightning at full strength, they had to have identified themselves as a threat to Carl's group. Then another strike hit down on the exact same spot, and the locals began to suspect that the scorched and twisted form at the impact site might have had it coming. That was an Overlord-ranked lightning blast, and he had taken 2 of them in under 5 seconds. Then he took a third, and an amulet hidden under his clothes exploded in a puff of unholy magic, the sort that the necromancers used. The lingering miasma had a stench of rot, not demons. A spy from Bomgon was in their midst, and he had been trying to do something to stop it from raining. At least, that was the immediate reaction of the locals standing nearby. The amulet was all the evidence that they needed after the repeated lightning strikes. But the rain was continuing to increase, and half the men in the market had stripped to their skivvies and brought out soap. A free shower in the desert was a free shower, and they weren't going to miss out on it, even if this rain was harder than any shower that they had ever experienced. "Ray, how is your work going?" Carl asked. "I can't find any more spies. I think that the lightning guy was the last one. I also washed the warehouse, so nobody will complain later. You should make Kara go out and take a shower. She's always rolling in the dirt." Kara turned towards Ray's space and stuck her tongue out, though the spider was not in it. "Damn it, there is too much rain. I can sense the lightning hitting the mice," Hawk complained. "You know, with a wind barrier, the water won't even touch your flames," Carl reminded him. "I will go look for the survivors after the storm." That was the expected answer from Hawk. If he could avoid flying in the rain, he most certainly would, and he wouldn't go out in the rain just to go look for mice. At least, not until his last pile of mice started to run low. Of course, Carl fully expected that Remy would increase the rain wherever Hawk flew, as well as trying to target the mice near him with lightning so that he couldn't hunt them himself. But that was part of Hawk's calculations. The streets were running with a deluge of muddy yellow water, but the dwarven engineering was proving its worth, as the streets were draining as fast as they were being flooded, even with this torrential downpour. Water barrels outside houses were already beginning to overflow, and everything was looking cleaner by the second, including the people, who were beginning to finish their impromptu outdoor showers. "How long were you planning to make it rain for?" one of the dwarves asked cautiously. Ray appeared in between Carl and the young man. "Not more than an hour. I have a suspicion that there has been a curse placed on the land, and the abundance of water should shatter it. If the curse doesn't show signs of breaking within the hour, we will stop the rain before any major flooding happens. But at that point, the reservoirs and canals should also be full, while the fields will be muddy. It will take a bit before things are back to normal, but not more than 3 or 4 days at the most." "A curse? How did you come to that conclusion?" Carl immediately stopped Ray before she could go into detail about her interrogation methods. "We overheard a few men who claimed to be working with Lord Bomgon requesting reinforcements before the shamans here could break the curse," Carl explained on her behalf. He wasn't sure what sort of sign they should be expecting, but Remy was back in her space, keeping careful watch now that her batch of potions was finished. If anyone would know what to look for, it would be her or Lotus. Carl checked the area to make sure that their nature cleric hadn't wandered away, and found her trying to convince a beastkin girl to come out from under the counter of her stall. The lightning strikes had terrified her, and the vendor was still flat out refusing to come into the open, even with the curtain lifted, so she could see that there was no more lightning nearby. The problem was that sensitive beastkin hearing could still pick up the lightning strikes out in the fields, where the storm was eliminating the rodent problems. She was far from the only one terrified by the lightning strikes near the edge of the market, but she was the first one that Lotus had found. As the rain continued to pelt the city, Carl and Remy adjusted the downpour rate a little, so it didn't overwhelm the city's drainage system, but that only got them to the 45-minute mark. At that point, the underground cistern was full to ground level, and nothing could drain anymore, so, the excess water was beginning to run down to the walls, and then out the gates. That began to fill a long-forgotten moat outside the city walls, which was filling with a substance that was distinctly neither dirt nor water. The guards noticed right away, but none of them knew if boiling oil had been deployed during a previous invasion. That was almost what this looked like, but it was bubbling in a most disturbing way. It almost seemed like it was boiling, but there was no heat coming from it. Then, the black sludge burst into deep green flames, which sucked the heat out of the air, chilling the walls of the city so much that frost began to form, and the guards rang the state of emergency alarm. Only, nobody inside the city understood the issue. Of course, it was a state of emergency, the city was flooded. Ringing the alarm now was just annoying. But when the strange green fires began to spread upward over the wall, it was clear that something was very wrong, and it was not the rain. The flames seemed to be attracted to the water, dissipating it wherever they touched. That was a good sign to Remy, and she began to adjust the rainfall to miss most of the city, while forming a nearly solid wall of water on and outside the walls. The fires went insane, trying to stop the land from being soaked, then began to sputter and die under the forceful deluge. Carl wondered how many other points in the area had been cursed in the same way as the moat had been. If there were random curse fires all over the land, it might not totally break the effect with a single rainstorm. But they were going to keep it going anyhow, with only a light drizzle on the city, for the next 15 or 20 minutes. That should give any shamans who were in the rural areas time to spot curse fires and put them out, breaking the curses. If they got enough of them, the effect should begin to fade, and the region might start to get its normal sparse rain for the season again. But the real benefit was not the removal of the curse. It was the removal of the smell of a city that went months without bathing. As the rain ended, the city governor and his bodyguards were out to find the ones responsible for flooding his entire city. The magic had definitely started somewhere in the market, and it was continual at the overlord rank, so there was little chance that it was being done without public approval, but it was most definitely not an approved activity. Who just flooded a city for fun, or because the local drunks put them up to a prank? The further he walked, the worse his mood got, until he came across a group of celebrating, shirtless, dwarven men and a stall full of magical goods designed to create water. That milk-sipping son of an elf. He would just set up an entire stall dedicated to water magic, and then flood the city to gain customers? City Governor Ironforge, it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the rain. We were working with the shamans to break the drought curse on the region, and things got a bit soggy. Carl greeted him as the dour-faced governor stomped through the crowd. That's all you have to say? You apologize for the rain? Governor Ironforge grumbled. The city's cisterns are full to the brim now, and the local farmers bought a few statues to keep the irrigation canals flowing. So, over the next few weeks, the crops should start to recover. Also, I believe that we broke the worst of the curse. The green flames should have been it attempting to prevent the rainfall, and when they were extinguished, the majority of the curse would have lost its effectiveness, Carl added. And you didn't think to ask permission? Carl shrugged. I asked the elders for advice, and they said go for it. The governor looked around at the mass of white-bearded old drunks and craftsmen that were celebrating the rain. From a chronological standpoint, they were the city's elders, but that didn't mean they were trusted to be responsible for anything. Governor Ironforge stroked his beard in annoyance as he tried not to begin shouting at this impudent young demon. So, you're saying that this was a gift to the city? One of the bodyguards suggested, hoping to mediate. Carl nodded happily. The whole region, really. We made it rain everywhere within 100 kilometers of here. A bit more than was necessary for the crops. But overcoming the curse took a lot of water, many years' worth of irregular rainfall. A slender, blue-skinned troll shaman came over with a smile on his ritualistically scarred face. Governor. He speaks the truth. The curse of no rain is broken. The shamans managed to keep it from taking over for years, and with the effort of an outsider, it all crumbled, the shaman announced. What difference does it make that he's an outsider? Governor Ironforge asked. He isn't affected by the curse. We all are. Only because he doesn't belong here, and he wasn't here when the curse formed, could he even activate such a large rain spell. I am an overlord as well, but with the curse in effect, I could hardly fill my own water barrels. Now, if I knew the same spell, I could make the whole region rain. I do know weather control, but that's a natural rainfall, not whatever just happened here, the shaman explained. Shamans might be the most compatible with the sort of thunderstorm spell that Remy had inherited, but that didn't mean that they would all have it. Her version of elemental spells were much more aggressive, in line with the personality of the Naga as a species. In contrast, the trolls were much more go with the flow when it came to altering nature. We should do the healing tree thing, Lotus suggested, bored now that she had gotten the terrified beastkin shopkeeper out from under her table. Carl shrugged. Sure, we can hang around for a while, but you can just set up your totems on the corners of the stall and have the same effect. Lotus considered the option for a second. It would work, but then she would still have nothing to do. Fortunately, Ophelia came to the rescue with a container full of brownies and other snack-type squares. That was enough to convince Lotus she didn't need to be a tree to pass the time, and she quickly set up her totems to heal everyone who happened to be nearby in the market. The shaman smiled at Lotus. You got the good healing, little dragon cleric. But what is in those brownies? Ophelia smirked and offered him the container. The troll picked out a single brownie and examined it carefully, then took a bite and moaned in pleasure. Oh, them be so good. Magical almonds? Or just grown in Hymana? Ophelia shrugged. Both, I think. They came from the winged void badger. She grew them in a high mana environment, but I think that they were a magical ingredient to start with. Kara honestly didn't remember. She had collected all sorts of nuts one day to grow new flavors, and she didn't actually keep track of what was a magical plant and what just tasted good. They might have come from Lotus. Governor Ironforge sighed as he realized that he was being ignored again. Warriors might not get the respect that some of the other classes did, but wasn't it too much to just ignore the city governor when he was standing right in front of you? Carl collected some snacks on a plate and handed them to the governor. Here you go. Let me find a mug, and I'll pour you an ale while we talk. Please come in, we've got good chairs. That was better, but all of the anger that had driven the governor to come over here and berate the ones who had soaked the entire city had faded, and now his whole prepared list of grievances seemed irrelevant. Whether they had intended to or not, they had broken a curse on the city. I don't suppose that you would like to purchase a flooded canals statue for the city's cistern. The price is quite reasonable. Carl offered as the dwarf took a seat. Governor Ironforge sighed. Perhaps he really did have a reason to be annoyed with this capitalistic demon. The man knew just where to hit a man's pocketbook. Yes, he wanted that statue. People began to come over to see what the commotion was, thinking that it was a larger sale. Many shops were putting on sales now that there had been rain for the first time in ages, and everyone liked a good deal. So, when they found that one of the magical goods shops had healing totems set up on the roof, they were pleasantly surprised, but it somewhat fit the theme of the day. While I have you here, I have a question for you, Governor. We came west from Bara looking for unattended monster spawns. The dragon gods want them dealt with, to restore balance to the region. Do you have an idea where we should start looking? None of the local adventurers could seem to agree on what we would find when we went inland, Carl asked. That's because nobody knows, now isn't it? Carl gave the dwarf a confused look, so Governor Ironforge elaborated. Every time we send a group to the center of the nation, the reports come back different. Now, there are two major schools of thought on this one. One is that there is a massive illusionary domain in effect. The second is that there might be time distortions, so it's all the same region at different points in time. But the most common is the third. That damnable chaos dragon is fucking with us and keeps changing the layout of our country. Carl chuckled. Honestly, I can't blame you for thinking that, and she might do it just for fun as someone mentioned it. But the last time that I talked to her, she was more interested in her own lands. Well, that and her new vampire. You spoke to Supreme Lady Matilda? And what's this about a vampire? Carl nodded. Well, we are in the same guild. However, I have met with her a few times now, and the last time, she claimed a totem-ranked vampire as her own. Apparently they had an agreement that the vampire would never let Lady Matilda see her again, and when they met on the battlefield, the dragon simply took her. That bit of news seemed to have overloaded Governor Ironforge's brain. The Supreme Lady was on a battlefield? Wait, you're in the same guild? How does that even happen? You didn't invite that psychopath to your guild, did you? Carl shrugged. We were both in the same guild before the last resurgence ended. Now that the system functions are coming back online, we're still both in the same guild, but different branch locations. We don't really have any connection other than that, and her branch only had 2 people in it the last time that I checked. The city governor rubbed his temples and sighed. Pretend that I never asked. Just speaking that dragon's name is bad luck. You never know if she's got some sort of monitoring spell active, listening for people to speak about her so that she can turn their lives into a living hell. Carl chuckled. I don't think that she would actually need a monitoring spell to tell when there was ill will being directed towards her. At her power level, it's more likely that her senses are just that powerful. The dwarves made signs of protection, and the beastkin nearby laughed. Kind of like when your mother knows from halfway across the city that you're up to no good, but on a larger scale. One of the wolfkin laughed. A few others nodded in agreement. Exactly like that. It's definitely a mom power, and the Supreme Lady is older than any nation on the planet. Who knows how many generations of descendants she has. What are your plans now that you've washed a year's worth of dirt and dust out of the streets of Barukath? One of the beastkin asked. Carl shrugged. We were planning to leave after we finished selling our goods, but things got a bit out of hand. City Governor Ironforge laughed. Dwarven hospitality demanded food and a night of drinking after a favor of this magnitude. Everyone in the city would know within an hour or two that their rain issues had been due to a curse and that today's storm had broken it. With that rumor spreading already, it would be bad form to let Carl and his team simply leave. How much more did you plan to sell? The governor asked Carl, with a glance towards the mostly full case of assorted rings. Carl gestured out towards the crowd. Whatever sells before dinner. It's not like we're traveling merchants, in need of a sale to pick up new goods. We're a crafting guild, so we just peddle our wares as we go. It helps us make new friends. It also makes money, but more importantly, it spreads the good name of the Darklight host. Governor Ironforge smiled. Well, I imagine that you won't have too many issues selling, now that you've proven the effectiveness of your magic. I'm more concerned about what happens when you leave. Carl smirked and winked at the governor. So, you did want one of the water creation statues? Yes, but that's not the issue I was thinking of. The water district is broken up into 16 separate irrigation districts. Filling one of them will not fill the others. Carl nodded in understanding. And there aren't 16 statues, so the question becomes, who will hoard theirs, and who will profiteer off theirs to keep the canals near their district filled? Governor Ironforge paused. You don't have to keep the statue active all the time to fill the canals? Carl shook his head. An overlord should be able to fill the canals in their entire district in about an hour, after they've been filled the first time. So, it's not unreasonable that they might go to the districts on either side of them for a couple of hours to keep them watered as well. I think that the larger issue will be which districts have a statue, and which are going to have to pay for water until the rainfall normalizes. A large werebear laughed at Carl's comment. Even in normal situations, the canals were rarely full, or even flowing well. So, once the rain starts again, and this round has dried up, there will still be a significant demand for the water from the statues. Governor Ironforge nodded in agreement. How about we let you get back to business and I will bring the council back to get you for dinner? Lotus stepped in front of Carl and gave the dwarf 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. We will be here. Well, probably. We've got lots of stuff to sell, if people keep buying it. She liked the dwarven cities. She wasn't the short one here. Well, most of the time. Some of the dwarven men were still her height or slightly taller. That was unfortunate, but unavoidable in her opinion. Men were meant to be taller than women, and while she wasn't a dwarf, it was perfectly reasonable for dwarven men to be taller than she was. If anyone else had thought about it that way, they would certainly have questioned their sanity. But Lotus had long since accepted that she was made in size small for a reason. She just didn't know what the reason was yet. As soon as the governor was gone, the locals flooded in to see what Carl and his group had for sale. Most of them hadn't been interested in buying magical accessories today, but once the adventurers left, they would still be living in a desert, and water was a precious commodity. The cistern below the city might be full, but it also contained the runoff of the city streets. It was good enough for washing or feeding animals, but only the most desperate would drink it themselves, even after boiling it. There were purification spells widely available, but those who would drink cistern water or puddle water were unlikely to be able to afford one. But now that the cistern was actually full, and not just an emergency backup, perhaps the dwarven clerics would purify the whole thing, and make it safe enough for general use. The stall was quickly crowded with shoppers, even after they had realized that the runic magical items were prohibitively expensive. They already had arrangements with the trollish shamans to come around and fill their water barrels or household cisterns, so it wasn't like they would die without spending a month's salary or more on a magical rain. But for the shopkeepers, especially the restaurants, this was a golden opportunity. Purifying water for many trades, like pottery and papermaking, was a long and painful process. But the rings made pure water. The restaurants simply saw an opportunity to get ahead of their competition. How luxurious would it be to be able to offer free water at the table in the desert? Normally, it was a limited item that they charged for. They could steal customers every day with service like that. Then, someone realized that they had forgotten one minor detail during the massive rainstorm. The effect that Carl and Remy had caused was roughly 100 kilometers in radius. But the next two cities, Banner to their west and Shathalald to the south, were roughly 120 kilometers away. How mad were they going to be that a massive storm had washed away the drought, right up to the farms closest to their city? Wouldn't that feel like a direct slight to them? Also, were they all cursed? Shathalald wasn't in the desert, and it got regular coastal storms, so it was likely fine. But Banner was definitely in the desert, and built along one of the few rivers that carried runoff from the mountains in Nulnalgot through Gabel. It might still be suffering from the curse, and the storm didn't make it to their city walls. Mr. Carl, will you be stopping at Banner? They're in a similar situation to us, and outside the storm area. I bet that they would thank you for breaking the curse on them as well. One of the Beastkin men asked as he examined the details of a ring of tidiness. Carl frowned. I hadn't intended to, but if they might also be cursed, perhaps it would be best if we did. Their curse might have broken due to the storm, even if it didn't make it to them. There is so much water here that it would have caused their curse to activate once the storm got close enough. That should have alerted the shamans to the issue. Lotus poked Carl in the side, and he sighed. All right, we will stop in and see how things went there. If they need help, we can try to break whatever curse is going on there as well, he amended. Ray giggled in Carl's mind. Good call. There might be more Bomgon spies there as well. They're kind of dumb, but they're fun to hunt. Carl smiled at Lotus, who had no idea that the conversation had taken a very dark turn after her well-intentioned suggestion. Instead, Lotus simply thought that she had managed to win a victory for the balance of nature. Technically, she wasn't wrong. It would be a victory for the balance of nature, but it would also be a stealth hunting trip for Ray, who had already cleared all the spies that she could find from Barukath. This ring, will it clean my entire hotel? A large werebear man asked. It should. Most would do it a room at a time, so they know that it's doing it properly, and not tossing the guests' belongings around. But if you put effort into it, cleaning the whole hotel shouldn't be too big of an issue, Carl agreed. Lotus nodded in agreement. If you do it right, it will clean your laundry as well. Takes the mess right out. She had 100% used one of those items to clean up spilled snacks before. Carl was certain of it. Bonded clothing could just be returned to your space and come back clean. But the furniture could not. One after another, the items in the case were snapped up by the locals, until finally, what was left were craftsmen who didn't need the original items in the case. The cleaning rings were useful, but not enough that many of the dwarves who had apprentices would pay the fee. They already paid an apprentice who was fully capable of cleaning. So, Carl brought out a few more options. These are commander rank, not exactly the peak of the art, but I thought you might like them. I have rings with an increased chance of a higher grade outcome while crafting. We also have ones with increased focus, which is good for preventing spelling errors and random mistakes. Then I have a single overlord ranked bracer that increases both the chance of increased item grade, and the chance of success when crafting a new type of item, Carl announced. The dwarves began to take their shirts off, and Lotus gave Carl a strange look. What are they up to? She whispered. I believe that they're predicting a fight over who gets the overlord ranked item, and they don't want their favorite shirts torn. Lotus rolled her eyes, but the argument started within seconds. Now, I'm standing closest, so I'm next in line. Just accept defeat and walk away. An overlord-ranked dwarf who had the Master Blacksmith tag under his name announced. Your brain's as janky as your work if you think that you're walking away with that bracer, one of the other smiths declared. Thwack, the sound of fist hitting face made it clear how the dwarf felt about having the quality of his work questioned. But another smith immediately stepped up to the counter. As they're busy, I'll take that bracer off your hands. I've got materials to trade. Totem ranked, he offered. You greasy son of a gnome, don't you go sweet-talking the demon while we're still settling an insult, the first dwarf insisted. Your mother's a gnome, now beat it, I'm shopping. The situation in front of the shop turned to an all-out brawl, so Carl settled into one of the swinging chairs and pulled Dana into his lap while they waited. From the corner of the booth, a smiling young beastkin knocked on the wooden counter. I'll take one of the cleaning rings if there are any left. It took me a bit to get my boss to agree to spend the money, she requested. Lotus took the gold and handed over the ring, then patted the girl's ears. The catgirl just shook her head and smiled. I swear it's physically painful for a green dragon cleric not to touch the fluffy things. Lotus nodded. Did you know that the green dragon god's largest temple in the world is in a nation populated almost entirely by beastkin? The girl laughed. Oh, I don't doubt it. It's either among the beastkin or lost in a forest somewhere. Carl turned his attention to the brawl, and noticed something odd. Though the dwarves would grab and flip each other, even go for choke holds and give a noogie, not one time did he see one grab another's beard. They would punch the chest behind it, but never grab the beard. The unstated rules of the dwarven brawls were strong. Eventually, the city guard came to break it up, and the third dwarf, the one who had offered the totem-ranked materials, stood victorious over the scrum. Well then. Good effort, gentlemen. But today's victory is mine, he declared, then placed a large bag on the counter, which creaked under the weight. Carl looked in the bag and nodded, then handed over the bracer. There were a half-dozen totem-ranked elemental stones and a bunch of metal alloys in the bag. So, it was certainly worth as much as the bracer, and Ashbringer would be happy to see the new materials for his forge. With the fighting over, the market began to calm down, and the last few shoppers who were hoping to get something from Karl's stand were quickly handled. Mostly by Ophelia, because the Beastkin had quickly realized that Lotus could be bribed into giving heavy discounts to those with fluffy ears. But they did eventually sell all that they had intended to sell, and the town was now well stocked with water creation items, so hopefully they would not suffer if there was some lingering curse effects once the ground began to dry. If nothing else, at least they now had the tools to keep the crops and the city watered. "Well ladies, should we head off to Banner and see how they are doing? We can spend the night there, and see if there is any talk of the curse fires to go with the rain. That should tell us enough about whether the curse has broken," Karl suggested. Lotus nodded. "Does that mean I get to fly on Noctia?" The black dragon raised an eyebrow at her. "Who says I'm flying there and not taking a nice nap in the tiny world?" One of the dwarves who was at the counter, buying the last remaining cleaning ring, smiled at the pair. It must be quite the luxury for a group to have multiple flying mounts. It certainly beats 3 days with a farmer's cart to get to Banner. Remy smiled back at him. "Flying is a great skill. I can fly in spirit snake form, but I'm still too slow for travel." The dwarf chuckled. "A flying snake fast enough to challenge a dragon's travel time would be quite something. I wouldn't feel bad about not being able to keep up with her." Remy laughed. "I can't even keep up with Karl's flying speed. He just runs through the air, but his legs are so much stronger that his sprinting is faster than my flying." The dwarf nodded. "Cat demons are tricky like that. You never know what sort of hidden, sneaky spells they have in reserve." Remy nodded in agreement. Karl had more hidden skills than most. Karl shrugged and then motioned for Ray to take down the stall. "Let's get packed up, and then we can free the booth for anyone else who wants it." Many of the vendors switched out partway through the day when they ran out of goods. They didn't hang around to sell the last few items, they would just pack them back up for next week, or sell the perishables to another booth at a discount and call it a day. Then someone else would set up at the booth, or their neighbors would spread out, if nobody came forward to claim the open spot. Here in the core of the market, the stalls were in high demand later in the day. Unlike the stalls like the part-time bakeries and vegetable dealers, their goods wouldn't lose any quality being out in the sun all afternoon. It didn't take Ray long to take down their stall and get everyone ready to move. "Everyone, say goodbye, and we can go," Karl announced. That confused the group, but Hawk was up in the sky, hunting for mice who had survived the storm, and he was within clear view of the city they wanted to visit. There were many signs of chaos outside the city walls, but most of them were farmers opening the irrigation canals, so the flooding from the storm would spread west to the regions that hadn't been reached. Karl opened the entrance to the tiny world to let everyone in, then opened a portal to Hawk and stepped through himself. The feeling of weightlessness overtook him as he watched the ground rush up at him from 1,000 meters in the air. He let himself free fall for a few moments, then activated swims through air to stop his descent. "You're close enough. I'm going to keep hunting," Hawk decided. "I will call for you when I reach the city, so they don't mistake you for a threat to more than their rodent population." Karl realized that they had just ditched the city governor of Barukath, who would have wanted to socialize all night, in return for the favor of having broken the curse on his city, but they had enough things to do without starting tomorrow morning with everyone nursing a hangover. Karl changed into his best black suit and opened a portal and stepped through to appear beside a group of trollish farmers. The trolls stopped what they were doing when the black-striped cat demon in a suit appeared beside their effort to open the canals, which had been unused for most of a year, and had filled with blown sand in a number of spots. "Good evening. Would you mind answering a few questions for me? I will trade you a boon for answers," Karl offered. The trolls smiled, well aware of the tricks of the cat demons. "We will answer what we want. Ask your questions," the oldest of them asked. When the storm was raging, were there patches of green fire? Karl began. "Curse fire? Yes, all along the edge of the storm, like a wall. It raged for half an hour, then faded," the troll elder agreed. "Were there any patches outside the storm?" The troll nodded. "The fire ran up the canals when they began to flood. Even the city moat filled with fire, but our shamans broke the curse." He was obviously proud of the accomplishment, and for good reason. The curse had gone unnoticed for years, and only the massive storm had revealed it. So, the fact that they had managed to break it so quickly after it was revealed was a huge thing. The shamans in Barukath had waited until the curse fires were nearly out to even start trying to break it. But they were also getting drenched the second that they stepped outside, so the reluctance was understandable. Excellent. If the drought curse was broken, half the work is already done. Ray, you can go hunt spies now, if you think you'll find them. Ray laughed and activated Night Haunter, then raced off to the city, where Carl saw her easily vault the city walls, with the guards oblivious to her presence. Those are all my questions. Now, I offer you a choice of boons. Do you want me to flood the canals you have recently cleared? Or do you want a trinket to fill your drinking water barrels at home? Carl offered. The old troll smiled, and a steady stream of water poured from his hand. This old shaman can still make enough water for drinking. Please flood the canals that we have opened, starting from that point. The troll pointed to a spot 100 meters away, so Carl jogged over, fast enough that the trolls hardly saw him move. A controlled casting of Thousand-Year Flood, pointed from the closed gate where he had been directed to start, then toward the city, caused a raging torrent of water to enter the canals. Canals that Carl quickly realized were actually lined with stone, and exquisitely fitted by generations of dwarves. That interlocking stone couldn't be anyone else's handiwork. The raging flood pushed a wall of dirt and debris before it as it spread through the canals, and Carl smiled as he realized that this spot was open to most of the east side of the city. It would take some time to flood the entire canal system without flooding the entire region. While he channeled and the trolls celebrated, Remy was studying the spell. I have it. I understand how the Thousand-Year Flood works. The caster is the river, the Naga announced. Oh, how is that? The larger the river, the greater the Thousand-Year Flood. If I do it at monarch rank, it is only a few thousand liters over a minute, like a stream flooding once in 1,000 years. But if we increase it again, it will increase 1,000-fold once more. So, a totem-ranked Thousand-Year Flood will be 1 billion liters a minute for every user rank, and a mythic-ranked casting will be 1,000 billion liters per user rank. She explained, unsure if there was a specific world for such a large amount. Maybe you were meant to change measurement units? Cubic meters instead of liters? That was 1,000 to 1 reduction. Perfect for measuring this increase? What sort of insane scaling was that? 1 billion liters a minute would truly live up to the legendary grade status of the spell. But the spell couldn't even be used below monarch rank. That might be why they hadn't encountered such high-grade spells and items before. They simply weren't usable by someone of his level. But didn't that mean that someone like Supreme Lady Matilda could cause a small sea to flood with this spell? Or was there perhaps a limit? Either way, he wasn't going to ask her to try. She would probably think it was funny to flood a random country. Kara certainly would, and the two seemed to have a lot in common. While Carl finished flooding the cleared canals, and tried not to laugh at all the drenched farmers downstream, who hadn't known that there was a flood coming until the wall of debris arrived, Remy pondered the potential of legendary skills. Couldn't you create your own country, reshaped to look just like you wanted it to, if you were a mythic creature with a legendary earth element or large area skill? If her Naga swamp was legendary, and not just epic, wouldn't it create a swamp many times larger than the 10 meters per rank? With that and the Thousand-Year Flood, she could create a whole Naga nation, flooded swamps as far as the eye could see. She needed to upgrade her skills. Upgrading Overlord-ranked skills to Totem-ranked wasn't going as smoothly as the Skill Master advancements had at lower ranks. By now, they should certainly have had at least one more skill at the Totem rank. So, she focused on stretching her abilities within the tiny world. Not damaging the world, but pushing the limits of her skill power, trying for an upgrade to her comprehension that would let her activate Skill Master. She was the first one to advance, so logically she should be the first one to get a reward. If Kara managed to get both Void Blast and Nullified to Totem rank before anyone else had a Totem ranked skill, they would never live it down. The smugness would be overwhelming. Carl smiled as the canals began to level out near the upper safe usage line. The trolls were staring in awe at the massive amount of water that Carl had generated, unaware of the chaos that it had caused further downstream. They suspected, but without the advantage of Hawk watching from overhead, they couldn't be certain. Fortunately, it was all adults working on the canals, so there were no major injuries, and no weaker people washed downstream when the water arrived. There you go, boon granted. Thank you for your answers, Carl informed the old troll. Does this mean that we will start getting normal rainfall again? The aging shaman asked. As long as someone finds and eliminates all the spies from Bomgon who cursed your region in the first place, Carl agreed. The troll made an annoyed growling noise. I should have known that it was them. It's always them. Carl nodded. They have been spreading all over the coastal areas, from what I hear. I don't have all the details, but I'm also not from here. I am just visiting to hunt for monster spawns. The abundance of insane creatures has upset the dragon gods and the balance of nature. The troll gave Carl a strange look. You're worried what the dragon gods think? There are multiple dragon clerics in my traveling group, including a black dragon. Once the imbalance got large enough that even the black dragon clerics got annoyed, it was certainly time that someone went to deal with it. The farmers all nodded proudly at Carl's determination. Trolls always did what they set their minds to. But thinking that he could make a difference with one single group and a whole country full of troubles bordered on orcish levels of delusions of grandeur. Even the demons didn't usually aim that high with their mission goals. Are you going to the city? The shaman asked instead of commenting on Carl's mission. Yeah, I thought we might spend the night inside the city, to see if there are lingering signs of the curse. If it's broken, we can just move along and go hunt the interior. If not, we can make it rain again, and try to shatter the remaining curse here, so the edge of the desert doesn't spread any further. The troll nodded. I think that you should keep it quiet that there are known spies in the city. If they start hiding, we might never find out who they are. Carl patted the old man on the shoulder. My spy hunter should have found the first of them by now. When things go wrong, spies always go hide in an abandoned building and gather to discuss their plans. The troll laughed. What else would they do? Carl shrugged. If they were smart, they would shut their mouth and pretend that their cause never existed. In Carl's mind, Ray laughed. She had just found a group of 30 spies, in an abandoned warehouse. But there was a local city spy in the rafters beside her, listening to their plans as well. Now, she had a dilemma. Did she wait for them to finish, so the local city's spy got all his information? Or did she traumatize him for fun? Oh, who was she kidding? They were at the point of making new plans now. Those didn't matter if nobody left the room alive. Oh, this time the undead spell made knights, Ray informed Carl. Carl could only wonder how the city was going to take that bit of knowledge. Ray was supposed to be eliminating Bomgon's spies, but it was going to look like she was actually a Bomgon agent, punishing them for their failure. Just don't let anyone see you while you're using the undead in the city, Carl reminded her, just to be safe. Got it, boss. Stealth mode. As Carl had expected, the local spy had freaked out the moment that the knights had attacked the hapless agents of the Bomgon army. There were overlords among them, but the undead simply shrugged off their attacks with their innate damage reduction and void body, active from Carl's epic guard. That was an impressive range for the skill link, Ray decided. It would greatly expand the range of her extracurricular activities if the skill was always active from dozens of kilometers away. Fuck, who called those Spectre Knights? The banner agent whispered to himself as the undead tore through the Bomgon agents with brutal efficiency, silent except for the sound of blades colliding when the necromancers and their acolytes managed to defend themselves. Right, very scary. Ray whispered back, then laughed as the spy promptly ran out of the warehouse, no longer concerned about who might see him. The screams would bring the city guard in a few more seconds, so Ray hopped down to join the battle, still invisible. Judicious application of vibrating blade and entangling vines with lacerate for both her own attacks and her summoned undead made a suitably gory scene for a few seconds before she used essence transfer to clean up the blood. The spell seemed to supercharge her, giving her life force beyond her base for a moment before it was absorbed. But the guards were coming, so she reluctantly memorized the spectral knight form and dismissed her army of the dead. Then, she returned to the rafters to watch the show, as the guards carefully approached the emaciated corpses of the spies. Fuck. What happened to them? 30 dead in under 5 minutes, and I see the corpses of over a dozen overlord-ranked mages. What could have killed them all without any sign of collateral damage? The walls of the warehouse aren't even scratched, not a single missed attack. Could it have been an ambush? And why? The team leader muttered to himself as he examined the area. One of his team members, a fox-eared beastkin, looked around the room cautiously. Whatever did it isn't gone. I can sense the danger in the room, but I can't see or smell anything. It might be an observation spell, he whispered. The guards drew their weapons, and Ray resisted the urge to bring out the popcorn while they tried to understand what happened. Then the city spy slid back into the room, and closed the front door behind himself. It was a dozen spectral knights, all overlord ranked, and they tore through the group like nothing. These mages were Bomgon spies. I recorded their conversation about how they would rebuild the curse we broke during the rain. The spy whispered. Whatever killed them is still here. The foxman whispered back. The spy began to tremble in fear. Then we need to not be here. It snuck up on me and whispered in my ear. Literally right in my ear. I could feel its breath. But there was nothing there. Ray lost interest in their fear, and used Shadow Step to move a few buildings over, searching the shadowed areas of the cities for more spies that might still be meeting. One group was good, two would be better, but even if she didn't find more spies, there was so much tea spilling and debauchery going on in the shadows that she couldn't resist a few detours. Who knew that there could be so many hidden romances and intrigues in one city, and the city lord's heir wasn't actually who everyone thought it was? That was unexpected. Also, definitely popcorn-worthy, Ray decided, as she watched the dwarf whisper empty promises in the ear of his mistress, while their son showed off his school reports. Sister Butterfly would love this show. The Carl needed to teach Night Haunter to everyone. While Ray spied on the intimate lives of the city lord and his mistress, Carl began to jog towards the city walls. The farmers were all busy setting up their irrigation equipment so that they could make the most of the influx of water, so they wouldn't have time to stand around and chat, even if Carl had more questions. On the other hand, the city guard had many questions for him. Overlord, a moment of your time, please. We have been informed that you have some knowledge of the recent events involving a curse on the region, a massive rainstorm, and then the flooding of the irrigation canals. The gate guard announced as Carl approached. Of course. Perhaps I should call out the rest of my group for this. It might be easier if you got the story from everyone's perspective, Carl offered. In response, Hawk dove from the sky and shrunk himself to land on the wooden fence rail near the side of the road, which confused the dwarf, as the bird would obviously not be answering any questions. But when Carl opened the tiny world, and the ladies stepped out, along with Thor in his humanoid form, plus Kara and Remy, it made much more sense. The bird wasn't there for input, he was just part of the group. Carl cleared his throat and began. The people of Barukath asked us to help them out by making it rain. The curse had prevented any regular rain, and greatly limited the amount of water that the locals could create. But the effect wasn't as strong on new arrivals, and it didn't stop us from creating the storm, which didn't quite reach you, but did drop significant rainfall. That caused the curse to react, which was the green flames you saw, and the shamans nullified the curse after it revealed itself. It is believed that Bomgon was behind the curse. There were some spies captured in Barukath, and they admitted that they were working for Bomgon before suffering a tragic accident. The flooding of the irrigation canals was a request by local farmers. I granted them a boon in exchange for information, and they wanted water. The dwarf shook his head in dismay, then sighed. Flooding all the irrigation canals might have caused some side effects, but he could completely understand why the farmers would pick that as the boon to be granted them by a cat demon. So, you watched it all happen? The guard asked, directing the question at Remy. Saw it. We did it. All those things, it was us. Well, me and Carl. We're the ones best with water magic. The dwarf made a note on the ledger at the gatehouse and motioned them forward. Thank you for your time. Please enter the city, and enjoy your stay in Banner. Carl led the group through the gates, and found that the city of Banner made the city of Barukath look positively pristine and modern. The whole city was filthy, stinking, and crumbling. How the dwarves could stand to live with crumbling stone buildings was beyond Carl, but perhaps there was some reason for it. Perhaps we should make it rain here, even though the curse has broken, Remy suggested as they walked through the bustling city streets. Carl saw a sign for an inn, and considered getting a room and just leaving the bodyguards in it while they went to the tiny world. But when they stepped inside, the smell faded, and the interior of the place was clean and well maintained. Carl wiped his boots clean on the mat, and nodded to the waitress, who gestured towards the mostly open tables. This whole city is beautiful, Dana noted as they took their seats. Lotus nodded in agreement and Ophelia shrugged. There's something off about it, Tessa disagreed. Carl turned to Noctia, who had a pensive look. There is an illusion over the city. I don't think it actually looks like this. She gestured around the room, and Carl shook his head. The interior seems to look like I see it, but the outside is crumbling and filthy. I thought that everyone was just used to it, but if you don't see it, that makes total sense," he explained. Kara came out to explore the city of illusions, prime territory for a void badger with time to kill. Starting with the inn. Nullify spread over the building's interior, and the waitress's dress went from plain to ragged, while a young dwarven woman shifted to become a much older goblin woman. But the room was otherwise unchanged. The goblin woman's date screamed in horror at the new appearance of the target of his affections, and the waitress paused to stare at her dress in confusion. "What the hell?" the innkeeper asked as he stomped out to the main room, looking around furiously. But Kara was already gone, out into the streets and on a hunt for the source of the illusion, or shiny things. Whichever came first. Unable to find the source of the issue, the innkeeper's anger quickly faded, and he came over to speak to Carl and the ladies. "My apologies, it appears that all of the vegetables suddenly rotted. I suspect that there has been some curse put on the city, so it might not be possible for us to provide dinner tonight." Carl shrugged. "I can ask the lovely priestess Lotus to help you with your vegetable issues, but I wouldn't suggest using anything from storage today. Even if it appears fine, it might actually be rotten." The dwarf frowned, and looked toward the ale kegs with trepidation. "I have never heard of ale going bad. Do you know when it was brewed?" Carl asked. "Aye, this is this summer's vintage, still fairly fresh." The innkeeper went over to pull a drink, and Carl stealthily cast Nullify on it. But the ale appeared to be fine, and the shopkeeper didn't keel over when he drank it. "Can you tell me more about the city?" Carl asked once the dwarf was assured that his valuables were fine. "Oh, I can tell you a lot about the historic city of Banner. Not long ago, the city looked nothing like it does today. It was a 10,000-year-old desert outpost, weathered by time, worn to the nub, and protected by heritage regulations, so everything must be rebuilt back the way that it always was. Only 50 years ago did we finally get approval for the renovation, and the city lord brought through a team of earth mages to redo all the major structures of the city. Every historic building was revamped, refreshed back to as good as the day it was built. I put in nearly 8,000 hours updating the inside of my inn, so it would look as good as it does now, but you can see where I left the old stones, with their chipped and pitted edges." Carl nodded. Indeed, he could see that. The innkeeper had done a wonderful job on the inside of the building. But he was not going to be happy when the illusions broke, and he saw what the outside of all the buildings actually looked like. There was a fuss in the street, and the dwarf tossed open the door to yell at the troublemakers, only to find that nothing looked the way it should. Kara had been gleefully nullifying parts of the illusion as she went, looking for hidden treasures and the source of the spell. So random buildings all along the street, including the outside of the inn, had returned to their actual appearance. But more notably, so had a large portion of their population, and there were oblivious undead wandering the streets, unaware that anyone saw them as anything other than dwarves. If Ray wasn't laughing so hard at the chaos her sister had caused, she would have likely started a riot already by hunting the undead who the locals believed were beloved friends and neighbors. Going on a murderous rampage right now would probably be a bad idea, Ray realized. So, she stopped watching her live-action drama and transformed into a humanoid to go find her people. On the way, she was flagged down by a decomposing trollish man in a surprisingly fancy suit. "Miss, would you be interested in our clothing? I can see that you are a lady of great taste," the undead asked her. Only, it wasn't speaking, the words went straight to her mind. "Interesting. Sure, I do love to experience the fashions of each new city that we encounter." The shop that he led her into was falling apart, both outside and inside. But the goods were all brand new and high quality. Ray was learning a lot about how the illusions in the city worked. They made things appear new, even though they weren't. But they didn't preserve anything. Clothes that were only a few months old were obviously fine, however, the stand they were on was falling apart. The cobblestone streets were rutted, but functional. The vegetables in the inn had all rotted, while the ones in the market were mostly fine. It was a brilliant bit of magic, and Butterfly was eagerly drinking in the knowledge that Ray and Kara were recovering for her. Ray examined the outfits and picked 2 dresses in styles that she didn't have, then paid the undead man, and went back out to the street. "The undead here are strange. They really think that they are alive," she informed the others. Remy had a realization. "I think that they were. When the spell was cast, they were alive. So, it preserved their appearance, but not their actual bodies. They're undead and being kept that way by the illusion that is keeping the city looking like it does." Go check the first few buildings that Kara examined. If I'm right, they'll be back to normal again. Ray turned in that direction, then frowned. Wait, how am I supposed to know when I can't see the illusion? Oh, the people, she realized. They were now wondering why the building had looked ruined for a while, and thought that was the illusion. Even the innkeeper was staring at the outside of his building in confusion. He was obviously seeing it as new again, but couldn't understand what was happening. It wouldn't be long before a few of the more powerful mages in town put two and two together, though. Kara, if you find the core of the spell, you probably shouldn't borrow it, or you'll kill a large portion of the city before we find a solution, Carl warned the badger. They're actually kind of polite for undead, and it's creeping me out, Kara replied. Ray nodded along. It was definitely creepy how they didn't know that they were dead. But she wondered if there was a safe way to find out if the undead could be brought into her space to decorate it the way that the dead could. Like an interactive exhibition. There should have been some sort of guidebook with these spaces. Having to find out all the rules as you went was just unnecessary. Look what happened to Hawk. He picked the wrong lunch special, and it became his sister. Ray stepped into the inn, and nodded politely to the innkeeper before joining the rest of the group. Where did Lotus go? She asked. In the kitchen making new vegetables. Their stock had some issues, Tessa explained. That made sense, with what Ray had seen in the city. Lotus came out of the kitchen a few minutes later, and a few very stressed-looking guards came in the front. Hey boss. I don't suppose that you have food that is edible, do you? One of the guards asked. Yeah, the Green Dragon Cleric just refreshed our stock. What is going on in the city? Do you have any news? The guard nodded. There is an illusion all over the city. Once we had the mages start casting specialized detection spells, they could see through it. I don't have all the details, but everyone is looking for the city lord, so he can make a decision. It's not like him to go missing during an emergency. Ray looked their way. He's with his mistress and son right now. It's the boy's birthday, and they're doing dinner. The guard choked on his drink. How the hell did you know that? Ray shrugged. I was exploring the city earlier. That didn't really explain anything, but the guard was eager to change the topic before anyone else noticed. Wait, what is this about a mistress and son? A totem-ranked dwarf sitting in the corner asked. Too late. Ray looked at the guard. Can I tell him, or are you sending guards over to pull him back to work? The guard captain sighed. I will ask them to bring him here. He's got some questions to answer. Especially about the city. It was his initiative and his contractor that did the renovations of the city. Now that the whole city knows it's all fake, he's going to need to come up with something before there are riots. Besides, the councilor is likely calling the rest of city council here now. The new guests arrived all at once, and the city guard barred the door to the tavern, keeping everyone inside and prying eyes outside. Needless to say, Kara was quite annoyed when she got to the door, and they shooed her away. She simply stepped into her space and then settled on the back of the booth's bench behind Lotus. But the audacity of those guards, telling her where she could and couldn't go. Unacceptable. The city lord, a mythic-ranked dwarven warrior, sat at a large round table in the middle of the room, and the totem-ranked mage from the corner moved to join him and the other totems. Alright, what is so important that I had to come here on my day off? The city lord demanded. Other than the fact that the entire city knows that the city was never renovated, it was just put under a cursed illusion that made it look new, or that the curse applies to everything in the city, including the food and the people? Oh, the thousands of undead might be a good place to start as well. The people who have died since the renovation are all still around as undead. I don't know how we missed that in the city census. But with the illusion in place, nobody can see what food has spoiled, and now we have a cause for all the mystery illnesses that have been coming to the clerics. The dwarf who had been in the corner of the room demanded in a dry tone. The city lord looked like a deer in the headlights, unsure how to respond to the accusations. That's not possible, it has to be a lie, he insisted. Kara snorted in amusement, and Ray smirked. You know, we can prove it to you. Who here has a totem ranked or higher, dispel, or nullify, ability? Even a perception spell to see through illusions should do, Ray insisted. One of the dwarves took out a magical device and activated it. Everything looks fine to me. What do you mean, there is an illusion? Ray gestured to the door. Look outside. The interior of the building was renovated by the owner. Look at everything that was done during the renovation effort. The mage stepped to the door with his magical device, then gasped as he looked at the market, and slammed the door shut again. "What the hell? Why are there undead selling vegetables in the market?" he demanded. "Because the curse keeps them looking just like new. They don't know that they're dead. If you go talk to them, they'll answer like normal. Until they can see through the curse, they won't realize that anything is wrong." "How could we miss something like this?" one of the others demanded. "They were totems, they should be able to see through any illusion that the spider did." Ray shrugged. "You're likely cursed as well. Would you like to be nullified? We have a winged void badger, and she can disenchant most curses, at least for a while." The city returned to normal after she inspected it, so the curse has a core somewhere. The city lord went paper white at the mention of a core for the curse. "I think that I know what it is. When I invited the stone lord here, he presented the city with a gift, a puzzle box with a magical item inside. I never opened it, just put it in the treasury with all the other random gifts the city has gotten," he whispered. "So, we just destroy the core, or deactivate it, and the city will return to its real appearance?" one of the other council members asked. The Lord shook his head, just now realizing what Kara and Ray had been the first to conclude. "If we do destroy the curse, all of the undead will die. The locals will think we murdered a quarter of the population. And then there's the issue of the other curse that was on the city, stopping it from raining." The council member who had been sitting in the tavern from the start frowned and downed his ale. "Well, we're going to have to do something about both before the end of the day. The curse that was stopping it from raining has been mostly taken care of, so that's just a public announcement. But the state of the city is a whole other matter. Soon, the buildings will start collapsing if they're not properly repaired. That's why we authorized the funding to have it done the first time. And that's another issue. We need to fix everything, and the residents will not be happy if we ask them to pay twice, after letting everyone be deceived the first time." One of the other councilmen laughed. "Well, it's not like we can call the Lord's friend back to come fix things now, can we? As he turned out to be a master illusionist and not an earth mage at all. Or a necromancer. It's a bit hard to tell with what I am hearing from outside." One of the others insisted, then held up a stone tablet that had rows of text scrolling over it. Carl was intrigued by the item. It looked like system messages, but appearing on the tablet. The messages started with the same format for names, so it seemed safe to assume that it was a projection of his interface, and not part of a group of networked items. The city lord was clearly getting annoyed by all the jabs at him, but this debacle appeared to be completely a result of his choices. He had handpicked the contractor to do the renovations, and he had gotten the whole city cursed and scammed. What Carl was most interested in was the method he was going to try to talk himself out of this situation. From the look on everyone else's faces, it was not going to be easy. But so far, none of them had a viable solution, either. If they did, they would have put it forward just to make the city lord sweat a bit harder. While the city council had enough trouble on their plate just trying to sort out the issues with the curse, that was far from the only issue that they were going to face that day. A pounding on the door, along with the sound of someone fighting the guards, turned into an irate dwarven woman storming into the tavern, dragging a younger dwarven woman by the hair while a young boy thumped at her back and shouted to let his mother go. The city lord went pale, and Ray brought out a bag full of the guild kitchen's signature caramel popcorn and peanut mix. "What the hell is going on now?" one of the councilmen asked. Carl grabbed a handful of popcorn and pulled Dana into his lap, so she didn't have to look past him to see the show. Then he slid his chair back so that Thor could get a good view as well. "I will tell you what is happening. When that deadbeat went missing this morning during the chaos, I went looking for him, and what did I find when the guards tracked him down? His side piece sitting in a room full of priceless gifts that belong in the city treasury. The city accountant is there now to do a full inventory of the house. But if you will excuse us, I need to borrow my husband for a moment." The dwarven woman explained between kicks to keep the mistress silent. "Madam, kindly let the young woman speak. It appears that her son is quite distraught," one of the older counselors requested in a flat tone. Nobody would mistake that as a request, and the city lord's wife let go of the woman, who immediately crawled to the lord, while the boy threw himself at the city lord to hug his leg. "Daddy, that evil woman is bullying us," the boy wailed. The only sound in the room was Ray and Carl munching on popcorn, and then the boy burst into tears as his father failed to respond. "I believe that we should move this to a private venue," the lord insisted quietly. His wife placed her hands on her hips and gave him a challenging look. Despite the 4-rank difference in their power levels, Carl suspected that was not a fight he was going to win. The youngest of the council members, a dwarven cleric with his blonde hair in small braids tied back in a bunch, burst into laughter. "Oh, I don't think that's necessary. We've all figured out what is going on. But your family drama can wait until we get past the important issues. Like how the hell we're going to keep half the city from dying when we remove the curse from the city." The others sat silently while the city lord's family stared each other down, and then the cleric cleared his throat. "I suppose that we could have every cleric in town cast a mass resurrection ritual over the whole city. Most of the dead wouldn't even know that anything changed, but I'm not sure how many of them can be saved. Resurrecting the undead is tricky." The others understood what he meant without any more detail. If they'd been dead too long, or they had realized they weren't supposed to be alive anymore, using resurrection would just free them from their undead bodies. "I don't suppose any of the bystanders have a suggestion?" the city lord asked, trying to ignore the drama going on in front of him. Ray raised her hand. "I vote that we teach Supreme Lady Matilda the randomize skill and see what happens when she uses it on the city." That was 100% a Kara's suggestion. But Ray was bored now that there was no more fighting, and it sounded better than letting them argue for hours. The city lord frowned. "Do not speak that name aloud. It is against city ordinance." The council cleric nodded. "You never know if she'll show up to see who's talking about her." Kara perked up in her space. That was all it took? She could totally take advantage of that in the future. They could have so much fun together. Kara recalled someone saying that she could make new cities and dungeons appear, just for funsies. How much better of a friend could a badger ask for? "Don't go causing troubles for an entire country just to see new things," Carl warned. "Just a little bit. Don't bother the ancient dragon until we see her in person again." Kara smirked and hid her thoughts from Carl. She had definitely seen something in that mirror which told her she would get to see that dragon again. There was a lot of quiet discussion at the table before the councilman sat upright again, and the city lord motioned for them to speak. "We will support having the clerics gather to cast a mass resurrection over the whole city, right before the curse is broken. It will hide most of the deaths, and the rest can all be blamed on the curse," the eldest of the councilors announced. That was a bit diabolical, but it would work well enough. The undead who weren't resurrected or destroyed would continue to be the same undead that they were right now, until they realized they were dead and freaked out. But with the curse gone, everyone would be able to see what was happening. The one that was really going to pay for this was the city lord, who would have to explain why the city wasn't actually fixed. He had been thrown under the bus, and at this point, he couldn't even argue against it. Lotus wrapped her mug on the table to get everyone's attention. "If it suits the city lord, we can offer you a portal out of town before the announcement is made. They will shame your entire lineage as cowards, and turn your name into an epithet, but they're likely going to do that anyhow. What I mean is, if you would like to run away, the green dragon wouldn't be opposed to your survival instincts," she declared. The look on the mythic rank dwarf's face was priceless. The tiny cleric had basically just told him that his life in the city was as good as over either way, so he could either face mob justice or be decried as a coward. But after a moment, his expression steeled. "I will make the public announcement in 1 hour. Have the clerics ready to cast the spells to resurrect right before the mages work together to dispel the curse after I shatter the spell's core," he decided. Then he turned to Lotus. "Can you send my wife away? She doesn't deserve the fallout that will come from this." The group broke up, with plans to be at the stage in the town square in 1 hour. That would be enough time to warn most of the people that there was something to announce, as well as prepare for the spell. With the system interface, all of the clerics already knew what they needed to do, and were presumably gathering to prepare, while the other city councilors were making preparations for the fallout from the day's events. Carl and the team found themselves a nice spot where they could see the stage, but wouldn't be in the press of the crowd. That was their waiting spot for the show to start. True to his word, 45 minutes after they split, the city lord was on the stage, followed by the majority of the council members. Notably absent was the cleric, but the rest were there. "People of Banner, I have tragic news for you all. We have been cheated and tricked by one that we should have been able to trust. The renovation of the city was never done. It is nothing more than an illusion placed over the city. An illusion that hides a most terrible curse. You might have noticed that your food lasts longer than you are used to. That your aging loved ones have pulled through longer than anyone could have expected. But the sad truth is that neither is true. The curse forces everything in the city to take on a pristine condition. The buildings, the trade goods, even the people. Many of those standing among us today are long dead, and maintained by this necromantic curse. If they were to leave the city, the magic would fade, and it is believed that they would either collapse, or continue their existence as a form of undead. The Lord took a deep breath. I was the one who hired the contractor. There was no bid for the job. I accepted his proposal and paid for his services personally. This curse is upon the city of Banner due to my choices. As of today, I will be stepping down as city lord, and the king will be sending a replacement guardian for the people. But first, the forge priests will cleanse the hidden decay of the city, and then I will break the curse placed upon it, allowing everyone a fresh start. There was panic in the streets as everyone tried to understand what exactly that meant. But the Lord didn't intend to give them time to worry, and the first half of the effort, the combined spell cast by the clerics, swept over the city. Carl watched as the spell washed over the undead in the city, and most of them started to heal, becoming whole again. However, contrary to his expectations, none of them collapsed, even the ones who were clearly not healing. Maybe this wasn't going to end as badly as. Nope, there it was. As soon as the resurrection spell ended, hundreds of city residents collapsed, and the city lord gritted his teeth, then shattered a statue in his hands. The illusion faded from the city as residents who had lost loved ones wailed in despair, and then the mage from the city council opened a portal for the city lord to step through and move to address the crowd. As the temporary head of the city council, you have my condolences on your losses. We will be starting an effort to actually reconstruct the city over the next few weeks, and city funding will be available for funerals. Rest assured, the cost of burying the fallen with dignity will not fall entirely on the people. The shock was beginning to wear off as the people realized that their loved ones had been dead for quite some time. Once the resurrection had failed, most of the bodies had shriveled to emaciated corpses, as you would expect of a body left in the desert's dry heat for months or years. Looking at them that way, many realized that they had gotten far longer than expected with their loved one. But what they hadn't realized yet was that many of the illnesses they had seen lately were a result of bad food. The clerics kept most of those from being fatal, but there would surely be a few. The outrage was beginning to creep into the crowd as well. Where did that no good lord get to? He needs to face judgment for his crimes, an old dwarven woman shouted. The mage held up his hand to silence the crowd. And he will. We sent him to the palace where he will be held pending trial for incompetence. Incompetence? He got our people killed. You might not have been on the council then, but I haven't forgotten the lies that he told us about the renovation before he cursed us, the woman shouted. The mage bowed his head to the elder and raised his voice with magical augmentation. It will be 1 month before the trial. Until then, the former city lord will be in custody. His wife has been exiled from the city, returned to live with her family. If you want to attend the trial, you have 1 month to get to the capital, he declared. That was acceptable to most. There was a portal platform, and more than enough earth mages in the city that they would surely be able to find someone to open a portal for whole groups of them. The capital was going to have a monumental crowd for the trial, but for now, there was more interest in what they were going to do about the situation in the city. Not only with the dead, but also the rotted products and the dilapidated buildings. It all needed to be handled before any of the buildings collapsed, and suddenly every dwarven earth mage in town was incredibly popular. One of the other counselors stepped forward to the enchanted microphone. If emergency repairs need to be made, please inform the city guard, and the captain will approve payment to a local earth mage out of the city budget. We are willing to clear the city coffers to make things right if that is what we need. A few lean years for city programs are inevitable, but we have a plan to keep the city guard fully funded. The speeches were interrupted by the sound of alarm bells being sounded all over the city. At first, Carl thought that it might be about the people who had dropped dead due to the resurrection spell, but the alarms were continuing, and a secondary tone was introduced after the first few seconds, as if the situation had been upgraded. The counselor raised his voice. Everyone, remain calm and prepared to defend yourself. The city is currently under attack, both internally and externally. That did nothing at all to help calm down the crowds. There were elderly and children gathered in the square, both for their daily activities and for the announcement that had just been made, so the "stay calm" recommendation was generally ignored. Instead, everyone was trying to get the vulnerable ones, the children and the lower ranked, to safe spots, while arranging for defense of those spots, but nobody in the area knew what the threat was yet. Then a trio of ogre lords simply appeared in the middle of the market and began roaring and attacking. Fuck. Tessa breathed as she realized what was happening. Monster spawn inside the city. Ophelia agreed. Carl and Dana were already in motion, intending to intercept the attacks of the ogres towards a group of dwarven children who were huddled together in panic. Dana called her golems to block one ogre, while it was faster for Carl to move himself than to activate a skill. The sound of shattering stone told Carl that something was very wrong. A single strike from the ogre had shattered both of Dana's stone golems, just before Carl slammed into the second ogre with a shoulder tackle, taking it to the ground, but not causing any visible damage. The hained claw equipped itself on both of his hands as Carl began to tear at the shoulder muscles of the downed ogre, but even his claws were only making shallow cuts with each strike. The breaking of the curse had triggered a totem rank ogre spawn. How long had the curse of pristine appearance been holding off spawns in the area that this much magic had built up to be unleashed the moment that the curse was no longer in effect? Carl called for the bodyguards to protect the group from the third ogre, which was currently engaged by a humanoid Thor. Ray's golems had taken over from Dana's, which were now trying to attack the ogre from the back. The dwarves weren't cowards, and a dozen overlord-ranked warriors had charged the ogres, screaming battle cries at the sight of their ancient enemies. The council had scattered, each taking a district of the city, but they had forgotten one important factor. The central district near the city lord's manor was supposed to be covered by the city lord. He was gone, so there was currently no totem rank or higher defender for this district, where there would normally be the strongest fighter in the city. Carl caught the ogre's arms as it reached up to choke him, and the two became locked in a stalemate, while the dwarven warriors began to hack the oversized monster apart. 90% damage reduction was a lot, but not enough when you were faced with dozens of dwarves wielding axes, plus a Carl who was constantly bombarding the ogre's face with void blasts. The ogre to Carl's left, the one that was facing off against Ray's golems, shrieked in pain, and Carl heard the spider laugh, a raspy whistle, as her natural form had no vocal cords. "Oh, that's a good idea," Kara realized, and another mournful howl filled the air, while the dwarves cheered. Carl looked up and found that Kara was attached to an ogre's back by her claws, right in the middle of his back where he couldn't reach her. That would explain the frustration, and it was a pleasant change from all the things that Carl suspected that the Void Badger might have done to him. The dwarves had encircled the ogres, and they were cutting them down with brutal efficiency, despite the ogre's thick hide and vitality. Carl could see soft matter through the bone of the ogre's skull, and one final void blast ended its struggle, as well as eliminating most of its head. Then the body vanished from underneath him, and Ray transformed to help Carl to his feet. "Good work, that one is almost intact." She congratulated him, then transformed back to finish off the one she was working on. It wasn't giving up, and the golems were being replaced every 10 seconds or so, but nobody except Carl and Kara had an appropriate attack skill for dealing with a threat of this level. Kara got busy making ogre insides into ogre outsides after she got through its hide, and Carl switched to his bow to effectively cripple the remaining ogre without getting in the way of the golems. The air cracked as Carl let loose the first supersonic arrow, punching deep into the ogre's chest. The dwarves turned to stare at him in shock, stunned at the pure physical strength needed to draw a bow that would fire that hard. Carl frowned and deactivated haste. The bow was not intended to be supersonic, but the spell effect increased his attack speed, which apparently included arrows. Carl continued to fire arrows, now at slightly less than the speed of sound, while the ogre struggled to swat away all the annoying summons that were continually harassing it. They were never ending. The moment that he killed one, two more appeared. The ogre glared at Carl with unfettered hatred in its eyes. This was all the fault of that damnable cat demon. A mighty ogre should be able to squish all this dwarven filth. But that demon and his odd allies were here to torture it. An arrow took the ogre in the throat, and it collapsed, gurgling with rage and unfulfilled murderous intent. "Hawk, what group is closest?" Carl asked, knowing that the bird was around somewhere. "What? Oh, yeah. Just stay there. A pair are coming from the south toward you now." Hawk was clearly distracted, but not by the ogres. "Where are you now? Sand mice." Carl shook his head and turned to the south, where a running battle between a totem-ranked dwarf and a heavily armored ogre lord was going on. The dwarf was doing his best, but the ogre was more interested in keeping him at bay while hunting civilians. Carl's first arrow pinged off its helmet, and the ogre lord turned to see who had the audacity to fire arrows at it. Carl waved a greeting, and the dwarf hacked a deep wound in the monster's already damaged right knee. It was standard dwarven tactics against ogres. Hack them down to size, then fight them when they were easier to reach. Now that the majority of the public space had been cleared of non-combatants, Thor transformed into his natural state and Tessa vaulted onto his back, prepared for the charge. That got the ogre's full attention. The behemoth was the first thing in the city that was larger than a totem-ranked ogre lord, as Ophelia was fighting as a werebear and not in dire bear form, which would have risked stepping on someone when the area was still packed with bystanders. From the east, an ogre roared in victory, and Lotus whistled, indicating that Carl should follow her. "Good luck, buddy. Ask Sister Kara to buff your horns if you need to stab him harder," Carl instructed Thor as he turned to face the new threat. "We've got this." Carl leapt over a ruined building and found two ogres standing over a dead dwarven earth mage. That should be one of the council members, and apparently no match for whatever groups of ogres he had found. But he was also fighting mostly alone, and not with a large group, as Carl had been. Ray, Shadow stepped to the corpse, and hurled it at Lotus, then went incorporeal as a massive fist descended towards her. The activation of Leviathan made Carl nearly 6 meters tall when fully buffed, and he smiled as he slung his sword over his shoulder, while making a rude gesture with the haint claw on his other hand. "What do you say, gentlemen? Think you can take me 2-on-1? The ogres charged and Carl sidestepped as fast as he could, blurring in the monster's vision as his blade cut deep into the side of the closest ogre before he stabbed the clawed fingers of his free hand into the wound. Soul Steel began to drain the monster's vitality as the ogres swung backhanded attacks at Carl, who was still moving. He charged between them, focusing his attacks on the same ogre over and over as his blade shrieked through the air. To the watching dwarves, it looked like a streak of blue fire in the air as the blade spun, parried and attacked, all too fast for most to accurately track. Remy came over to watch the battle, and contribute a steady stream of chain lightning attacks to the effort. She needed a skill at totem rank, but she just couldn't seem to grasp the difference, even though she was looking right at it as Carl used Void Blast on every strike. "Watch, sister. This is how you do it," Ray announced, then appeared behind one of the ogres and began systematically dismantling its back muscles. The ogre was rapidly being flayed alive, and her bladed legs no longer seemed to have any issues cutting through the thick hide. Skill Master 5 Activation, Offensive Adaptation, has evolved. Totem Rank Epic Grade Skill, Predation, gained, Predation, Passive Skill. The user has become a natural-born predator of everything they see. Increases damage significantly with every strike against a known target type. Bypasses a portion of the target's damage reduction. Ooh, the stabby sister learned a new trick. That's pretty impressive, Remy agreed. Unfortunately, it either didn't spread to her, or it only worked on melee attacks, and not skills. There was a good way to test it. Remy sent her Naga bodyguards to engage the ogres, and they landed a few strikes, which were doing increasing amounts of damage. But not nearly enough to think that they were ignoring the totem rank damage reduction. Ray laughed at the effort. Predation was only a melee attack skill when used by her. It was part of her body, so if she attacked with her limbs, it was a totem-ranked attack. But it didn't apply to blades or skills the same way. So, for others, it was nothing more than a damage buff. Even her golems didn't get the full benefit. They weren't spider enough, she assumed. Carl landed 3 more quick strikes on the ogre, and the last one carved a deep furrow across its belly and massive bleeding. The ogre retreated, and Carl turned his attention to the other, which was currently trying to catch Ray using some sort of flaming club attack. Carl swung at its knee, and the ogre turned to defend itself. But at the last instant, Carl changed his footing and launched at the wounded ogre, who was caught off guard. The blade sunk deep through its chest, and surged with power as the ogre died. Now it was 2-on-1 in the opposite direction, with Carl and Ray teaming up on the survivor. Carl heard Thor laughing in his mind, but ignored it for the moment as he sent a flurry of attacks at the ogre. It was left with an impossible choice. Carl's blade to its vitals, or Ray's claws through its back. It tried to spin with its club, but Ray used Night Haunter to simply step back through the wall of the building behind her, leaving the ogre baffled as to where she went, while Carl was presented with the ogre's shredded back. A second precise strike with Void Blast punched deep into the beast's heart, and the second ogre fell. "Lotus, how is your patient doing?" he called to the large tree. Lotus shook her branches happily, sprinkling golden dust all over the ground. The dwarf was alive again, and recovering, but still in rough condition. Lotus was letting her long-duration healing spells take care of his remaining wounds, but he was also out of stamina and mana. He had fallen when the repeated attacks had burned through his mana pool, and his earth shield had failed him. Carl patted the dwarf on the shoulder as he passed by, and Remy grabbed the mage by the chin to dump a questionable-looking potion down his throat. "New recipe for combined mana and stamina potion," she explained. The totem-ranked mage instantly looked better, and while it was clear that he wasn't at 100%, he did manage to get to his feet and stretch some of the phantom pains out of his muscles. "I will come check on you in a second. The others need a hand with their ogre," Carl explained. The dwarf grabbed his pant leg. "Go east. There is a whole other group over there, and the citizens are on the run." Carl nodded and motioned for Remy to follow him. "Ray, help them out. They won't need it for long. Kara learned a new trick." Carl turned to see what she meant, and realized the badger had a thin rope made of spider silk wrapped around the ogre's neck, coated in void blast. That was pulsing like a buzz saw, or the world's most insane garrote wire. That was certainly one way to kill an ogre. Carl ran off to the east, slowing his pace so Remy could keep up. It wouldn't take much to find the ogres, he assumed. There was enough screaming to lead him in the right direction, even with the other sounds of battle. But there wasn't one other group here, there were three, and another dead dwarven totem. "Ray, you're up. Bring him to Lotus and then hunt for more defeated totems. All the local clerics will be in one spot for the casting they just finished," Carl instructed. Ray darted off to claim the body, which she brought to Lotus, while Carl took a moment to decide how exactly he was going to make this work. 9 really was a lot of ogres when you looked at them all together, and they were all totems. That old dragon wasn't joking. This place wasn't a safe one to be casually traveling around. As one, the ogres sensed his power level and turned to face Carl. Carl focused on activating demonic oppression, Ray's bloodline suppression ability, and the ogres growled at him, but didn't make any attempt to attack. "Oh, it's ugly out here. There are at least 6 ogres left for every totem," Ray noted as she searched the city. "Once you find the dead ones, go back and help the ones in the most trouble. I don't think they'll mind if you keep the bodies." That made for a happy Ray, and she was claiming every ogre body that she passed. They weren't edible to dwarves or beastkin, and the trolls were mostly vegetarian, so nobody should really miss them. "Remy, you hide for a moment, and then summon the bodyguards at random spots to confuse and distract the ogres. I am going to try to make them chase me around this open area with the destroyed buildings," Carl instructed, and Remy quickly reached upward to pull herself onto the roof of a crumbling stone house. The butterfly made her invisible, and Remy gave Carl 4 thumbs up to indicate she was in position. Carl switched to his bow and took a deep breath, hoping that his idiotic idea actually worked. Fully buffed, he unleashed arrows into the 9 ogres as fast as he could, while the monsters charged in his direction. Just as they were about to make their first attack, Carl activated teleport to the spot where they had started, and continued to fire. Ogres were dumb to start with, and being from a monster spawn, they were also enraged with bloodlust. It had worked once, and hopefully would a few more times, as the arrows were doing an impressive amount of damage. "We got the ogre down. The area is clear," Thor informed Carl just as he teleported again, this time to the top of a building at the end of the block, so he could see and hit more of the ogres in the middle of the group. "Good work. Keep the area safe. There are countless people hiding in the buildings there. I will catch up with you once we're done here." The ogres were dumb, but they did understand some things. Like not giving the prey a place to run away to. So, when Carl began firing from the building, only half charged for him, and the other half spread out to cover the open areas, starting with the ones where he had already been. That was when Remy summoned the bodyguards into battle. They distracted an ogre at the edge of the battle and caused a few ogres to think there were reinforcements. Carl took advantage to move to another building and fire arrows into the one fighting the Naga pair, then 2 more close to them. 3 ogres fell, and Carl had a moment of appreciation for the predation skill. He hadn't put more than 6 or 8 void blast arrows into any of them, but it was enough to take them out. That had also made an empty spot in the ogre's deployment, and there was only one other near where Carl was standing. The brute charged, attempting to swat away the arrows with its club, and Carl held out to the last second, then switched to his sword and charged to run the ogre through before teleporting again and returning to his bow. He found himself on a rooftop only one over from Remy, who called a hellstorm vortex into the ogres, which caused chaos as the vortex multiplied faster than they could swat at it. They didn't seem to know where she was casting from, so Remy continued her assault, and Carl dropped another ogre with his arrows. She couldn't use chain lightning, as the spell originated at her, and would defeat the purpose of being invisible. But the vortexes were quick to cast, and weren't giving away her position just yet. Remy laughed as a group of 5 overlord-ranked dwarven warriors ran to the edge of the battle, then promptly turned around and ran in another direction. 5 overlords versus 1 totem-ranked ogre was workable. 5 on 5? That was suicide for them. Carl moved again, and put up a blockade wall of ice to slow the ogres as he continued to fire. It didn't slow them for long, but it was long enough for Carl to take out 2 more of the ogres, leaving only 3, all wounded. That was close enough to defeat it for Carl, so he summoned his Lamia bodyguards, as well as 2 dire bear golems, and erected another blockade in front of himself. The summoned beasts only needed to hold the ogres for a few minutes. That was all it would take to get enough arrows in them to finish them off. Stone spikes erupted from the ground, and Carl saw a battered-looking totem-rank earth mage join the battle from the street closest to Lotus. That should be the one that they resurrected, even though it was a bit early for him to be fighting again. But the intervention was perfectly timed. His stone barriers didn't just wound the ogres, they slowed them down while Carl fired, and within 10 seconds, it was all over but the cleanup. Carl teleported to the mage and nodded politely. "Thanks for the help. I was getting tired of running around trying not to get smashed." The dwarf laughed. Smashed by an ogre club is what happened to him the first time he engaged the enemy. "How many of them did you get so far? Have you been luring them to this spot?" he asked professionally. Carl shook his head. "I was with the group for the first few in the middle of the city, by the healing tree. Then the 2 who were at your body. Then the 9 here. I'm going to have to move again. I can hear more ogres nearby, but if you wish to lead the civilians here to safety in the middle of the city, you can. I have assistants, as you can see." The mage shook his head. "Let them hide where they're comfortable. There are plenty of underground tunnels and bolt holes in the city for them to escape through. It's better to let them stay in an area they're familiar with. It will increase their chances of survival if they're attacked. The reports from the others say that the total number of ogres isn't high. The city guard has had some luck dealing with them, and most appeared alone. I have no idea how I managed to get 9 and then 4 together in my zone." He must have killed the other 2 because Carl hadn't found them. "Hawk, are there ogres outside the city?" Carl asked. "Nope, only inside the city. And most of them are gone. But I think that I found the portal. You know, the center of the monster spawn," Hawk replied. "Where is it?" "On the roof of the temple." That could make things interesting. If the center of the spawn was over the temple, then they were going to have to check it to see what sort of dungeon it was. But with all totem-ranked ogre spawns, there was a chance that it would have mythic-ranked bosses. It seemed unlikely, as mythic would get the same sort of damage reduction against totems that totems did against overlord and lower. But it was possible, and Carl didn't know anything at all about this sort of powerful spawn. "We could send someone in, one of the summoned creatures, and ask them what it is. There is a chance that it's not a dungeon, but a trial instance spawn. If that is what it is, it might be a huge opportunity for us all," Dana suggested. That was a good point. If it wasn't something they could handle, they could inform the city council. Assuming they weren't there already. Most of the ogres had been defeated by the city's residents already, and Ray was feeling quite smug about her collection of totem-ranked ogres. Her next advancement bath would need a totem-ranked base to go with the mythic blood that she had gotten from the dwarves. And now she had plenty, even if she didn't ask Carl to shrink her for the event. Oh, that was a good idea. The bath could feel like an enormous swimming pool. Someone get Lotus and those under her care. Let's go to the temple. Just have the wounded carry her healing totems so they can move without losing the effect, Carl decided. There were 2 totem-ranked mages, plus the Earth Mage, a ranger and a bard among the rescued totems. Carl did a double take at that. Does a bard even have combat skills from their class? Or do you have to just hope for the best? Carl asked as the middle-aged dwarven woman got to her feet. The bard smiled at him and hummed a tune that made Carl's body surge with energy. We're not solo fighters. But a totem-ranked bard is one of the most powerful group combat classes. I know that your team has numerous group buffs, but so do I, she explained. The motley group made their way through the streets, headed for the temple. The city was getting quieter as they walked, the zone already cleared by the clerics and their paladins, whose barracks were right next to the temple. So, Carl didn't have high hopes for the situation until he saw where the actual portal was. There was a statue of a dwarf holding a scepter placed on top of the dome of the temple, and the portal was above that. Unless you were a totem or your species could fly, there was little chance anyone had entered yet. Carl motioned to the lamia on his right. Excuse the manhandling. Carl joked as he used unobtrusive behemoth to shrink the lamia to the size of a python, then curled her in his hand. An overhead toss sent the lamia flying through the portal, and Kara's eyes went wide with realization. Sure, she could fly, but she could also fly. Carl could hurl her much faster than her wings would take her. The lamia vanished into the portal, and then came flying back out. Summoned assistants may not participate, Carl smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a trial instance. The system just informed me that summoned assistants may not participate. So, we will have to see what it is for ourselves. Dana gritted her teeth and ran up to the portal. If there were limitations on this trial, she was not going to hesitate and miss her spot in the quota. She vanished inside, and Carl tried to send her a message. What do you see inside? User unavailable. Communications are instance locked. We can't contact anyone inside, but I'm going. I will see you all on the other side. Tessa cleared her throat. Oh yeah, not everyone can fly. The dwarves laughed, and the bard took both Tessa and Lotus by the hand. I will bring the ladies up. Your lot can bring the green-haired behemoth and the spider lady, she insisted. Ray laughed and simply leapt to the portal, then bounced off it. What do you mean ineligible? She complained, then jumped at it again. Again she failed to enter. Remy transformed into a spirit snake, and waited as the bard entered with Tessa and Lotus. They entered just fine, so Remy went to follow, only to run nose first into the portal. Oh, this is some bullshit. Just return to your space, and I will bring you in that way, Carl instructed the beasts. Most of them did, though Hawk took a few seconds to finish bombarding one of the remaining ogres first. But Kara decided to try anyhow. She was all set up, ready to grab onto the portal with her claws, but it let her pass through. Well, that's our signal. See you when you finish, the dwarf beside Carl announced, then they were all headed for the portal. Carl stepped through the portal, and found Kara waiting for him on the other side. An open field of stone, looking like the aftermath of a rock slide, greeted them. A massive golden temple stood in the distance, with two crystalline golems standing near the base. Carl walked to the statues, not quite jogging, but not wasting any time, in case the instance was limited in duration. Greetings, adherent of the old gods. Welcome to the Sholaha Desert Trial instance. You have been introduced to the Overlord ranked trial grounds. Please choose your challenge, the golem declared. Words appeared in the air between Carl and the golems, made of small stones from the ground. Option 1A Attempt Advancement, difficulty 10. Option 2A Attempt Class Change, difficulty 5. Option 3A Attempt Status Optimization, difficulty 7. Option 4A Random Bonus. Carl grabbed Kara before she could immediately go for the random option. At least take 3 seconds to think about it, he reminded her. Thought about it, still want to know what they're hiding, though. A class change. Would that give me one, as I don't have one? That could be fun too. No, I know what will happen if I do that. Randomness is best. Once she finished speaking, Kara vanished, and Remy began complaining in Carl's mind. This is discrimination. Just because I follow a shaman god, I don't get to play? Even brothers Thor and Hawk can't come out. Carl shrugged. I guess it's an exclusive thing. They did put it right above a temple. Ray considered the answer. It said no to me, but the spider goddess is ancient. Does that mean that old gods actually refers to a specific group? The golem made a noise like grinding stone. That is correct, daughter of the spiders. The old gods are not the beast gods, not the elemental deities, not the renegade gods, not the titan gods, and not the council of divinity. That at least answered her first question, but why does Kara get to play? The god of chaos is one of the old gods. His favor grants her entrance, as the world dragon's favor grants the Carl's entrance. Haha, they call you, the Carl, too. Carl rolled his eyes at her mockery, and focused on the options. Totem rank advancement did sound like an incredible option, even if the difficulty was high. But he was more intrigued by what a status optimization was. Could that take him to the theoretical limits of his power? That would be flat out broken, assuming it was as good as predation at increasing his damage. He would make it to totem rank soon enough, that much was essentially inevitable. Changing his class might be harder, but he had already seen the requirements to move to the next class in his current progression, and he didn't meet them yet. Requirements for next class advancement: reach totem rank. Fill all beast slots or combine spaces to remove redundant areas. Visit any dungeon, instance or relic with system integration. Not only was he not yet a totem, he still had one empty beast space formed. So the class change would have to be something other than the natural progression, unless it closed his remaining beast space and bypassed the rank restriction. Carl pulled a bit of power from the Haint Claw and the Sword of Champions, and felt the state of his body. He was physically very close to totem rank. A bit more optimization from the weapons after this battle, and he should be able to push through no matter what. A month at the most, and he would be a totem, too, if they were slacking. Carl made his decision. I will take the status optimization. The golem nodded, and gestured toward the temple. I believe that you know the basics. But this trial is integrated. Simply walk to the top within the next 48 hours to achieve perfect optimization. You may take any path, they are all equal. Carl stepped to the temple, then walked around to his right so that the sun was at his back and not in his eyes. Sometimes the little things made the biggest difference. Carl stepped on the first step and felt all the spells on his body, other than the beast form spell, shatter. So, he had to do this under only his physical abilities. With the Chaos Beast constitution, it shouldn't be too difficult to walk up the first few steps. According to the description, it removed physical limits on development. That wasn't necessarily the same as removing limits on physical development, but Carl had high hopes for his gains this time. The second step sent power surging through Carl's body, and in their mental storage his weapons buzzed with resonance. Alright, he knew what to expect now. He had gone through it before, when his body was overloaded after the battle with the undead. But the third step made his body burn like fire before leaving him slightly stronger than before. The fourth step bombarded him with elemental energies, as if he were under attack by 50 mages at the same time. If he had thought that the fourth step was bad, it had nothing on this one. The sixth step was all of the above, plus an oppressive force, similar to how the physical restriction of the first trial he had ever entered had tried to crush him. The seventh step, everything increased. Then again on the eighth. Ooh, your fur is smoking. Nope, freezing. Freezing and smoking and glowing. Now I'm kind of glad I'm not out there, Remy narrated. Thanks for the words of support. Carl joked as he stepped up onto the 10th platform, and all of the effects all doubled. It nearly drove him to his knees, but after a moment, his body seemed to adjust and Carl stepped forward again. Only to find that the rate of increase had also doubled. 11 steps down, 989 to go. In the Monarch-ranked portion of the trial, Tessa, Lotus, Ophelia and Dana all stood in front of the statues, facing the same 4 choices that Carl and Kara had. Option 1A Attempt Advancement, difficulty 7, Option 2A Attempt Class Change, difficulty 1. Option 3A Attempt Status Optimization, difficulty 11. Option 4A Random Bonus, Status Optimization is difficulty 11, Dana muttered as she read the options. And why is class change so easy? Tessa agreed. The golem made a grinding noise as it prepared to speak. Difficulty changes with rank and ability. Common and uncommon classes have little trouble advancing to a rare class. In contrast, reaching the peak of physical and metaphysical optimization is generally considered to be impossible for humans and dragonkin. The golem insisted. So, it's 11 out of 10? Alright, Ophelia grumbled. What would it take to go from Overlord to Totem? Is that harder? Lotus asked, now curious how the ranking worked. Overlord to Totem rank advancements require a perfect completion. Difficulty, 10 out of 10. Lotus smirked. That meant Carl would likely choose one of the other options. Did that mean that if she was confident, she could catch up to him? That would be hilarious. But her dragon guide, the juvenile green dragon who constantly watched the world through her eyes, wanted to know about class changes. It was a difficulty of 1. But wouldn't that be even better? Carl was broken because he had the good class. What if she could have the good class too? She could just have a whole set of beast spaces full of fluffy things and dragons. Could clerics qualify for that? It had to be an option for the Green Dragon clerics, at the very least. The goddess wasn't so cruel as to keep them away from the fluffy things just because they were faithful. Tessa and Ophelia were both thinking similar things. The advanced classes were too powerful. If they were actually easy to get, but just didn't spawn for newbies, weren't they missing out on too much? Dana was torn between the two obvious options. She could catch up to Carl and become an overlord, but that wouldn't really be catching up, would it? He was far too powerful for an average overlord. So, she could take a chance on a better class and leverage it for faster growth. There was also a time limit on the trial, 48 hours. Presumably, it took most of that to get a perfect clearance, so she didn't have long to wait here and decide. Muram Battle Mage was already a good class, but it wouldn't hurt to ask the golem about her chances. What are the odds that I get a better class than what I have if I choose class change? She asked. The golem paused for a moment as it turned its head towards her. All class options will be an advancement from the trial taker's current class, assuming that they pass the trial to a sufficient standard for the desired class. A difficulty 1 standard, yes. But from the sound of it, the better you did, the better the options. Perhaps she could get something like Beastmaster, but for mages? What is the difficulty for the Beastmaster class? She asked. The Beastmaster is a rare class, difficulty 3 or higher for a success. What Dana had forgotten was that Carl had advanced to Beastmaster Packmaster, so his standard was actually higher to get any sort of success. Lotus got excited about the lore drop. What is the hardest class to get? The golem seemed to smile at her as it answered. The most difficult to obtain class among the options in this trial is Ancient World Crafter. However, none of the applicants present have the prerequisites to obtain it, even with a perfect completion. What are the requirements? Lotus tried. Demigod level power, a divine bloodline, and an existing class in the ancient series of classes. The golem explained. Lotus frowned. So, not me. Not you. I will take the class option, please, Lotus decided. So polite. Choose your path up the temple. They are all equal, so the route you choose will not affect the outcome. Tessa and Ophelia nodded at each other. I will take the class change option as well. They declared in unison, then began walking toward the temple. If I attempt to optimize my status, will I get any gains, even though it is not possible to fully complete the challenge? Dana asked the golem once the others had gone. I do not have the answer to that question. The outcome of a failed challenge is up to the gods. Dana nodded. Carl was the one with all the divine luck. It was better to stay in her lane, and do what she knew that she could do. I will also take the class advancement option, she decided. All she had to do was reach the top of the temple, and she should be able to get a class superior to Carl's. Something good enough to put her on the path to surpassing him. Dana would not allow herself to be left behind as the damsel in distress childhood crush. The pain of the challenges seared through her body, but Dana kept her eyes locked on the top of the temple. Eyes on the goal. Eyes on the goal. She muttered to herself, step after step on her way up the side of the temple. Each of them had taken a different side of the temple, so they could not see each other, but each side was equally grim. As the golem had promised, the trials were equal, and when they moved from the 10th to the 11th step, it was nearly enough to make all 4 of them reconsider this trial. But the simple math was enough to keep them going. 1,000 steps. 10 levels of difficulty. If they couldn't make it past the 100th step, they were likely to fail to gain a class advancement. While everyone else worked themselves to the bone, Kara floated in a pool full of chaos energy, watching them in a mirror made of pure energy. As far as rewards went, this one was pretty good. The energy was soaking into her body and doing something, but more importantly, she didn't have to do all that. It looked painful. Look at Carl, he was literally on fire and coated in ice at the same time, while being electrocuted. They could miss her with that nonsense. Kara cupped her palms and drank a bit of the chaos pool, then sighed in relief at the cooling sensation. She really did make the best choice. Carl's mind had nearly gone blank as he stepped onto the 100th step of the temple, and suddenly, everything stopped. Was this a safe spot? A moment to recover before going on again? A test of willpower to see if he would voluntarily continue, now that he knew what was coming. Carl shook the lingering electricity from the fur of his beast form, and then checked himself for lingering damage that might still be healing. It looked like it was all repaired now, so he stepped forward again and realized just how devious this rest stop was. The effect still doubled on the next step from what it had been, but now, He had been given time to get used to not being under the effect. However, with the innate healing of his body, Carl was doing much better than the others. Tessa and Lotus had made it to the 30th step, while Dana was at the 61st step, but she had to stop and rest every step so that her body could adjust. Carl trudged onward, hardly pausing at every step. He knew from experience that it was impossible to skip a step, even if you were large enough to make it possible, so he simply kept a slow pace and focused on the feeling of his body being refined. It proved to be a good way to block out the feeling of how the refinement was being accomplished. Carl wasn't the only thing being refined, Hawk noticed. That cracked dragon scale was slowly turning into a real treasure. If Carl made it to the 1000th step, it might actually be shiny again, and Hawk could give it a place of honor in his nest. It was also getting shiny faster with every step. This really was a good spot, even if Hawk couldn't come out himself. Who knew that it would give him free treasure? In the totem-ranked space, the decisions had been very similar to what the ladies had been faced with. With an advancement at difficulty 11, it hadn't even been an option for most of them. But every one of the dwarves who entered had a base class, and had never had a chance to advance it before. So, they had eagerly taken the opportunity, with only one mage choosing to take Carl's route and try to optimize his status, hoping that he would get an epic grade physique out of the deal. He was already an older man, so it would do him a lot more good than a new class right as he was getting ready to retire. Time was hard to judge inside the trial, as the sun wasn't moving in the sky. It could have been hours, it could have been minutes, or they could have lost an entire day already. With the trial itself filling everyone's minds, the passage of time was the last thing on most of their minds, except for Dana, who was focused on making as much progress as she could. She had nearly wept tears of blood after she had passed the 100th step, but she was still moving, and wondering how everyone else was doing. The last time she had been in a trial like this, everyone had much different progress rates, but none of them had made it more than a few dozen steps up the temple before the trial had ended. When Kara decided that it was time for a nap, Carl was at the 400th step, and the trial had changed the game on him. The refining effects had basically ceased to bother him, despite the increased intensity, but the trial had added hallucinations to the mix. Images of failure, tragedy, the worst moments of his life, where weakness had overcome him. Then after a few steps, they would switch to moments of pride, arrogance, tyranny, where power had gone to his head. There weren't too many of those in Carl's life, he realized. They were repeating much more frequently than the moments of weakness. But he was still moving upwards with the beasts as his guides, even when he was nearly lost in the illusions. When Kara woke up from her nap, Carl was over 3/4 of the way up the side of the temple, and Dana was past the 200th step. That was better than anyone else was doing, but all of the ladies were past the first rest stop. The mirror wouldn't let her watch the dwarves to see how they were doing, but there was plenty of entertainment watching everyone else struggle while she sipped liquid chaos straight from the pool. Just like the Chaos Dragon, it was both spicy and sweet, pleasant on the tongue, but without that uniquely dragon umami flavor. Honestly, Chaos Dragon tasted better than pure chaos, but Kara had no intentions of becoming a dragon herself, so she would take the slightly less satisfying drink while she waited to find out what she was going to be rewarded with. It had to be good with this much power available for the event. Dana might have cried if she could see how the Void Badger was simply relaxing in the pool of power instead of trying to actively take it in and improve herself. She had put everything into her efforts, even transformed into beast form when her human body began to fail her under the effects of the temple. On the other three sides, the clerics were also in beast form, with Lotus struggling to climb the steps in her tiny green dragon form, but also unable to fly under the suppression of the temple. Ophelia was in dire bear form, using the logic that tiny steps were less daunting, even if the change was the same, no matter what form she was in. Unlike the others, who healed faster in beast form, Ophelia would heal the same in both dire bear and werebear forms. So, it was a primarily psychological advantage to the choice, not a physical necessity. Kara failed to notice the amount of liquid chaos that she had taken in like juice as she watched the spectacle. She didn't even register the passing of time as she decided to take a second nap and fast forward the show. What she did notice was when the trial gave a 1-hour remaining warning while she was practicing her backstroke. Was there something she was supposed to be doing here? Probably not. The show was still on, after all. 1 more hour and she would find out her reward. Carl stood at the top of the temple, and looked down into the half-empty pool of black energy where Kara was napping peacefully, mumbling about loot and cupcakes in her sleep. Of all the things that he expected to find at the top of the temple, Kara was not one of them. It was clear that she hadn't taken any trials, and she had been here the whole time, just watching. The pile of cloth bags that the kitchen staff kept the snacks in told him that much. Carl sent the empty bags back to the guild store inventory, so they could be cleaned and reused, then placed his hand on the stone plinth at the top of the stairs he had arrived from. Congratulations. Maximum reward achieved. Calculating. Status optimized. Adjusting interface. Carl wasn't sure what that was about, but suddenly, there was a wealth of new information available in his system interface, including icons for his group members, which were all currently in a yellow status. Physique optimized. Epic grade physique active, upgrading. Chaos Beast Constitution, Tier 2 active. Improved growth speed versus Tier 1. Class status optimized, remaining skills unlocked. Packmaster skill tree. Follow me little one, directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. Pack first, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. Hidden skill, home. One-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. Home location may be periodically changed, but never disabled. Pack affinity. The Packmaster has an affinity for all skills that any of his bonded beasts have an affinity for, and may learn them as normal. Dominating power. The Packmaster's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis type ability. Benevolent Elder. Unbonded upgraded beasts gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection. Limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the Packmaster have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. Carl already had most of the skills in the skill tree, but Benevolent Elder was a big gain, and Dominating Power would be incredible in combat, even if it did still feel a bit creepy. Finalizing optimization, nameplate updated, 2% physical growth remaining to next advancement. That was a new announcement. Carl had never seen a distance to his next advancement measure before. But when he looked through his interface, he couldn't see anywhere that a progress meter might appear, so it had to be a one-time system message related to the optimization. He did find the group settings and realized that there were new functions there. He could form a party or a guild party, which seemed to be the same thing, but with a bonus to group buffs. Then there was an option to set allied parties by group leader. That one should be incredibly handy in the near future as they were working with various military groups to defeat monster spawns. The only question he had left was what did his nameplate look like now? He couldn't see his own, and he hadn't seen any that looked out of the ordinary. Or did it give him a new title? He didn't see a new title in the options. Kara opened her eyes and smiled at Carl. "Oh, you made it all the way up here. That was a good nap. You should taste this water, it's spectacular." Carl chuckled and reached down to grab the errant badger from the pool of chaos energy, but found that they were separated by a barrier. Though she was here with him, he couldn't interfere with her event. Kara shrugged and pulled an empty barrel from her space, then dunked it in the pool to fill it with liquid chaos. Only, once the barrel was full, she was unable to put it back in her space at all. "So, you can drink as much as you like, but no looting? It seems the gods prepared an anti-badger countermeasure before you arrived," Carl joked. "The joke is on them. Once I get my rewards, I will be the strongest of us all." Ooh, notification. That's new. I never get system notices since I don't have a class. I hope I get a class. I want to be a berserker. Berserker looks like it's fun. Carl couldn't argue with that. It might prevent some of the looting, but a berserker-type class did suit Kara pretty well. If you got her emotional now, she tended to fly into a rage and rip things apart with her bare hands. Evolution complete, Winged Void Badger, a Chaos Badger. New skill gained, Chaotic Foresight. Reveals one random insight into one random target per use. Insight may apply to any point between the present moment and the collapse of the realm, so long as the random target exists at that point. I got the mirror spell. Oh, this will be good. Butterfly is going to love this new skill, Kara announced, as Carl read the notification about her new ability. It would likely need to be leveled up with Skill Master to give her the full overview of someone's life, the way that she had seen it with Supreme Lady Matilda, but it was going to provide endless entertainment for the Badger either way. "Have you seen how the others are doing?" Carl asked as Kara began chugging chaos from the spigot of the barrel. Kara gave him a thumbs up, but waited until she had to come up for air before changing her focus to answering. "They're all still climbing. The Dana Mage might make the 5th resting spot, and Ophelia is just now reaching the 4th. But the other 3 are going to come up short. I don't know what their difficulty level was, but if it was 3, they should all be fine." Dana watched the countdown timer as she forced herself onto the 5th resting platform with every muscle in her body screaming in agony. 5 seconds until trial completion, she had made it. The 5th platform was her goal, and while she desperately wanted to go one more step, just to be sure that it counted, her body would not allow that. Certainly not within the next 5 seconds. Perhaps one hand. Just a hand on the next step should be enough to ensure that the 5th point counted. There was no reaction from the step when she put a hand on it, but Dana was satisfied as she lay on the 500th step. She had made it halfway up, so there was a chance she could get a class that was halfway up the range of class advancements. The world around her faded to the familiar scene of the class advancement options, and Dana found herself looking at one single option. Mystic Blade Master, rare grade trial reward. Dana looked at the class, whose aesthetic appeared to be very similar to how the Muram Battlemage class made armor look when she wore it. That was a good start. But when she looked at the skills, Dana was blown away. Auto Parry. Passive skill. The Blade Master will parry all incoming attacks when equipped with a blade, within physical limitations. Blade Dance. Passive skill. The Blade Master's attack speed triples. Lady General. Blade-wielding constructs under the Blade Master's control gain the effect of passive class skills. Dana smiled at the described passive skills, and accepted the advancement so that she could see the skill tree. The skills were all blade-based, but all ranged magical attacks, other than one new shield skill that she could pick in the first rank of skills. It was a bit of a shame that her greater golems couldn't benefit from the Lady General skill, as they didn't have opposable thumbs to hold blades. But 2 golems with auto parry and blade dance would be a monstrous increase in her damage output. Not only that, but they would be so much harder to destroy in a fight against physical enemies. There was no shortage of quality weapons with Carl and Ashbringer around, so they should be able to parry even the attacks of the totem-ranked ogres for a while. Picking a new class really was the right choice. However, if she could get Carl to teach her that undead summoning that Ray learned, she could have a whole army on her side. Well, if she could actually use it. They were undead, and she wasn't a necromancer, and certainly not a shadow or death element specialist spellcaster. But there had to be something that she could do to increase her number of summoned supporters. Dana realized that her Epic Guard was going to love the new skills. She was an agility-type fighter, and this new class was perfect for her. On the other sides of the temple, similar scenes were playing out, with equally enthusiastic responses. Tessa looked at the heavily armored knight image standing in front of her. Dragon Crusader. The Dragon Crusader is a chosen knight of the war god, blessed with holy magic and the physical skills to enforce the Red Dragon's will. Compliance creates an area of oppression 10 meters per user rank, and grants the Dragon Crusader the physique of a red dragon at their own rank. The skill tree had healing, buffing and combat skills, all more powerful than any that she already possessed. Holy Slash was a particularly impressive one. 200% of weapon damage is holy damage, and functionally identical to the warrior's slash skill, but with a much lower energy requirement. With that, she could effectively fight from Thor's back in a crowd, instead of simply throwing spears at the enemies a few at a time. Tessa used some available skill points to choose the skill inside in satisfaction. This was a good class, and she didn't truly lose her status as a holy warrior of the Red Dragon. She briefly wondered how Thor would respond to her having a dragon's strength, but quickly realized that he would just be even happier that she was both powerful and scaled. Thor was easy to please. Ophelia had a few classes to choose from, but the final decision was an easy one. Ursine Avenger was an oddball of a class, but somewhat in line with the previous Berserker classes she had used. The skills were all combat and regeneration skills, as well as personal damage buffs. But it had more of a group focus than before, with a taunt skill, and a damage transfer skill, to absorb a bit of what was done to other group members. That wasn't really necessary in this guild, but Ophelia could see how it would be a godlike ability for an average group to have the fast regenerating tank absorb damage done to weaker members. It also included bestial regeneration, a skill that Carl used to grant them, before he got a stronger version in trollish regeneration, and then void body. While the others considered the combat implications, Lotus was thoroughly enjoying her advancement screen. Nature's Helper was basically a more powerful green dragon cleric. She got a more powerful area healing spell, mana reductions to her healing abilities, and one truly awesome ability. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Negates hostility from wild beasts and magical creatures as long as the caster does not instigate any hostile actions. This was quite simply the best class ever. There were some other skills, like an even more advanced food creation spell, better plant growth abilities, incubation, to protect pregnant beasts and fertilized eggs, but that all paled in comparison to a spell that let her hug all the fluffy things. Though, when she thought about it, she used less mana and regenerated more now. She could do all sorts of extra things while she was in Tree of Life form, and not just focus on sending the healing birds to the most wounded. That would be great. She could do something like grow vine beds under her branches, so the wounded had places to rest. She could be her own mobile triage center. Further down the Overlord-ranked temple, forgotten by Carl and Kara in the excitement of their completion, Noctia smiled as she saw the new class advancement. Junior Reaper, Cleric class. Black Dragon exclusive. Class skill, Reclamation. Increases all death element damage done by 50% and reduces healing received by the target of death element attacks by 50% for 10 minutes. That would make it nearly impossible to resurrect her enemies, unless the effect was cleansed first, but it would also reduce their ability to fight back, while boosting her own damage. An improvement in her goddess favor with no visible drawbacks. The trial faded as the last of the choices were made, and Carl found himself standing on the roof of the temple, surrounded by dozens of dwarven clerics. Then, the rest of the group appeared around them, both Carl's teammates and the totem-ranked dwarves they had brought. Did everyone get what they came for? Carl asked, looking directly at Lotus, who was the most likely to have flaked out. The little cleric gave him 2 thumbs up. I got the perfect new spell for my new class. I shall be unstoppable, Lotus declared proudly. In combat, or while searching for friends and snacks? Tessa asked seriously. The second one. Lotus replied, not at all concerned that she wasn't aligned with her friend's priorities. Carl turned to Dana, who beamed a smile at him. I got the Mystic Blademaster class, with auto parry and increased attack speed. Very combat focused, and it will buff my golem's blade skills as well. Oh, very nice. I will have to see if I can find another golem type spell that will work for you. Like Ahmad, the more golems you have, the better, Carl agreed. Beside them, a dwarven cleric cleared his throat. If you don't mind cutting the reunion short, there are still some ogres in the city to take care of, and we are hoping to get the remaining totems into the portal before it closes. That made sense. The primary advantage to the trial was the ability to upgrade a class. Most of the dwarves still had the one that they got as children, and they would have long since capped them out by the time that they reached totem rank. Most of them would have had enough skill points to get the whole skill tree by somewhere in the royal rank at the latest. Alright, we can take this group to try out their new skills, and relieve the others. As long as we don't kill the last ogre before the totems are all in the trial. There is only a small chance that they won't all be able to try, Carl agreed. Usually, the trial or dungeon would stabilize for a period of time after the monsters were gone, but this one was stable enough to enter now. So, if they got everyone in before the state changed, then they could let the rest of the population argue about who went next afterwards. It was a good system, as everyone with power would be available to mediate, and they wouldn't have much personal interest in the outcome. There were sure to be some conflicts of interest, family members, staff, old friends. But those were normal and expected. With so many there, and in public, it would be hard to push for an exception without raising the ire of the people. One after another, the group hopped down from the roof of the temple, with Lotus opening her arms to throw herself at Carl. He caught the much smaller cleric, then spun her in a circle before setting her on the ground. Alright, we're all here. Let's go find some ogres. Dana moved her golems to run at the front of the pack, an odd tactical choice, if she had not just gained a new defensive skill for them which may enable them to survive against the ogres. How well it would work was questionable, as they were still bound by their own physical limits, but they would find out soon enough. The first battle was only a few blocks away, and with Carl's entire group, plus 2 more totems, the fight would not take long. The other totems had spread out in pairs, intending to form a trio when they found the other defenders, and then relieve them, so the other could go to the trial. The golems engaged a pair of ogres who were fighting with a dwarven warrior, who had a large group of children behind him, rescued from a destroyed building. Steel rang against hardwood as the golems parried the first attacks, marking the longest that they had survived against a totem-ranked threat so far. Warrior, take the children to the temple. There is a trial there, and you need to enter it as soon as possible. Carl instructed as the other dwarves ran up behind them, cursing their short legs. The newly arrived pair of totem-ranked warriors nodded, and the rescued warrior left immediately with his young charges. Carl took out the Blade of Champions and the Haint Claw, and charged one of the ogres. Dana, have your golems tag-team the other, see how they do, he instructed. One-on-one was too much to ask, but if they could back each other up, they might actually survive a little while with a 2-rank disadvantage. Carl knocked the ogre's club to the side, and the giant monster lashed out with its other fist. Carl punched to intercept the strike, with Void Blast on his hand. 2 booms in rapid succession shook the already damaged buildings, and sent out a shockwave that cracked one dilapidated wall. But the match was not equal. Carl was stronger now, and Void Blast mangled the ogre's hand. The other matchup didn't go nearly as well for the defenders. The ogre knew just how to deal with auto parry. It put both hands on the club and simply smashed it down on the golem's head. The mismatch in strength was too high, and while the club was slightly deflected, the force shattered the golem's arms and then crushed the entire right side of its body. There was still one more golem, though. It might not be a lot of defense against the ogre, but it was enough time for everyone to get in position, including Kara, who had a new technique for dealing with the ogres. Just like the dwarves were doing, she went straight for the back of the knees, then tied their ankles together with the chunk of silk rope that she had been using as a garrote wire. When the ogre tried to move, it collapsed and left itself vulnerable to Carl's attacks. Between Carl, Kara and a few hits from one of the dwarves, the fallen ogre was finished in under a minute, only seconds ahead of the one that the rest of the group was focused on. Let's move on and help clear the other spots as well. Most of them should be covered by now, but there is no telling if there are still ogres roaming loose in the city at this point. One of the dwarven warriors suggested. Carl gestured south towards the closest sounds of ogres and battle, and the dwarf quickly led the way through the side streets. Unlike most cities Carl had been in, the streets were winding, but not random. They were designed as defensive fortifications, so there were deliberate dead ends, and the roads all bent around the central circle, so it was easier to sneak up on invaders if you knew the layout of the city, and started at the middle. They turned a corner and found that an overlord-ranked beastkin mage group was following the same tactic that Carl used, and had encircled the intersection, trapping the lone ogre in the middle as they bombarded it with spells, then teleported out of reach when it charged them. Ray leapt an entire city block to land on the monster's back, and began punching holes in it as if the ogre had no damage reduction at all. What sort of skill is that? The dwarf on Carl's left whispered. Predation. She gets a larger than usual bonus from it, and it basically ignores their damage reduction. Carl replied quietly as he took out his bow. The ogre wasn't going to last long now that Ray had it on the ground and tied up, but he should at least put in a bit of effort to help. The arrow landed in the ogre's neck with a heavy thunk, and the creature gurgled on blood, thoroughly defeated. The mages cheered, and Lotus set up her healing totems, just in case they were wounded. "Do you have someone who can resurrect?" one of the mages shouted. "We do. Bring them here and we will help," Lotus replied, then turned into the Tree of Life. That would let her find any hidden wounded or dead nearby who could still be resurrected, and it would save time if they were buried under rubble. Of course, they would still be trapped under the rubble, but they could at least call for help as they were continually healed. The mages brought out the body of a totem-ranked mage, as well as a half-dozen more overlords. They were likely all from the same faction or group, but the casualties today were horrendous. Fortunately, it appeared that the losses were recent, as Lotus had them all breathing again within a few seconds, and they were working on the healing process. That made Carl question what had been going on since they entered the trial. "How long has it been since the battle started?" Carl asked. "Almost an hour now." The mage closest to him sighed, then slumped against the base of Lotus Tree. That was the realization that Carl and the others needed. Their 48 hours in the trial had been mere minutes outside. It hadn't been days of grinding battle while they were in the trial with a handful of the city's strongest defenders. In hindsight, it was likely a tactical mistake to take them into the trial before the ogres were dealt with, as if they were really gone for 2 days, things could have gone very poorly for the city of Banner. But that was the last of the concerns on the mages' minds. Banner really is cursed, isn't it? First, it was cursed with drought and famine. Then with the illusion that created undead and a false facade. Then we find out that the city lord was incompetent. Now we have a monster spawn inside the city walls. This can't be a coincidence. Something has been messing with the mana flow in the region and affecting probability. The totem-ranked mage that had just been resurrected insisted. The other dwarves nodded. The odds that all that would happen to one city in rapid succession were astronomical. Carl was about to comment, but decided not to raise new red flags while they were still fighting the ogres. Instead, he went with, "We will wait here until everyone is mobile again. Then you can join the group as we clear the remaining ogres. The totem should head for the temple, though. There is a trial there, and the council wants all the totems to go through before it closes. There is a chance for a class advancement." The aging mage smiled. "A class advancement, you say? Well, I can see how they would want to make sure all the totems made it through first. Do you think they would be offended if I brought my students with me?" Carl turned to the other dwarves, who simply shrugged. "There's only one way to find out. Go ahead, there is safety in numbers, even if they make the overlords wait until the totems have gone through." The dwarven warrior insisted. Carl was fairly sure he was on the council as well, but at the moment he wasn't really concerned with making decisions that could easily be countermanded when the group reached the portal. Carl gestured to another group, and Lotus transformed back to her natural form. "Good luck, try not to get clubbed on your way there. Just go straight to the temple, we have groups out hunting the remaining ogres," Lotus instructed. Once they came back with improved classes, they would be more powerful and more capable, so it was better not to delay. The next ogre already had a pair of reinforcements, and it was nearly dead by the time that Ray, Shadow stepped over to deliver the coup de grace CE. The dwarves nodded in thanks, and joined the growing army of totems moving through the city at a run, looking for leftover ogres. "Turn right, there is a wounded one hiding," Hawk instructed. "This way. One escaped from a fight, and it's trying to lie low, our flying scout found it." The group turned to find one heavily wounded ogre and a trail of blood leading off toward the wall. The dwarves dealt with the wounded one as soon as they arrived, and Carl led the way down the trail of blood to see what was at the other end. It might be a wounded totem, or there might be more ogres fleeing from battle. Carl frowned in confusion as he saw the scene at the city walls. "Ray, were you already here?" Ray walked over to admire the work, then transformed into her humanoid form. "They've got great taste, but this isn't my work. I left one like this on the east wall. Maybe they're copying me?" she replied as she inspected the ogre corpses pinned to the wall with large metal spikes. There were 2 bloody spikes with no corpse attached, marking the spot where the ogre had escaped from. Sloppy, not making sure they were secure. "I know this smell, though. It's a vampire, likely a system user with earth and shadow magic," Ray explained. "There just isn't any good news today, is there?" the dwarven warrior sighed. Ray shrugged. "Maybe it's on your side?" The mere thought of that made the dwarves laugh. The undead were never on anyone's side but Lord Bomgon's. There were no native undead clans in the region. They had long since been eliminated, so any undead that you found here were all invaders. Lotus sniffed the air. "There is only ogre blood here, though. I can see the damage from the fight, but there is no vampire blood." The dwarves frowned. "So, whatever vampire did this, managed to do it without suffering any wounds?" Lotus shrugged, but Ray had an idea. "They might be the sort that regenerates and pulls their blood back in. I have a skill like that, to empower myself with blood. They might have just cleaned up some of their mess." The dwarves turned to each other and shrugged. "Well, let's go look for living ogres. The faster we find them all, the faster we can get back to the tavern to celebrate." However, the sounds of fighting were dying down all over the city, and Hawk's updates mostly covered ogres being engaged by multiple pairs of dwarven totems. There were now more capable overlord and totem-ranked defenders than ogres, and the fights that remained were on the far side of the city. So, Carl's mission turned to rescue. As they passed by the damaged buildings, everyone listened carefully for anyone who might be trapped or wounded, and Lotus kept her healing totems active at all times, just in case they needed a little help to make their presence known. She could also feel the condition of everyone that they healed, but so far, none of them were in critical condition. The spell covered a city block on either side of their route, but the actual destruction was more limited in scale. The ogres had mostly been engaged near where they had appeared, unless they chased a group of civilians. So, entire blocks were destroyed, and then for dozens of blocks around them, there was little to no damage. The remaining durability of the dwarven stone structures was quite impressive. Carl had expected the aftermath of the battles to cause more destruction than one city block at a time. The dwarves led them through the city, searching for damaged sections, and making notes of what parts of the city were in the worst shape, in need of immediate repairs. That data would all be added to the battle damage, as the entire city would need renovation after this. Realistically, it would make more sense for this to be a historical site, not an active city, but dwarves loved places with loads of history. The state of the city is even worse than I remember it. With the illusion in place, nobody was doing the essential repairs and maintenance. This could be the end for the city, at least the above-ground portions. The underground and tunnels weren't part of the spell, so they're all still in good shape, but I'm not sure that anyone but the dwarves would want to live down there. Can you imagine a whole city of subterranean beastkin? One of the dwarves joked. Kara shrugged from her spot on Carl's shoulder. Oh, right. Some of them share the genes of burrowing animals, don't they? I suppose that we might not lose everyone else, but we are going to have to relocate a large portion of the city until the repairs can be made. Dana gestured toward a building that looked pretty good. You might be able to get away with fewer relocations than you expect. The buildings that aren't going to fall down at any moment can remain occupied. Were there many vacant homes in the city? She asked. The dwarf laughed and shook his head. None. New arrivals all have to move to the underground. So, we don't get many new residents. Homes on the surface only come vacant a few a year, as our slums and low-income areas are all subterranean. It's not lost on me that the slums are the one part of the city that didn't take any damage in the attack. I saw the reports when the monster spawn started, and there were no ogres underground, even in the areas where they could stand upright. That tracks with the history books. The monster spawns are always on the surface, and there has never been one inside a buried dwarven city, even when the entire mountain they were built on was besieged. Dana smiled. So, there is a way to make this painless. You can remind the city of that fact, and point to it as a safe place to wait for renovations. Those whose houses have been lost can be encouraged to move below ground for safety while the city is rebuilt, and then back into their homes when everything is fixed. I don't know what sort of arrangement you've got for the rebuilding, but it should work well enough that you won't lose too many of your skilled craftsmen. That will kill a city faster than anything else. The dwarf gave her a surprised look. Wise words, young lady. There is a renovation fund because all the buildings are historic, and the city lord put rules on changing them. I don't know if there is anything left in it at all, but it is supposed to take care of fixing things as the buildings age. It is part of the taxes that everyone pays every year, like a condo fee, if you come from somewhere that is familiar with the concept. Carl chuckled and wondered who might be living in his condo in the GDN capital right now. Dana nodded. Yeah, we're familiar with the annual fees. Bunch of vultures, always easy to collect, slow to make any repairs. The dwarf snorted in amusement. Sounds like you know exactly the issue we're about to face, a bureaucracy. Carl folded his hands in the symbol of the dragon church. I feel for you, brother. Facing the full terror of bureaucracy alone. I will send prayers your way. The totem-ranked dwarf gave Carl a suspicious look. What do you mean, alone? Well, we don't live here, now do we? So, the whole aftermath is really a you problem, not a me problem. So, while you work out all the details with your fellow totem-ranked leaders, I will bring my group back to the tavern, and we can help them patch up a few of the larger problems with our limited earth magic, Carl explained. The dwarves frowned. They had forgotten that he didn't live here. His team had made quite the name for themselves today, with multiple overranked kills. But they had only just arrived, and they would be heading out again in a few days. Well, we could ask you to be an advisor, but you have a point. A combat specialist isn't likely to be necessary for a policy meeting. No matter how little we want to go. The dwarf agreed with a slight sigh. Carl shook hands with the totems, and they all went their own way to look after their own affairs. The group's progress was slow, as Lotus stopped every time she felt someone in need of healing in range of her spells. Some were injured in battle. Some were just sick. But Lotus waited for the effects to help everyone they passed. At that pace, it took them an hour to get back to the inn, and they had a whole entourage of old ladies and children following them by the time that they made it to the town square. But the battle was over, and most of them just wanted a safe escort to see how bad the damage was. The center of the city near the tavern was in rough shape, but the streets were wide, and the battles had been over fairly quickly. Carl and the majority of the city's warriors had been gathered nearby for the announcement, so the ogres hadn't had time to rampage. But the buildings were still in bad shape with the illusion gone. "Would you like us to give the building a bit of a facelift and fix the roof?" Carl asked the innkeeper, who was looking over the area outside his inn with deep concern. "You have earth magic?" Carl nodded. "Not much. But we can reshape stone easily enough. That will eliminate the cracks and crumbling bits. The whole place is made of stone, so a bit of revitalization is all that it will take. After all, you already did the inside." The building would end up a few centimeters thinner in the walls when they were done repairing that much damage, but they were most of a meter thick now. It shouldn't be a problem. The innkeeper nodded, and Ray coated the building in magic, fixing all the cracks in the stone, and the worst of the crumbling outer sections. She left the aged patina, but now it was as solid as the day it was carved. The dwarf smiled as he ran his hand over the building. "That is perfect. Not as pretty as it appeared before, but now it doesn't feel like it might fall apart." Then he paused. If only it was still a meter thick. Ray's confused look made Carl laugh. Dwarves are sensitive to stone. He can tell the difference between a meter of stone and 99 centimeters of stone over his head. It's like a painting that has been hung slightly crooked. The nearby dwarves nodded. "It's hard to explain, but knowing that the roof won't fall on our head is a good start until we can find a talented enough earth mage to get it just right." Ray had a realization. If you can feel the depth of the stone, then the stone relief carvings of dwarven architecture are more than just visual preference. An old dwarf nodded. "The volume of stone left, how thick it is, how far from the floor, how much of the stone flows across the surface. It all lends a particular feeling to the room. Dwarves can literally feel the difference between an amateur, an imitation and a true master's work." Ray nodded. She was good with earth magic, but not that good. Maybe she should work on it. She could add it to her art portfolio. A few more locals came over with hopeful looks, and Carl waved them over. "Lady Ray and I can both use some level of earth magic. So, if you would like your buildings patched, we can fix the structure for you. As you saw, it takes some time, but we will try." Carl did his best on the buildings on the surrounding blocks, and while it wasn't pretty, he did manage to make them all structurally sound again. Following Ray's lead, he didn't change the exterior much, other than to make sure it was solid stone again. But that was becoming the aesthetic of the city now, as involuntary as it might have been. Every dwarf with enough magic was doing the same thing, just patching buildings to make them solid instead of spending the hundreds of hours it would take to make them perfect. However, his instincts for stone were a bit better than Ray's, and he adjusted the walls to be 98 centimeters. That left enough stone that the roof could be returned to 100, so that the "just slightly wrong" feeling faded. He took a break for dinner and returned to the inn, where most of the group was waiting for him. Carl took a seat in the crowded booth and wrapped his arm around Dana. "Well, that was an interesting day. Does everyone want to leave in the morning, or should we stay for one more day and see if there is more we can do here?" he asked. Tessa smiled. "I think that we can leave. There has been enough chaos in the city for one day. There is no way to prove it, but I am starting to suspect that our presence affects probability, and that feeling got even stronger after whatever happened to Kara in the trial." "But why didn't the others change?" Carl shrugged. "The trial is supposed to be for system users, but apparently Kara has the favor of an old god, while the others are under the jurisdiction of the spider or beast gods. So, she could participate, but the others could not." Tessa nodded. "That makes sense in a way, but her chaotic aura will be a problem." In her space, Kara snorted in amusement. She didn't see the problem. Chaos was fun. Dana sipped dwarven ale, then tapped the table to get everyone's attention. "I think that Tessa is right. We are literally attracting chaos to us at this point. Whether it is Kara or that old dragon as the focal point, it might be better if we spent some time in the wilderness until it calms down," she suggested. Carl had considered that before they left Drode, but he didn't think that it could get so extreme that it might touch off a series of events like this. Matilda would be rolling with laughter if she knew. Ophelia nodded. We might still be on the weaker side for the region, but I think that we should be alright wandering the wilderness. Or, at least, less likely to get stuck in the middle of a tragedy than hanging around the cities. Carl changed the topic as the waitress came over to their table in the mostly deserted inn. As a thank you all for your assistance, I dug out the good whiskey from the cellars. There will be more people here soon. They're just checking on all the houses, now that the head count is mostly complete. The waitress explained as she set a gallon-sized wooden cask on the table. She was right. Within an hour, the place was packed, and the boss was bringing out dinner for everyone, in celebration of winning the battle within the city. Have you heard? A lot of the bodies went missing. We have confirmed kills all over the city, and plenty of signs of battle, but the corpses have vanished. One of the dwarves was attempting to whisper to his friend. Attempting, as he was quite drunk, and shouting in what should have been a whispered tone. Were the bodies supposed to be left for cleanup crews? Carl asked a wolf-eared beastkin at the next table. No, it's just strange that so many of them are missing. I can see them being looted clean by the street kids and scavengers, but who would take a whole ogre? They're certainly not edible, the man explained. Well, some of them were claimed by Lady Ray. She has uses for them that don't involve eating ogre flesh, Carl offered. The beastkin looked at the transformed spider, who waved at him. Oh, that makes sense. Magical beasts often gain power from their kills. I will explain that to the totems when they come asking around. Ray giggled. They should already know. They were there for a number of the battles where I claimed the corpses. It's not really a secret, and I let them loot what they wanted first. The tavern got more packed by the minute as the repairs to the nearby buildings were finished, and everyone started to look for somewhere to spend the night. The council members say that we can take rooms in the underground city. They haven't been used in centuries since the population shrunk. But they're safe enough. That's a good start, but getting them clean and safe to sleep tonight could be an issue. One woman complained loudly from the far side of the room. Well, we're dwarves. We can just drink until we pass out at the table and sleep here. A man at her table announced, clearly intoxicated. David, we have the children with us. What? I'm already too drunk to walk that far. One night sleeping in the tavern won't hurt them any. Carl chuckled and gave Ray a questioning look. The spider nodded in agreement, and Carl went to talk to the innkeeper. I can have Lady Ray make cots or hammocks in all the rooms, enough to sleep 20 in what is now a twin bed unit. It'll be cramped, but it should be fine for the kids for the night, and you can keep the hammocks, Carl offered. You would give up your room? The dwarf asked, startled. I have a separate space where my people can rest. It's no real hardship for me and my team. The dwarf nodded. If you've got something set up, that's fine by me. Did you need anything? Carl shook his head. I will open the separate space from a safe location so that we don't accidentally get trapped in it and have to blast our way out. But other than that, we have what we need. If the number of people who can't find a place to sleep gets too high, we can start setting something up outside as well. Like, a large tent or something. Carl turned to go back to the table, but bumped into a small catgirl who was standing right behind him, staring up and waiting. Sorry about that. Can I help you, little one? The girl smiled. I got my system today. You got a funny name. Carl is a funny name? I suppose it's not so common everywhere. The girl shook her head. There are lots of dwarves named Carl. But your name has pretty silver decorations around it. I don't see those on anyone else. Carl shrugged. I can't see my own nameplate. The conversation made the rest of the room turn to look at Carl's name on the system interface. She's right. What is that? It's nothing I've seen for a guild leader or a war champion. One of the beastkin asked. Yeah, I don't think it's to do with his class either because the name itself is still a dark red. What is with the decoration? Lotus poked Noctia. As the oldest and wisest of them, she should have some answers. But she had never seen anything like it either. The locals all discussed it, but nobody had seen a name decorated like that before. I wonder if it's a reward for doing fun things? Like a special sticker for having a good day at school, the little girl suggested. That was as good of an explanation as anyone else had come up with. Carl suspected that it was actually to do with the advancement of his constitution, as someone would have mentioned it earlier if it had been active more than a day or two. Most of what happened in the trial instance was just optimizing his constitution, so that had to be the change that had triggered the nameplate change. Maybe he really was a boss monster now? Like a whole quality rank higher than normal people? The locals turned out to be exceptionally organized, and when Carl stepped outside to check on the state of the city, hundreds of tents had been set up. A fire was going to replace the streetlights that were destroyed, and someone in the distance was calling out to come to the soup pot if you hadn't eaten. It looks like they have everything taken care of well enough. If you want to start sending the sleepy patrons to the rooms. Ray has finished setting up hammocks along all the walls. She made frames of earth magic, so you can just take them down in the morning by untying them. Carl explained as he came back in. The innkeeper nodded in thanks. All right everyone, listen up. The rooms have been made communal for the night, thanks to our demonic guest and his team. There are hammocks hung in all the rooms. If you're tired, just find somewhere to sleep for the night. Most of the younger ones and the single parents went up to the rooms, where Carl could hear laughing and cheering from the kids. Swinging in hammocks was fun, and there were soft blankets. The parents who didn't go up to the rooms early just kept drinking, as did Carl's group, until Lotus began falling asleep at the table. Carl opened the tiny world against the wall by their table, and the ladies all filtered inside. Today had enough excitement already, and they had no intentions of passing out at a table like the dwarves were. The innkeeper looked inside the dim space curiously. All that he could see that was it looked like grassland, but he couldn't tell how large it was. I will move the entrance, that was just more convenient to let everyone head for bed, Carl explained. The innkeeper motioned for Carl to follow him. If you set it up here, in the keg room, nobody will bother you. I've got all I need for the evening, and the staff won't be in here until breakfast tomorrow. That entrance isn't large, it should fit along the wall, he offered. That would be greatly appreciated. I will leave it open in case of emergency, but warn your server not to enter without knocking. Lady Ray will likely be on guard all night, and she's been known to eat intruders. The old man laughed. In that case, I can think of a few people who I would love to send to get you for breakfast, if I could trust them in the keg room. Ray poked her head out the entrance, which was near the guild house replica, but facing the grassland. I don't mind, really, but I'll be in spider form. I don't like sleeping as a humanoid. The innkeeper turned to listen to something from upstairs, then nodded. All right. I will see you all for breakfast. The door is kept latched, but you can open it from the inside if you need out. Carl nodded. No worries, I can open portals as well. If there wasn't a good spot here, we would have just moved to somewhere in the wilderness to set up camp. The innkeeper shook his head. That's even less safe than staying in a crumbling city. The wilderness has some truly devious sorts of beasts in it. Oh, the dwarf shook his head at Carl. Perhaps that was the wrong thing to say to a monster man and his band of feral adventurers. But we can talk about it in the morning, I need to get upstairs. When he left, Carl entered the tiny world and mentally scanned for Dana. He should meditate for the night, to help integrate some of his new power and try to push towards totem rank a bit faster. But meditating alone was boring. Unfortunately, Dana already had a sleeping partner, and moving a sleepy badger was incredibly difficult when Kara locked her claws through the hammock. However, there was a backup plan. Instead of meditating in bed, he would have Ray make him a swinging chair. And he could sit under the branch of a large tree, facing the entrance, so he would see what was happening if Ray alerted him. Once Carl was settled into his swinging chair, he called the Lamia bodyguards, so that Ray could get a bit of sleep. She had a busy day, and a spider needed her beauty sleep, so she could dream of all the glorious carnage of the day. And Ray had inflicted a lot of carnage to dream about today. Ray slept in the tree that Carl was swinging under, while Carl focused on his work. His adapted body seemed to absorb power without any obstacles at all, and it was growing steadily as he drained the day's influx from the Haint Claw and Sword of Champions. He wasn't the only one that had changed, though. Carl could feel the beginnings of a separate will in the Haint Claw, which was technically a sapling of a full-grown Haint. Most likely, it was supposed to take decades or centuries to grow into a fully sentient weapon, like Leafa. But with the extra feeding and the advantages of Carl's class, it wasn't going to take much longer, and it would be awakened. The Blade of Champions was showing no similar signs of sentience, but the power level from multiple nearby totem kills was absolutely ridiculous. While the combat power difference between the Overlord and totem rank wasn't all that large, if you didn't consider the damage reduction, the purity and potency of the soul and life energy was on a whole other level. As Carl understood it, totems were expected to live many times their standard lifespan, and that was reflected in the energy that had been collected from them. The tiny world was quiet through the night as Carl focused on adding energy to the 9 stars in his mental space, and to his body. Between the two, He could force his power to grow smoothly, and while he briefly considered moving on to another pattern, this one was working so well that he didn't want to mess with it yet. Ray woke up just before breakfast, after a much longer nap than was usual for her. Like Carl, her growth speed was unprecedented, and the extra power that he was pouring into everyone's spaces had the comforting feeling of a warm blanket, which made it rather difficult to want to get out of bed. It took her a while to determine what the change was that was making the power so comforting, but once she did, Ray silently celebrated. The energy quality had changed, coming in straight at totem rank, though Carl hadn't actually advanced. It was simply that his mental power was so high that he didn't have to refine the energy downward to be able to store it. So, the stored energy from the weapons was passed around, forcing everyone's level upwards as their bodies adapted, and the feeling was incredibly pleasant. A soft bell rang at the entrance to the tiny world, and Carl's eyes shot open. An elderly dwarven woman was standing at the portal, on the keg room side, waiting for someone to answer with a shocked expression. Now that the sun was coming up in the tiny world, it was obvious how large this pocket dimension was, and she had not been prepared to see anything like it. "Good morning. You must be the innkeeper's little sister." Carl greeted her, and the old woman laughed. "A natural flirt, you are. I'm his mother, and breakfast is ready, if you want to gather your ladies to eat before it gets too crowded. The overnight crowd are already up and about, but we've reserved your table for the morning." Carl sent a system message and a mental note for Kara and Thor to wake everyone up to eat, then waited as the sound of movement came from the house. "The ladies should be along shortly. Ah, there they are. We will be right up." The dwarf nodded and grabbed a barrel of ale. "Grab 2 more of those on your way up, would you? You're a strapping young lad." "Of course. Where do you want them?" "Behind the bar. I've already cleared the racks for them." To think that brat managed to go through 3 kegs in a day. How much work was he planning to make for me and his father? She grumbled as she stomped up the stairs. Ray transformed and straightened her black lace dress. "I have a good feeling about today. There is a freshness in the air, like everything has been reset and anything is possible." Carl had no idea what she meant by that, but the atmosphere in the tavern when he brought the kegs up to put behind the bar was lively and hopeful. A far cry from what he was expecting of a city full of dwarves whose city had just been crushed by a totem-ranked ogre spawn. "Morning, Monster Man." One of the beastkin greeted Carl as he took his seat at the large table with Ray. "It seems everyone is in a good mood this morning." Carl replied smoothly as the waitress brought out mead instead of ale to go with their morning meal. The beastkin nodded. "We got our newly assigned city lord about an hour ago, and it's got everyone in high spirits. They sent us a druid, but she's got stone magic." Carl smiled. "Mythic ranked stone magic. Now, that sounds like exactly what the city needs today." The beastkin's round ears flicked in amusement. "And as a druid, they can help deal with the crop issues. The curse might have been broken, but the fields are still in bad shape, and the big storm didn't quite reach us. The irrigation channels are starting to run low already, but it was enough to get the crops growing. With a mythic ranked druid, we should be able to lean on the new leader for the essentials to keep the city on track. Plus, she's a hybrid. Part fox, part dwarf." Ray smirked at the man. "We should keep the nature priestess away from her, then." The man laughed and nodded in agreement. "Definitely, she's short and stout, but she's got that fox cuteness that makes her look like a young woman, even at 100 years old. We're all going to have to watch ourselves to avoid a beating." Breakfast arrived just as the ladies got seated, and Tessa gave Carl a strange look. "You feel odd today. A bit more monstrous than I remember. I wonder if that change to your nameplate is more than just a cosmetic effect," she suggested. Carl shrugged. "I also made great progress with my meditation last night. The energy stored from the ogres is excellent for my progress." Ophelia tilted her head as she examined him. "Your aura has improved as well. I think that's from the gains at the trial, though. The new skills you got. Why didn't you choose to upgrade your class? Something better than you've already got would have to be absolutely monstrous." "I agree. But I was already given the requirements to upgrade my class to the next in the series, and I have to be totem ranked, with all my beast spaces filled or combined to remove the empty ones. I didn't want to change the progression path without a good reason, so I went for the status optimization. I can't say that it was the wrong choice. I've definitely gained power. But we will still need to find a dungeon or trial after I advance so that I can complete the class change." Carl informed her quietly, so he wasn't giving all the details to the whole tavern. Dana speared a chunk of potato with her fork. How about we travel on the ground for a while? We're headed inland anyhow, so we might as well see if we can trigger any lucky encounters that we wouldn't have if we just flew over, looking for the big events. Thor perked up. That's not a bad idea. We could have a wagon. A wagon trip would make traveling much more fun. Tessa laughed. Of course, Thor would be all in on any plan that involved him pulling a wagon. It might not be the most practical way, now that he was huge, but he could shrink his size to something appropriate for the task, and it would keep him from getting bored during a long trip. At the next table over, a young dwarf with an odd gold medallion around his neck raised his mug to toast them. We could use more adventurers in the wilderness. I'm with the 11th Narazir Regiment, stationed 100 or so kilometers northwest of here, near where we have had an outbreak of desert monster spawns lately. A few more wandering groups with your power would do a world of good in both reporting and controlling the problem, he announced. That could be a good spot for us to start. Are they rank appropriate for our group, monarchs and overlords? Carl asked. A bit heavy on the overlords, but I haven't seen a totem ranked spawn in the region until now. Most of the problem now isn't even the new spawns, it's the thousands and thousands of monsters left over from old ones. They just wander the region, insane and causing chaos. Most of them are at least desert creatures, but you will find some that are truly out of place in the dry environments. We fought a group of water buffalo not too long ago. Carl gave him a confused look. I thought water buffalo lived in arid regions? The dwarves nearby all laughed. Different water buffalo. These ones are the monarch-ranked water magic-wielding version of the common animal, which is now extinct in this region. That made sense. There wouldn't be many common-ranked creatures left with such powerful and hungry monsters, and certainly not ones from large prey species. Does that mean they're extra juicy? Hawk wondered. How large are the monster versions? Carl asked. About 5 meters tall. Solid muscle too. The dwarf replied with a shrug. Definitely sounds juicy. Hawk sighed. Well, perhaps we'll see some on our trip. A tasty monster never goes wrong in the skillet, Carl joked. The dwarves laughed, then one of them pulled a stool up to the end of the table to speak with Carl's group. If you're going on a road trip, I suppose that you'll need a wagon, won't you? Or do you have one in storage? He asked. Actually, we will need one. A fairly large and sturdy one. Not just because we have a group traveling, but for bulk trade goods, should we find the right opportunity. Past experience tells me that even if we don't intend to, it's better to have the ability to move bulk goods than to put the ladies in a packed carriage. We have often used a farmer's cart in the past, with a hoop canvas cover, Carl explained. The dwarf nodded. I have one like that in my shop's yard. The traders and farmers hate to wait when a wagon gets destroyed by monsters, so I keep some inventory. If you want to swing by on the way out of town, I can get you set up. I recall that you have a few large beasts in your group, so you should have something to pull it, yes? Thor nodded enthusiastically. We are certainly not short on beasts to pull the wagon. The dwarf finished his ale, then stood and straightened his beard. I will be cleaning up the shop. The front room took some damage, but I'm right at the north gates if you want to stop in. The wagons weren't damaged at all. Carl shook his hand and saw that the team was all ready to leave already. We will accompany you. We're headed north into the wilderness, and as the soldier suggested, we will head off to the northwest to see what we can find. Combat is the best way to advance the skills of an adventurer, and these ladies all stand a good chance of making it to Overlord soon, Carl explained. The dwarves in the tavern raised a toast to them as the team followed the carriage maker into the streets. It was already packed in the city, with everyone scrambling to get essentials, find someone for urgent repairs, or even loot damaged buildings while nobody was looking. Opportunistic thieves always did well after a tragedy. Well, the ones that were good at their craft, anyhow. Carl could hear the public flogging of at least one person caught thieving from the damaged buildings. Whether that would be the end of it, he did not know. But there was definitely whipping and a crowd denouncing a thief. The front of the carriage maker's shop was just as heavily damaged as he had suggested, and it had obviously been bashed in by an ogre during the fight. However, the blocks had been roughly refit, with only a few open chunks where stone had been crushed to powder. Two of us have some earth magic. Would you accept repairs as part of the payment? I can't say we're as good as a dwarven master stonemason, but we can keep the elements out of the shop, and ensure it won't collapse, Carl offered. The dwarf stroked his beard as he thought. If you can patch the front wall and the roof, it will cover a farmer's cart or half the cost of a merchant caravan wagon. Let me show you the one." Carl followed him out back, and saw the difference. One was roughly hewn wood, with a canvas hoop roof. That would not be an expensive wagon by any means. But the other was a masterpiece. Polished and varnished wood making up the carriage front half of the wagon, with a folding sided back half, topped by a canvas-covered hoop cover. Twice the value of a standard cart, for that would be a steal. It had a living space for the merchant and likely his guards, with room for the more expensive trade goods behind it. It even had spring steel mounts for the seat instead of the usual leather suspended bench. That wagon had potential. They were all a standardized width, to fit the ruts of every other carriage that had passed down the roads. But it was longer than even the bulk farmer's wagon, and Carl was certain that he could magically enhance the interior. If he took a few days on the road, and a totem-ranked elemental stone, he should be able to create an illusionary domain spell item. Though, that would alert the monsters with the continual spell effect. He could just open the tiny world inside the carriage portion to give everyone more room when they needed it. Nobody would question people going into a carriage and remaining there all day. "How much on top of the repairs for the merchant carriage?" Carl asked. The dwarf smiled. "Only 100 more gold coins. It's got royal rank running gear, no wagon rut will break a wheel, and the wood is dwarven ironwood. Monster resistant up to commander rank." Carl nodded and opened a trade window. "Thank you for your business. I do hope that we see you again one day, perhaps under better circumstances." The shopkeeper grabbed the wagon by its drawbars and rolled it so it was facing the open gates, then followed Carl back in so he could help Ray fix the building. She already had it nearly finished, it only took a few more finishing touches to get it just right. "We did the floor between the levels, as it was damaged, but I wasn't sure how polished you liked the surface. I just reset it to the slightly textured tiles that I am used to. It prevents slipping on wet stones after a shower," Carl offered as they completed the work. "That will work just fine. I don't actually live in the apartment over the shop, I live across the street with my wife and in-laws," he explained, with a gesture towards the back alley, away from the gates. "Ladies, our ride awaits. Thor, you can go check out the new carriage now. It's ready whenever you are. Ray might have to make a custom harness for you, but other than that, we can leave any time," Carl instructed. Thor smiled and jogged out back before transforming into a reduced-size version of himself, suited to the carriage. Everyone else climbed inside, while Carl took a seat on the driver's bench and opened the sliding panel into the carriage. "Do we have enough seats for everyone?" he asked. "More than enough. There are even folding tables in here so that we can work as we travel, as long as we don't mind the bouncing," Dana called back. Thor nodded in satisfaction and pulled the carriage out of the yard and to the gate, where the guards waved goodbye to them before returning to their inspections of the incoming wagons. Thor carried on up the road for most of an hour at a casual trot that was just slow enough not to severely jostle the ladies on the road. This carriage was better than any of the wagons they had bought before, and he could make excellent time without causing anyone discomfort. "There is a path here, I can sense the beasts that the army took this way. We should follow this path," Thor announced as they topped a ridgeline. "Follow your instincts. We should find something good if we follow the army," Carl agreed. The wagon paths were clear to anyone who passed by. The long grass had been damaged and torn from the ground by the army's passage, a column of recovering destruction surrounding deep parallel ruts from the wagons. Once they were off the road, the butterfly decided that they needed a bit more of a visual impression, and summoned illusions of 10 giant mountain goat-riding dwarven soldiers to serve as the escorts for their carriage. It made them look more like proper merchants, or perhaps some sort of dignitary, as there was only one wagon. But it also let the butterfly see more of the world directly through her illusions, instead of from her space. She still wasn't speaking, but it was the first time that Carl could recall her taking an active part in their daily activities, without any sort of threat or prompting. It was a good sign that the evolved glass-winged illusionary butterfly was beginning to stabilize her power. The skies turned shockingly clear and blue as they moved away from the city, and the grassland gave way to sand and hard-packed clay, baked by the sun. If it ever rained here, this whole region would become a soupy nightmare to travel over, but for now, it was almost like traveling over a developed road. Then, the sand got softer and deeper, and it was time for modifications. "Lotus, can you make covers for the wheels? Something half a meter wide, with a ridge down the middle, so the wagon doesn't slide sideways too badly," Carl requested. "That wouldn't work on a regular road, but out here in the sand dunes, it would keep them from sinking their wagon to the hubs." Lotus climbed out of the wagon, then shielded her eyes from the sun while Dana closed the door behind her. Remy had made ice for them, to keep the interior of the carriage cool, though she had retreated to the tiny world to work in her lab. She was way ahead on the orders for the store, but as they were headed north, they would likely lose access to the guild functions soon due to distance. Carl spotted something on the horizon. Many living creatures, all at the royal or monarch power level. "Thor, turn that way and see what we find. I can't tell what they're from here," he instructed. Hawk exited his space to fly over and start scouting for them. If there were snacks on the horizon, it was time to get out of bed. He was pretty well stocked on mice for now, but they had mentioned something about juicy water element buffalo yesterday. The heat of the desert was comforting on his wings as he soared over the sand, but what he found was highly disappointing. "It's just dwarves. It looks like they're stuck in the sand," Hawk complained. Carl laughed and encouraged Thor to keep moving. They could get some information about the area from the group, and if Thor couldn't pull their wagon from the sand, nothing could. Thor stopped at the top of the dune, in case there was a hidden oasis or something at the bottom, which would lead to them also getting their wagon stuck in the sand. Carl stood up on the seat so that the dwarves could see his bright white and black fur outlined against the blue sky. A young man was sent up the hill to greet them, and Carl noticed just how rough they all looked. "Merchant, thank goodness you stumbled across us. We were attacked by a sandworm, and we lost half our beasts. We've tried shoveling the wagons up out of the sand, but the remaining mountain goats don't have the power to get them across the soft sand," the young man explained. That was precisely why Carl had asked Lotus to widen the wheels. "Well, we can help you pull them free, but where were you going? Those wagons aren't going to do well in the soft sand," Carl asked. "East to the road. Normally, this path is pretty good, but we were chased south off the rocks, and now we're stuck." Carl nodded in understanding. "So you came from the west? How are things that way?" The young man shook his head. "The army is low on supplies. We are the backup supply caravan because the regular run didn't return last week." "All right, give me a minute to get set up, and I will get you back to the stones." Thor took that as a good sign, and called Ray out to untie him, so he could use his harness to pull the whole caravan out of the sand. He could see the path that they must have been following, and it was only a few hundred meters away. Still too far for the 4 surviving mountain goats to pull the linked wagon train. 20 wagons at once. It was a good day to be Thor. Ray brought out a rope to attach Thor to the front of the caravan, which was already hooked to the goats, with 2/3 of the harnesses empty and stacked in the bed of the front wagon. Everything was empty, so once they were out of the sand, it would be easy enough for them to simply roll their way back to the city. But sending a group like this with no proper guards seemed like a highly questionable choice to him. "Where is your escort?" Carl asked as Ray got Thor set up with a tow rope. The young man gestured vaguely. "Inside a sandworm somewhere. They sent us with a 5-man squad of overlords, but the worm caught them by surprise, and they were gone before we knew what was happening." Eating worms seemed like a bit of a step down from mice to hawk, but technically worms were bird food. He would reserve judgment until he had tasted sandworm. Ray whistled to get everyone's attention, and the wagon master brought the beasts to readiness, taut against their harnesses. Then Thor simply stepped forward, and the entire row of wagons bounced out of the ruts they were in. It was laughable how easy it was for the behemoth, even at his reduced for transit sizing. His paws barely slid as they sunk in the sand as he pulled, and the wagon team struggled to keep up with his walking pace. The ground rumbled beneath them, and Ray smirked. The sandworm was back. But it didn't go for Thor and the wagons, it went straight for Carl. The sand vanished beneath his feet, falling into a giant maw filled with rings of razor-sharp teeth as he activated swims through air to keep himself from falling. Then the giant sandworm burst up out of the dune, an overlord-ranked monstrosity that made even Thor look svelte and slender. Carl quickly equipped his weapons to attack, but Ray was already on it, tearing at the outside of the creature's thick hide. The wounds leaked yellowish blood that smelled heavily of sulfur and made the sand bubble where the droplets landed. "That's definitely not edible, it smells terrible," Hawk complained. He had gotten his hopes up, only to have them crushed by this disgusting thing. It would pay for that. In order to express his frustration with the inedible nature of the sandworm, Hawk began to bombard it with rapid fire, fireballs, but they mostly just fizzled against the hide of the beast. It's resistant to fire magic. Fire and earth elements combined, Ray noted. That was why the blood sizzled on the sand. It wasn't acidic, it was boiling hot, like molten sulfur. So, Hawk switched to Rend, which cut through the beast easily enough, now that it was most of the way out of the hole, and Carl's retreat had drawn it out onto the sand. The ladies began to unleash attacks on the gigantic monster, and Thor lamented that he had to move the wagons out of the way before he could join the fight. Especially when Tessa's new Holy Slash was so effective. Carl launched a full output, Void Blast, down the beast's gullet, and the sandworm began to turn black from the inside. A second and third attack in rapid succession turned its whole skin black, and the creature slumped to the ground. But the Blade of Champions said that it wasn't dead yet. The whole team continued to hack and blast away at the creature, but from the outside its damage reduction was truly impressive, and the blackness from the void blasts was beginning to fade by the time that Ray managed to cut through to a vital spot and the Blade of Champions pulsed with the absorbed life force of the defeated monster. The young dwarf who had been standing near Carl stood up out of the sand and dusted himself off with a reverent look on his face. I can't believe that your team took that thing out so easily. An overlord-ranked sandworm is a menace, and it usually causes at least a few casualties before even a full army unit can take it out, he gushed. Carl laughed. Most dwarves can't fly, so when it bursts up from under them, I can see how they would end up swallowed into that nasty maw. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to fight with those rows of teeth, and I could fight from the outside. The dwarf shook off his fear and straightened his uniform. Thank you. That thing's trap would have gotten us for sure if a less powerful rescue team had come for us. But now I need to get to the wagons before they run away without me. Carl laughed as he realized that was actually incredibly likely. The moment that Thor was unhooked from their wagon train, they were going to take off as fast as the remaining beasts could take them. And most of the supply team were strapping up their boots for a long run, intending to make the load as light as possible, or even help them pull. Ray untied Thor, and sure enough, as soon as the round of thankful praise was over, the wagons were moving, leaving some of the slower preparing dwarves to chase after them. Fortunately, the convoy moved slower than a dwarf's running speed, so it wasn't impossible to catch up, just tiring. The incident did give Carl and the others one important bit of information, though. They were now aware of the route that the army had used to acquire supplies, so they could follow something close to it and most likely find the problem areas with little difficulty. Driving over the sand was not only smoother but faster, as Thor didn't have any problem walking on soft ground and Lotus had modified their wagon wheels for them. Plus, driving near the ridgeline of the dunes also gave them much more visibility, and might help pull hidden monsters out of the sand for Ray to play with. The afternoon sun in the desert was blistering hot, and the dry wind had picked up, turning the whole region into a crude facsimile of a blast furnace. Carl considered calling a stop so that they could rest in the cooled shelter of the carriage, but Thor was loving the heat and sun on his scales. To the Sarrow-turned behemoth, this was as good as a spa day. He was even singing to himself, a warbling bugle of happiness, as he trotted along the sand. Only when the sun started to go down did Carl instruct him to pull into a relatively sheltered spot for the evening, so they could rest. Once it was dark, Ray would take over the watch, and until she was ready for her evening duties, the Lamia bodyguards would keep watch. Their species also liked the heat, and weren't as inclined to wetlands as the Naga were. The Naga, Remy included, did fine in the heat. But the sand irritated them on a deeply personal level. Do you think it was so quiet today because of the sandworm? Normally, any wilderness area at least has some roaming monsters. Lotus asked as they sat down for dinner. Carl nodded. That sounds likely. That thing was huge, so it would have a big appetite. Once we're out of its territory, we should start seeing more monsters. Maybe we will find a desert cat. Tessa burst into laughter. Don't encourage her. Now that she has a class skilled to make animals not run away from her, she's definitely going to go after the first fluffy thing that she sees. Carl shrugged. I do still have one more beast space open. The power level out here is supposed to be the highest we have seen so far, so we might luck out and find another sibling. Ray tapped the table. I will have you know, we have standards. We're not taking in just any fluffy creature. Yeah, it has to be fluffy and powerful, Kara agreed. And we need a brother. We can't just let the sisters overwhelm us like this, Hawk added. Oh, we should find one with healing skills. An extra healer would be good now that the lotus tree keeps getting stuck in one spot. Thor added through the mental link. Dana poked Carl. "You're talking to everyone in your head again." Carl shrugged. "They're discussing what sort of sibling they want next. There isn't a consensus yet, but they have some standards." Ray nodded in agreement. "We need to find something that is preferably totem ranked as an infant. That way it can grow up to be mythic, and we can all follow its lead." Dana smiled. "You think that we're going to find a totem ranked infant here? And how do you propose that we get it away from its mother?" Ray smirked. "Let me worry about that part. First we need to find one." Lotus was riveted to the conversation. "Totem-ranked infant? Does that mean we get a dragon? Another dragon, I mean?" Noctia laughed. "I suspect that there would be severe fallout if Carl stole a baby dragon." "Well, left with a baby dragon. Because I can guarantee that the hatchling would likely agree to follow us just to see what happened. Baby dragons are curious like that." Lotus nodded in agreement. She had a baby divine green dragon staring through her eyes all the time, and giving her fun advice. They were definitely curious. Ophelia looked between Thor and Ray. "I don't even know what sort of new friend you would need. The group can already do nearly everything that they need to, and your regeneration speed is insane. If anything, you need a second voice of reason, so someone is there to give good advice while Thor is asleep." Ray giggled and stuck out her tongue at the berserker. "I give good advice," she insisted. Ophelia just stared at the spider, and Ray shrugged. "Well, I enjoy my advice." Everyone but Carl and Dana moved to the tiny world to sleep, while they took the folding bed in the carriage, with Ray incorporeal on the roof. They were going to leave as well, but then there would be no bait to lure in monsters during the night, and that seemed much too dull for Ray's liking. Thor was up and ready to move before it was fully light outside, so Ray got him hooked up, and the Lamia took the guard spots on the side runners of the carriage, the way that the Naga bodyguards did when they were playing merchant. Because the carriage was moving, Tessa made breakfast in the tiny world, and brought food out to Carl, who was pretending to drive the wagon. "Thanks, it looks like the speculation was right. Now that we're further from the sandworm's territory, there are plenty of monsters in the distance. Nothing that has tried to approach us so far, but I can see them every once in a while between the dunes." Carl greeted the war cleric as she came to sit beside him. "Anything dangerous?" she asked. "Nothing yet. There are some scorpions off to the north of us, about a half-kilometer. Then there is a lone royal rank monster off to the south, but I couldn't make out what it was." Tessa looked at the rising sun and sighed. "It's actually really nice out here in the desert. At least first thing in the morning. Much less humid than in Drode. But I get the feeling that whatever the undead were doing in the cities isn't going to just go away because we moved away." Carl nodded. "I expect that we will be seeing more of them soon. The monster spawn felt like the start of something. Like it was just the opening act to something much larger, or a side effect of whatever else was going on. I think that it might be possible that the system stones everyone has been looking for might be similar to the ones we found back home. Stuck in a trial instance, or a time warp, where they fade in and out. It would explain why things have gotten so strange here, and why Lord Bomgon has been sending troops." Tessa frowned. "Like how monster spawns intensified around areas where dungeons and other major trials formed. You might be onto something. Not something good, but something important." The two sat in silence for a moment, then Tessa's eyes suddenly shone red, and she stood up on the ledge in front of the seat. "There is a battle ahead. Thor, can you move faster without disrupting the carriage?" she demanded. Thor snorted and moved from a casual walk to a trot. In the soft sand, the carriage was still gliding fairly smoothly, and Thor increased his speed a bit more, until the wheels began to slide on the sand instead of rolling smoothly. It took a few minutes before they got close enough that Carl could sense the battle, but Hawk had flown up to scout. "Dwarves and beastkin on one side. I don't know what the other things are, but they don't look tasty," Hawk updated. That didn't help much, but as they approached, Carl noticed something very strange. The army was clearly fighting what looked like a monster spawn, centered around an anomaly 10 kilometers from the battle, but the monsters they were fighting were all undead. Not species that would normally be seen as undead, and not zombies. Just undead versions of strange monsters that weren't native to any region that Carl had visited before. That was unusual, but Carl assumed that the spawns could include undead. He didn't see any reason why not. However, Tessa had reacted to the battle, which meant there was more to it than a monster spawn. Those were random, and the enemies were insane and untargeted. That wasn't even close to the definition of a war. If the Red Dragon noticed this battle, it had been orchestrated between two intelligent powers. Having a war cleric along in a situation like this was better than any other early warning system, as anyone could tell you that there was an enemy there. But Tessa's reaction could tell you that they were a targeted force by a hostile nation, intended as a military force. Carl instructed the Lamia to get the others, so they were all ready when they approached the battle. If nothing else, Hawk could confirm that the power level of the combatants was mostly at or below Overlord rank. That was perfect for their group, even if they didn't have any sort of vested interest in whom the winner would be. Thor slowed on the final downhill portion of the dunes, and then took the carriage into the tiny world, as soon as the ladies got out. A tall beastkin man waved at Carl from the backlines. "Adventurer. Are you here to assist?" he called. "Might as well, as we're here. What is the situation?" "Don't get too close, I'm in zombie quarantine. Bloody undead turned an entire Scorpino spawn into undead. Now we've got to clean them up, but nobody can find the bastard who started this mess," he explained. That would explain why it alerted Tessa. This really wasn't a spawn of undead, it was a bioweapon attack. "Alright. There is a chance they might be in the anomaly on the far side of the battle. Do you want us to fight alongside your troops, or go to the flank and take some pressure off?" Carl asked. The soldier thought about it for a moment. "We're right in the middle of the fight. Might as well just pick a weakened spot and join them. Nobody will mistake you for the enemy." That was true. The undead were some sort of hybrid mix of a giant scorpion and a locust. The proportions were all off and unnatural, but the powerful rear legs let them leap dozens of meters at a time to land in close combat, where they could attack with powerful front limbs and a deadly rear stinger. Those would make terrible siblings. "They're not even cute," Kara noted as she came out to join the fight. Lotus transformed near the triage center where they had arrived, and set up her totems scattered through the triage group, so she didn't break their quarantine. Carl gave the Haint Claw to the Epic Guard, and took out his bow. It would take out more of the creatures at once than any melee attack. The Gabalese army was in bad shape, with most of the fighters infected already. Every scratch spread the undead curse, and it was nearly impossible not to get at least a little wounded when fighting an enemy like this, who could launch themselves into the battle lines and ignore the shield walls. "Who are you?" a dwarf in gilded armor asked as Carl joined the archers. "Carl, from Drode. We came to hunt monster spawns, and it seems you have found one. I've got healers at the back." The dwarf nodded, then smiled as Carl used a large-scale, void blast explosion to clear out a patch of enemies that were staring at the archers a bit too intently. "I recommend that you have the lines split. The behemoth is going to charge right through them if they don't," Carl warned. The archery division's leader turned to watch where Thor and Tessa were preparing for battle after Tessa buffed the front lines. The dwarf blew a series of short blasts on a horn trumpet, and the line parted just enough to let Thor through. The undead saw that as a chance, but with Bulwark active, the pair simply smashed through the bodies of the undead, while Consecrated Ground burned everything that tried to attack their flanks. The holy light of Tessa's attacks and Thor's defensive zone were a shining beacon in the middle of the fight, and the undead began to back away, causing them to cluster more tightly. Tighter groups made life easier for Carl and the archers, while Dana was flying directly over the duo, with her golems now helping protect Thor from attack. Then, Carl saw the strangest sight. Lotus had discarded her Tree of Life transformation, and she was riding Ophelia's enormous dire bear form into battle, with healing totems strapped to the berserker's back. "I think she was jealous of Tessa," Hogg noted as he bombarded the undead. Remy began to prepare, Apocalypse, as she watched them charge. "Definitely. Look how happy she is. I don't think I've ever seen Lotus that happy in battle before," the Naga Queen agreed. Today's Apocalypse was light on the flaming blizzard, so that the army could see to fight, but Remy increased the number of meteors in the spell to compensate. They crashed down into the hellstorm vortexes that Hawk had created in advance, and the army began to celebrate. "Does nobody use large area spells?" Carl asked the archery group's leader as the soldiers pushed forward. "Why don't you just use army-sized spells instead of infantry tactics?" the dwarf replied sarcastically. "Don't you think that we would if we could? How many classes get one of the lost grand magics as part of their skill tree? Even the mage class gets a single meteor as part of their repertoire. One meteor, not a whole battlefield worth of them at once." Asking us to just code an entire battlefield in hellfire and meteor strikes is like asking for a death dragon to show up to cheer us on." Carl laughed and pointed to the sky, where Noctia was flying with Hawk, keeping her distance as she used shadow magic to disintegrate the undead without interfering with the area spells. Smartass. The battlefield was quickly clearing under the effect of Remy's bombardment, and Carl could feel the massive amount of mana that she was drawing flowing from her space, as energy from the mental formation Carl had built circulated to help balance the drain. The energy flow was still much higher than what Carl could cover, but she wouldn't need to keep it up for long. However, compared to how things were before, the White Dragon had shown him the trick to improving the single dragon scale focal point into an actual array. It wasn't nearly as lopsided. Carl's mana regeneration was actually getting closer to being able to keep up with the sort of destruction that Remy could cause in a large battle. Carl was a bit distracted with the mana flow issues, and he nearly missed one of the undead insects flying his way. Instinctively, he responded when it was meters away, launching himself upward, and punching with his empty hand. With a disturbingly wet crunching noise, the creature simply shattered under his fist, and Carl hastily extended Ghostfire out around him to keep the aftermath from infecting the nearby soldiers. 10/10 good hit. Kara laughed as the viscera splattered far beyond Carl's hasty barrier, and the soldiers cursed. "Haha, very funny. Remy, can you put some healing totems next to me?" Remy created the totems, which cleansed the soldiers with the first pulse, but they were still filthy, and shocked by the mess that Carl had managed to make with a single bare-handed strike. "What sort of skill was that?" the archery team leader asked. "A passive combo that I have. Shatter, and crushing blows. They add damage to bare-handed strikes and blunt weapons. It might be a bit too effective," Carl replied in an apologetic tone. The dwarf took off his helmet to rub his temples. "I swear, cat demons are allergic to common sense." Carl shrugged. Maybe they were, but he wasn't a cat demon. Across the battlefield, the back row of monsters began to explode, and the dwarves turned to give Carl suspicious looks. "Hey, that time it wasn't me. Besides, those ones aren't close enough to splash on anyone, so no harm done," Carl argued. Incorporeal at the back of the battle, Ray laughed hysterically. Blood destruction worked beautifully on these things. Carl continued to fire arrows into the insectoid undead, but as he advanced in front of the rest of the archers, he noticed that they were retreating from him in a semicircle. Now, he did have damaging area effects available, but not at that distance. "I think you managed to scare the insanity out of the undead," Thor joked as he plowed through their ranks with Bulwark in a wedge in front of him. That might be an overstatement, but the undead were definitely retreating from Carl. They were also losing numbers fast, and the army was pushing forward as Remy pulled back the effects of Apocalypse. Heavily wounded, the undead insects were being quickly overwhelmed, forcing the area spells to end. But in only minutes, the swarm was surrounded and the last remnants of the threat were being herded into the encirclement by Thor and Tessa with Bulwark. "Boss, I think you should send a team into that anomaly to see what it is. Sometimes they begin to destabilize once the spawn is gone," Carl reminded the archer group's leader, who had come to fight near him. "Already on it. We've sent 4 dungeon teams that way," he explained. Above them, Hawk glowed with power as he prepared to finish the battle with Purgatory Flames. He was behind in the kill count again, but he could even those odds quickly at the end of the battle. The massive fireballs slammed into the hapless group of undead, who nearly all turned to ash the instant the spell hit them. All that was left was a small ring of insects around the outside, where they were fighting the team and the army, who he didn't want to hit with the spell. "Still a few hundred short. You waited too long, brother," Remy calculated. "Close enough," Hawk replied, satisfied that he had come close. These things weren't even edible, he was only barely interested in them. Fighting inedible enemies was boring when they weren't a water element creature. "Everyone advance. Surround the anomaly," the army unit's leader, a totem-ranked beastkin warrior, ordered as the battle ended. Carl's group hung back to let them do their thing, but the totem motioned for Carl to join him. "Overlord Carl, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Axel, leader of the 11th Nerazir Regiment. I have reports from the teams that we sent in that the anomaly is empty, everything has been pulled out already. However, they found traces of Bomgon agents, including spell circles created by a totem-ranked necromancer. If you're going to keep traveling the wilderness, you need to be careful," he warned. Carl shook the man's hand, Well met, General Axel. After the recent incidents in Banner, it was already clear that the Bomgon army had spies in the region, but a totem-ranked necromancer this far inland is a bad omen. Is there anything else around here that might have drawn them? The general shook his head. Unless you head east back to the road and follow it, there are no towns through the middle of the nation until you get nearly to the coast. There are a few small villages and isolated farms, but nothing large and permanent enough to mark on a regular map. If you keep going northwest, you'll run into the 7th Nerazir. They're a larger regiment than we are, with a couple of thousand dwarven cavalry among their ranks. But after that, there is a whole lot of nothing to see. However, the land can be unpredictable. The desert ends in a few days' walk, near where the men of the 7th Regiment are stationed. Then you've got grassland and swamp ahead, depending on how close you get to the rivers. Carl nodded. All right. We've come here on behalf of the Black Dragon, to deal with some of the excess monsters that are wandering the continent. I don't think the terrain matters much, as long as we can find them and thin the numbers some. General Axel smiled. In that case, you definitely want to go find the 7th Regiment. They're doing the same thing, while we hunt for new spawns to keep the numbers down closer to the cities. If the 7th doesn't need help, then the 10th Nerazir should be doing the same somewhere to our west. Carl's team gathered, and Noctia transformed back into a human so she could hear all the gossip. Well, she asked. Northwest of here is another regiment. They're hunting leftover monster packs. That is where we will head, and we can attack any groups we find between here and there, Carl explained. The Black Dragon nodded happily. That is perfect. Much better than hunting fluffy things. The fur got stuck in her teeth. The unit was packing up to get ready to go, and Lotus had set up her healing station to ensure that there were no more lingering effects of the undead curses. So, Thor took his time getting the carriage out and getting set up to travel. The regiment began moving as soon as their gear and supply carts were loaded, so Carl hopped in the driver's seat and let Hawk lead them northwest towards the next group of monsters that he had found, while the regiment headed east. These ones are alive, and there is no spawn point. Just a whole group of thingies, Hawk explained. The bird was completely lost on this continent. He really needed to read a book to find out what the names of all these creatures were, but he never seemed to get around to it. Plus, they all looked like a blend of multiple animals, and it was just weird. Describe them as well as you can, Carl suggested. Horses with horns and wings and flaming hooves? Hawk tried. Not even Remy knew what that was. There was a similar demonic monster known as the Nightmare, but it didn't have wings. Maybe they'll be friendly. They've got fire magic, Hawk suggested. What are they doing now? Just standing around an oasis between sand dunes. That sounded like an ambush, waiting for someone to come to the oasis for water. Thor led them to the oasis, and Carl knocked on the carriage to warn the ladies that there were monsters. Lotus hopped down and saw the creatures, then cheered and began to run down the hill. Carl cast a barrier over her, just to be safe, but the beasts showed no sign of attacking as she approached. However, they backed away as she approached, unwilling to let her pet them, even if they weren't feeling hostile. Her, if not friend, why friend-shaped, skill was defective, Lotus decided. It only negated the hostility, and she still couldn't pet the fire ponies. Lotus, leave them alone. They clearly don't want to cuddle, Carl joked. Lotus sighed and headed back up the hill, and one of the beasts came up to bump her with its nose, then nuzzle her face before running back to the herd. I take it we're not attacking the monsters? Ophelia asked. They're not hostile to the rest of us, so I would say that they can stay. We will look for ones from the monster spawns to eliminate, Carl agreed. Hawk didn't mind that. They were flying fire horses, it was hard to dislike them. Thor led the way northwest as Hawk spotted a group of monsters that were clearly behaving irrationally, attacking the ground wildly. The beasts sensed them even before Thor brought the carriage to a stop, and he had to put up a bulwark to keep them from charging before he could store the precious wagon. These looked like someone had managed to make a rhino bipedal, with 3-fingered hands, but the same thick hide and head shape. They didn't use any weapons or equipment, and the moment that Carl leapt over the wall of ice, they attacked as a group, crashing into each other to get to him first. The epic guard appeared behind the group, and Carl realized that he never removed the Haint Claw from the summoned protector. They were much better at working together now, and the odd teleportation ability that the Haint Claw granted was being used in conjunction with the advanced combat skills of the Epic Guard, instead of emulating Kara and just jumping the monsters to beat them to death. That was a huge improvement in the combat power of the Epic Guard, and the Rhino monsters were briefly confused as they were attacked from somewhere that they had just passed. Carl hacked into them with the Blade of Champions, and the Overlord-ranked Hide split smoothly, while the resistance made Carl strain to keep up his blade speed. A kick sent a beast flying backward to keep his left side clear, and then Ophelia and Thor were at his sides. With Carl and Ray both emitting oppression effects with their aura, the two massive combatants were tearing apart the rhinos, which left Hawk with nothing to do but scout for more of the creatures. There were thousands of these upright rhino monsters over the surrounding 100 kilometers, and the sand was ending, replaced by dry yellow grass. That should mean that they were close to the other army people, too. Army people meant big battles. Big battles meant lots of practice with his fire. Better fire meant chances to advance. Hawk was still determined that he was going to manage to trigger a skill master activation and get himself totem-ranked fire in advance. Carl cut down the last of the beasts in the group they had encountered, and Ray cleaned the battlefield. Just in case the blood was good for something. It smelled sweet and earthy, it might be good for the vampire. But that reminded Ray. She had promised to check up on her baby Rogue. She had been slacking on her responsibilities. "Carl, can you make a tiny portal back to the academy?" she asked. Carl considered that for a moment. It shouldn't be a problem if the portal was small. He had an absolutely enormous amount of mana, and items for mana cost reduction. "How long will you be?" he asked. "Give me like 15 minutes, if my math is right. It should be just after midnight there now," Ray decided. "Everyone, we're taking a break. Ray needs to go do a thing, and I will hold a portal open for her while she does it," Carl informed the group. Carl focused on the academy, using the most familiar view that he could think of. The one from the gazebo overlooking the courtyard and the front gates. The portal was only the size of a baseball, but Carl could see that it was on the patio of his old room, exactly where he wanted it. "All right, go do what you need to, and then come back." Ray stepped through onto the balcony of her old room and found that her hammock was still hanging there, recently used but empty. The plants were all in great shape, showing that someone was taking proper care of them, and there were school books on the table in the gazebo. It all smelled like her baby Rogue, so Ray activated Night Haunter and stepped through the wall of the room to see who was in the bed. Sure enough, the little one was sleeping soundly, splayed out across the bed on a diagonal, and laying on top of her blankets. Ray switched to humanoid form and deactivated Night Haunter, then carefully laid out the armor she had made for Sybil on the bed. That clueless little rogue was still sleeping, and Ray sighed. She really had been slacking. There was no sense of danger at all. In a moment of brilliance, Ray decided that she would teach her baby Rogue a lesson in practical jokes. Piece by piece, she fit the armor on the sleeping Rogue, careful not to wake her up. When only the boots were left to go on, Ray stopped and took out some silk strain. A quick slip knot tied the Rogue to the bed, and Hawk helpfully donated a feather to her cause. The moment that the feather touched her foot, Sybil was awake and going for her daggers. But she was already tied, and unable to escape the tickling. "Gah, no, please not the feet," she pleaded, as Ray laughed quietly. "Didn't I tell you that I would be checking up on you? Look at this, so deeply asleep that you didn't even notice that I got you dressed." Ray scolded Sybil, trying not to let her get used to the sensation. Shadow Step briefly got Sybil free of her restraints, but Ray caught her in midair and fit the boots to her feet. "All right, now, here are a pair of daggers. Keep them safe. Your progress looks pretty good, not quite as fast as I had hoped, but not terrible. So, we're going to do an exercise, and then we're going to play a game," Ray instructed. Sybil didn't quite understand what she meant until Ray put a hand on both of Sybil's shoulders and flooded her with mana at commander rank quality. The rogue squealed in pain as the mana in her body was forced out, and she tried to attack, but nothing a low ascended rank rogue could do would injure Ray in the slightest. The process went on for what felt like an eternity, but was actually only about 5 minutes, then Ray nodded in satisfaction. "There, now your body knows what it feels like to be a commander. Even if it doesn't stick with that when you burn this batch off, you shouldn't have any bottleneck to advancement. Now for the fun part. Run away. I will give you a treat for every minute you can keep me from catching you." Sybil leapt through the bathroom door and shadow stepped into the gymnasium, while Ray activated Night Haunter and followed along. She created a golem to let Sybil know that she was there, and the rogue vanished again, with the spider in hot pursuit. The golem was dismissed as they played their game, but the skill had alerted a number of the teachers whose rooms were near the indoor training areas, and they were now on high alert against invaders. Sybil ran, teleported, even used a glider that she had acquired for just this sort of situation to try to outrun her mentor, but every time that she thought she had escaped, Ray would let a bit of her aura slip, and send her fleeing again. Mindful of the time that Carl was keeping a portal open for her, Ray only chased Sybil for about 5 minutes before catching her halfway through a shadow step, and bringing them back to the rogue's bedroom. Not bad, you have been training your skills. Just not your situational awareness. Ask the teachers to show you the trick to being alerted the moment that something moves near you in your sleep, Ray ordered. So, you're not mad at me for being slow? When will you come back full-time? Sybil asked hopefully, and Ray patted her head. I will be at Totem soon, and there is no good food there for me here anymore. Well, not enough of it. So, I will stay here, but I will be sure to check up on you more often now that I have an easy way to get back to you. I expect you to make use of today's bonus and make it to commander rank by the end of the semester. Ray instructed with a stern tone. Sybil giggled. The new semester had just started, she would be able to make commander right away, and then when her mentor came back, she would be ready for anything. Ray nodded in satisfaction, and then used Shadow Step to move through the portal and back into the carriage. I appreciate your patience, we can head out now. Carl closed the portal, and Thor started heading to Hawk's next waypoint, while Sybil stared at her new gear in wonder. She hadn't had time to inspect it before, but this was all master-crafted leather, made by Ray, an epic grade at the Overlord rank. But so were the daggers. They were beautiful, dull black with a poison effect on them, though entirely made by Ashbringer, and not as powerful as the set that Carl had upgraded and Ray had kept after they taunted the item collection person in Drode with them. Fully Overlord rank gear, and she was about to make commander rank. Sybil was still in shock at how suddenly things had changed after Ray showed up again. But if she could do all that in one day, couldn't she have done that for her weeks or months ago? Maybe she would have broken all the records for progression, and not just the ones to ascended rank. But Ray would be at Totem soon, so Sybil was convinced that she might be able to make her a royal if she was a strong enough commander the next time the spider arrived. She was going to have to work harder. Ray was in a glorious mood now that she had fulfilled her promise to Sybil. There were also many upcoming battles with the strange rhino things, and they were fun to pick on. But the real moment of glory came from Remy. You know, making wine is a bit like making potions. I bet that I could brew you some blood wine out of that if you think it smells good. Just put it in one of these large jars and I will get it started, Remy offered. How long will it take? Ray asked hopefully. According to the book, it takes a month for wine to be ready. I don't know if blood wine is the same, but it should be something like that. Then it can be aged to mellow the flavor. If you have enough, I have an empty ale keg in here, and we can age it in the charred wood like a fine liquor. Ray thought about that. A smoky, woody flavor might be nice. Let's do it. I got enough bodies for a barrel already. With so much to do, researching blood wine, crafting the first batch, and trying to balance the flavors while guessing what both Ray and Mick would like, Remy sat out the next battle, and just sent her bodyguards to help out on her behalf. There were only like 50 of the monsters anyhow. 5-on-1 was easy work for the team. The monsters had been out of the spawn area for quite a while, and they had mostly split up into smaller groups. So, while there were hundreds or thousands of them in the area, they only had to fight a few dozen at a time. The real question was, where did they come in from? Normally, a number of monsters would stay near the anomaly, and there was a chance that the anomaly would produce more of them over time if it didn't destabilize. Tessa hopped up onto the bench beside Carl. Why don't we switch? I will watch Thor and you can rest. Carl smiled. All right. I need to meditate and work on my power level. Enjoy your ride. Just remind Thor that he has to alert the rest of us if there is trouble. Then, he went to the tiny world, where everyone else was relaxing, and settled into one of Ray's hammock swings to work on his power growth. Dana came over to join him, and the two spent the rest of the day side by side, focused on growing their power. Carl wasn't sure if he should move beyond the stage of the mental formations that he was on right now. The dragon visualization had worked so well that he didn't want to mess it up when he was so close to the totem-ranked advancement. His power was right on the border between ranks now, and if he had a totem-ranked repository of power, he could purge his power again and step right through. But he didn't have one. So he was working on condensing the power in his body, hoping to force a quality advancement. After the prolonged battle with Tiffany, the totem-ranked vampire, Carl knew just what the power should feel like. He just couldn't quite get it right in practice. However, leaning against Carl as he worked was an incredible benefit to Dana. Not just because she could use his power as a guideline to help advance her own, but because the process of trying to advance his power caused a small amount of power to leak, so there was more ambient mana in the area when he was meditating. As the afternoon faded to night, Dana realized that there was something distinctly different about Carl's current physical status. Not only was his mana pool enormous, but his presence gave a feeling of otherness. When you stood near a powerful being that was hiding its nature, there was usually some indication, and Carl gave that same sense, but she knew that he was still an overlord. So, it had to be something related to that silver bracket that appeared around his name after the last trial. Nobody seemed to know for sure what it meant, or it wasn't visible to everyone that they met. But Dana's suspicion was that Carl really had managed to evolve himself into the living equivalent of a dungeon boss. They had red icons at their names in the system, but if they weren't hostile, wouldn't it be possible that their name markers were the same as his? She had completely lost track of time until Remy came to shake the two of them out of their trance. "It's time to get up. Thor found the 7th Nerazir Regiment, and they've missions," she instructed. "Missions? That sounds interesting." Dana agreed as she stretched, then flopped back against Carl. He chuckled and put an arm behind her thighs to pick her up and carry her on his hip. "Alright, let's go see what the dwarves have in mind for missions." The general laughed as he saw the furry white demon come out of the carriage with a much smaller, apparently human, mage on his hip. Carl set Dana down once they were out of the wagon and went over to greet the totem-ranked dwarf. "My people tell me that you have some missions available to help with the clearance of the excess monsters and related issues." Carl greeted him, skipping the formalities. "Indeed. What sort do you prefer? Combat, rebuilding, supply runs, or did you have something else in mind?" The general agreed. "I think combat is about right for our group. We do enjoy a good fight now and then. Plus, the Black Dragon asked her cleric to come here and help with the overpopulation issues," Carl explained. "In that case, I have exactly the sort of missions that you would enjoy. Come with me to the command tent and I will explain the situation." The general turned to leave, and the officers nearby motioned for everyone to join him, not just Carl. That was unusual. Normally, they would want to keep people out of the command area, so only one would be allowed to accompany the general. The command tent, as the general had called it, was more of an art gallery of mission posters, Carl realized. Every surface was covered with reports, each of which had a bounty amount listed on the bottom, or a military strategic points value. Carl wasn't sure what that meant, but assumed that the reward would come directly from the military for those missions that were closest to the populated areas. "You can choose what you like from anything on the walls, that's all nearby, within 200 kilometers. The map contains more incidents and suspected spawn points, if you want to go further afield and sat the god's bloodlust that way," the general explained. Noctia stared at the sheets on the walls. "This is all within 200 kilometers? Most of these are military company-sized elements, headed by overlords or totems. I am well aware of the situation, thank you. This is what we're working with. There's 50 of them to every man in my regiment, and even the cavalry can't move fast enough to deal with them all. Every time that you remove one group, another comes to claim its territory," the general grumbled. Noctia turned to Carl, but he gestured for her to pick. This was her god's mission, so she should be the one who knew best what was important. The Black Dragon's eyes seemed to absorb the light in the tent as she reached out and grabbed 4 papers off the walls. "These 4 should be all close together. We can start with these, and then come back to pick more," Noctia decided. Carl looked at the sheet and saw that they were all related, but they had been spotted at different locations yesterday. All 4 of them detailed groups of small monsters, mostly royal ranked, but with overlord ranked leaders. That seemed like an odd choice for the Black Dragon, but maybe that was a balance thing? There should be nearly 8,000 of the creatures in the groups, as opposed to 5 or 10 per group for most of the overlord-ranked threats. By pure numbers of excess, these were the largest that Carl could see among the sheets. "Starting off ambitious, are you? I will warn you, the rock goblin spawn was a nasty one. They're not normal goblins, they can use earth magic," the general informed her. Noctia nodded. "The Black Dragon insists these need to go." She turned to leave, and Dana took one last look before following. Now she understood why they had all been invited into the tent. If you didn't see firsthand, You would never believe or understand just how bad the problem was. Even the 4 sheets that Noctia had pulled off the walls hadn't made a clear spot, just a few gaps between the sheets they had been partially overlapping. The location is close, and back to the east. Do you remember that pillar of stone that looked like a phallus? That's only a few kilometers from where they were seen this morning. Noctia explained as she read the details. Carl nodded. That stone was hard to miss, even from the wagon. Plus, Hawk had relayed details to him all morning, but hadn't seen the groups. What he had seen was a number of cave entrances near the base of that stone. I think that I know where they are hiding. They were called rock goblins, and there are caves at the base of that stone. They were all seen near it, within a kilometer or two. So, they might be one colony, hunting at night. Carl offered. Tessa poked Thor in the side. Tough luck, bud. You're going to have to fight in human form if we go into a cavern system. Thor snorted in amusement. I will take the left, and you can take the right. Carl smiled at their banter. I will head there now, just wait for me to open another portal. The first one won't be human-friendly. From the ground, he couldn't see the base of the rock pillar, and Hawk didn't currently have it in sight to relay the information. So, he would open a portal to the top of the stone, then open another at ground level. Carl moved away, and the military mages all snapped their attention to the group. Someone who could open portals was incredibly valuable to their efforts, and if these mercenaries could, then they held a much higher worth than their ranks suggested. A few overlords and monarchs weren't much of a military asset, by standard calculations. But a mage that could use portal was worth more than dozens of mercenaries who had to travel by land. A second portal opened a meter away from the first, which then faded away. Carl was standing on the other side, holding a small black monster corpse by the neck. Found them. Come on, let's get to work, he laughed. The general's aides shook their heads in dismay as the group charged through the portal and into combat with the rock goblins. General, did you get a good look at that cat demon? One of them whispered once the portal closed. The one with the enhanced physique? The general asked. The advisor nodded. Is it wise to trust him? I've never seen those system markings on anything but a dungeon boss before. If that thing is some sort of wandering boss spawn, who knows what it's likely to do once it establishes a territory. The stout dwarven general laughed. With 3 different dragon gods supervising? No, I think that it's more likely he's a favored champion of the Dragon Church, and he's got some sort of skill that turned him into an actual monster. Trust in the old gods, they would have sent someone to handle him if he was a threat. The advisor wasn't sure about that. The old gods were entirely too hands-off in their management of worldly affairs. If someone managed to sober up a dungeon boss and bring it outside, they would likely just laugh and watch. A few minutes and countless dead monsters later, Carl coded, rend, in, void blast, and cleaved through dozens of rock goblins in a single swing, then realized that targeted attacks were a waste of time against a horde of royal-ranked creatures. A dagger-wielding goblin leapt at him, and Carl backhanded it in the chest, sending the creature flying 20 meters before it splattered against the nearby cliff face. As he was 2 full ranks above them, this fight wasn't even a challenge. The rock goblins were durable, and plentiful. But they were still goblins, and would never be known as one of the most physically powerful monster species. The only thing that brought them up to the royal rank standard was their defensive magic, and their ability to make earth magic weapons. Even Thor's lightning zone was stunning entire swaths of them to death, nearly as fast as the others could attack them. Everyone had come out to play, and Remy was carefully stripping the corpse of one of the rock goblins of its accessories before swallowing it whole. Not bad. Rich and soft, like a sweet potato. Hawk swooped down to test one, and then nodded happily to himself as he found that rock goblins were not nearly as disgusting as normal goblins. They weren't mice, but they were alright. He would save some for Remy. The cave entrance. Noctia called, drawing everyone's attention to the cliff face. There were no more enemies coming out, but 10 meters into the cave, where one would normally expect it to be pitch black, the distinctive shimmer of an anomaly was visible. The rock goblins had come from right here. An overlord-ranked goblin shaman appeared from a cave further up the cliff face, and cast a spell that increased the speed of the warriors. That should be their leader, Hawk decided. A stream of flame roasted the creature, and Hawk saw the anomaly change as he circled back for another attack. Had that one attack been enough to defeat the shaman? From the cave, goblins swarmed out, 10 wide, in an unending stream. The death of their leader had alerted all the others that something was seriously wrong, and they had all left the safety of the anomaly to come and seek revenge. The air on Carl's left shimmered, and he prepared to attack, until he saw the old man with jet black hair and eyes step through the shimmering air. He was wearing the cleric robes of the Dragon Church, and he nodded politely to Carl before folding his hands in front of him. "Let the children fight. They need the exercise. You and I will wait here for them to finish," the Black Dragon insisted. Carl shrugged. It wasn't like anyone in his group would be injured by the rock goblins, even without his interference. "To what do we owe the pleasure of a visit from the church?" Carl asked. The cleric smiled and nodded towards Noctia. "The death god favors that one today. It caught our attention. But that naturally brought you into our sight, which raised some questions. Questions like what Supreme Lady Matilda's guild is doing in the middle of nowhere hunting goblins." Carl laughed. "Different branch of the Dark Light host. But we are here because the Black Dragon said that these particular goblins needed to die. In my experience, when the dragon gods offer a suggestion, it's best to go with it. It's never backfired on me before." With brutal efficiency, the group hacked their way through the rock goblins, and the swarm parted to try to surround the small group. Unfortunately for the monsters, the amount of damage that the beasts and the ladies could do was far beyond what the goblins could survive, and none ever managed to make it to the back of the group, where Remy was repeatedly tossing Lotus in the air, so the nature cleric could see what was going on for once. The Naga Queen didn't need her hands to cast spells, and tossing Lotus only took 2 out of 4 anyhow. The anomaly shimmered as the last of the goblins exited, and then vanished as they died, leaving the tunnels into the mountain dark and silent once more. "Very well executed. Now, I should return to my duties. Send my best wishes to the Black Priestess," the old man whispered, then simply vanished. That was an interesting skill. An illusionary clone, perhaps? No, that should be the recall ability, taking him home to his temple. Dana waved to Carl. "Care to explain what's going on over there? I know we're good, but it's a bit rude to just sit out a battle." Carl jogged over and wrapped a hand around her waist before kissing her on the forehead. A representative of the Black Dragons came to see what we were up to, as Noctia had gained favor from their patron, and that brought our group to their attention. "I'm not trying to make life hard for you," Carl promised. "Well, the anomaly collapsed, so that should be all of the rock goblins defeated. That's 4 quests done in the first hour of the day. Where to next?" Dana asked, turning her attention to the Black Dragon. Noctia shrugged. "I made note of 3 other good quests nearby, but none of them were of particular importance to the Death God. I wonder why this one was. The battle was so simple that it hardly counted as a fight. One good stream of dragon breath into the anomaly would have wiped out their reinforcements before they even came outside." She had a point. If it interested the gods, it was normally something big or spectacular. And that was when the explosion started. "Head count," Tessa called. "Where is Kara?" Lotus asked, after quickly mentally calculating who was not here. The whole stone pillar shook, and the familiar magical signature of Void Blast caught Carl's attention. "She's in the tunnels." Everyone froze for a split second. Fighting in a tunnel was a nightmare, especially ones that looked like they were about to come down at any moment. "Everyone wait out here. I will go assist Kara. Just keep back, so if the pillar falls, you don't get crushed." Carl ran into the tunnels. What was the Void Badger up to? She was shielding her thoughts, and not answering his messages. Carl raced through the darkness, following the sounds of snarling and crashing towards the heated battle. Then skidded to a stop when he saw the situation. Kara was squared off against a tiny ball of glowing fur, with a large shining rock in its paws. She cast Void Blast, and the furball surrounded itself with a rock shield, then pelted her with spears of holy light, which she blocked with a barrier of disintegrate. That made the spears explode, and the cavern trembled. They were attacking multiple times per second, and the whole cavern complex was trembling. Carl shaped a bulwark to trap the furry creature, cutting through the stone to put it in a full bubble, and the battle stopped. "Kara, what is that?" he demanded. "It stole my rock," Kara complained. Carl paused to take in the room. There was a nest of soft dirt, the body of a long-dead white fox, which felt as if it had been incredibly powerful when it was alive, and then the furry thing with the shining stone. "Are you sure it was your stone, or was it in the nest with the furry thing?" "I saw it first, it's mine." Carl sighed and rubbed his temples. That tiny furry thing could stand toe-to-toe with Kara in a duel. Whatever it was not weak. And it was probably the offspring of that dead fox. I think you might have tried to rob its nest while it was watching the fight, Carl explained, wondering if the creature was intelligent enough to know that he was advocating for it. It wasn't here, Kara insisted. Then the creature stuck out its tongue at her, pointed fox ears visible now that it had lifted its head from the defensive position it had held around the stone. It definitely heard her and understood. At somewhat less than the size of his palm, this had to be a newborn fox. Of whatever insane species the dead one came from. Just the fact that it was willing to fight with Kara over a stone was impressive. The fact that it hadn't immediately lost was even more impressive. Carl stepped through his bulwark and knelt down. "Hello, little one. I have spoken with Kara, and she will refrain from taking your precious stone." Carl gently greeted the fox. The creature gave him a skeptical look, and Kara shrugged. The battle was fun, and she didn't really need one more shiny stone if it meant that much to the little furry thing. "Who are you?" a childish male voice asked in Carl's mind. "I am Carl. Kara is one of my bonded partners. I apologize if she was mean to you." It was Mother's, she can't have it. Now Kara felt bad for bullying the little thing. She reached into her space and pulled out an Overlord-ranked earth stone as an apology, and rolled it across the floor to the little fox. The creature looked up in shock, but didn't let go of the stone in his hands as he pulled it in with his tail. "Thank you." The fluffy thing stood up to pull both stones close to its body, and Kara smirked as she had a great idea. "Why don't you join us? It's not safe here without your mom, right? Well, we've got a Carl. The Carl is very safe, and he helps everyone grow up nice and strong," Kara offered. The fox was naturally leery of trusting the word of a bully who had tried to steal his family heirloom right out of his hands. But this creature known as the Carl seemed like a reasonable person. There are more siblings. Not all of them are obsessed with shiny things like Kara is. Carl quietly informed the small fox. "Trustworthy ones?" Carl nodded. "There is an evolved former lightning Sero named Thor. He's very trustworthy." The fox looked around at the empty nest, where its family once lived. It wasn't suitable to live in anymore, and the young one knew that it would have to leave soon, but it couldn't carry its treasures, so it had been delaying as long as possible. "Only if I can keep my mother's belongings," he insisted. "I will make you your own private den to keep everything in," Carl agreed easily. The white-furred creature was already a totem, though only in power output. In body, it was immature and fluffy, too fragile to be out in the world alone. "What do I do?" the fox asked. "Just two simple things. When I try to move you, you accept the link. Then you need to pick a name, and we can collect anything that you don't want to leave here," Carl explained. The fox nodded, and Carl placed a hand on him to move him into the remaining beast space, which instantly began reshaping to become a large hill full of caves, with long grass on the slopes. New partner gained, stone for divine fox, name, undecided. The little one had gotten completely sidetracked by the space, which had adapted to his will to make what he viewed as the perfect den, and hadn't chosen a name at all. Then, he popped back out into reality and ran off down a small tunnel to start loading all the things he had moved from this nest to a safer one. The big things couldn't get at them in that tunnel, but most of what he brought back were random dried herbs, a few elemental stones that had been etched with crude drawings, and then one scroll tube that was sealed with wax. Added to the stone he had been protecting, and Kara's apology gift, it wasn't much, but the fox was very happy to have it all somewhere safe as he returned. "This is a good den. I can come and go so easily, and it holds everything." "Wonderful news. Did you decide what we should call you?" The fox smiled at him from its new den. "My mother called me Tien Kamau. You can call me Tien, I like Tien as a name." Carl nodded in satisfaction. Tien was a good name for the holy and earth element fox. He noticed that Tien had also collected his mother's body, and had made a stone coffin to lay her in, along with most of the treasures that he had gathered. "Can we go do something important? There were other treasures here, but they were all used up or destroyed by the monsters that killed my mother. She wanted a tribulation lightning stone, and a mithril coin as well. Can we get her all those things so that she can rest in peace?" Tien asked. Thor recognized most of the plants that had been taken. They were all holy element items, and he had most of them growing in his space already. "Brother Thor will give you most of the plants, and I can make the tribulation lightning stone. The mithril coin, I already have. Here you go," Carl agreed. Thor returned to his space and passed over the plants, then returned to his natural form for a moment, so that the new brother could see what he looked like. "Ooh, Behemoth Thor. You're a good brother to have," Tien cheered. A small fox could hide dozens of times behind a brother that large. The others all returned to their spaces to meet Tien, who was happy to find that he now had a huge family. He was the only son of his mother from this birth, and the Stoneford divine foxes usually had small litters. "Should we tell Lotus about the new brother?" Hawk asked as he settled on a perch in the massive ironwood tree that marked the center of his space. "I think we should give it a day or two for him to adjust first," Remy suggested. "Or we could get the trauma out of the way first," Ray offered. "Trauma? I don't like trauma. Why'd I have to meet this Sister Lotus?" Tien cried. Ray gave him a gentle smile in her humanoid form. "She's not a mean sister. She's just very excited about all things fluffy and scaly and beasts in general. She's a green dragon priestess." The little fox giggled. "Oh, like that. Mother warned me about the green dragon clerics. How they would try to keep you forever and make you fat on snacks until you forgot about growing up big and strong." The others shared an amused look. The deceased fox had been a sage, for certain. As if thinking of her had summoned the priestess, Lotus came running into the room, with Dana right behind her and the others trailing. "My patron says there is fluff," she panted, winded from the sprint. Tien took a deep breath, and exited his safe space, then hopped up to land in Lotus' arms. "Oh my goddess. He's so soft and adorable. Fluff, fluff, fluff," Lotus cheered. She rubbed her face on Tien's back, taking in the softness, and did a little happy dance, which made Dana laugh. "And who might this be?" Dana asked. "I'm Tien," the fox informed her, spreading his mental voice to everyone in the room. It was an advantage of his species, part of their divine lineage, and today it saved him from being mistaken as a simple fox. Or, so he assumed. Dana didn't miss that the tiny thing was totem-ranked, despite its size. Was he alone in this cave? Dana asked. It was his mother's den. But she was attacked and killed some time ago. Carl explained gently, not wanting to bring up bad memories for Tien. Our territory was taken by bad monsters. Tien explained, then sent the mental image of a group of undead, led by a mythic ranked shadowy figure. That was more alarming than being attacked by something in a monster spawn. That implied that there was a mythic ranked leader of the Bomgon invasion force, and they were trying to turn the region's powerful monsters into undead. Carl suspected that the reason they had failed in this case was because the Stoneford divine fox had so much holy magic that they couldn't be made undead. But the fact that she had been defeated must have been a tragedy for the region's balance. Now that he thought about it, could this have been the start of the invasion? The mother had been dead for some time, unless the body was drained and desiccated by the attack. But the protection of a divine beast should have prevented the undead from cursing the cities to the southeast of here. It was over 100 kilometers to the edge of the affected area, but that wasn't far for such a powerful beast. Finished with Lotus' incessant petting, Tien turned his fur to stone, and then leapt over to Ophelia's shoulder, using the logic that she was also furry, and therefore both camouflage and a distraction for the green-robed priestess. "Nice to meet you as well, Tien. I am Ophelia, that is Tessa, and the mage is Dana," she greeted her new guest. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Tien laughed as Lotus stood at the werebear's feet and pouted. She could reach Ophelia's shoulder easily enough, but the fox had made his fur rock solid. Then Tien yawned and his head tilted sleepily. "I used too much energy, I need to nap now," he explained, then vanished back to his space, where Ray had dropped a thick silk comforter for him. The defensive spell vanished, and the fox was asleep the instant his head settled on the cushion. With Tien asleep, all the other beasts, even Butterfly, turned their attention to Kara. "Hey, how was I supposed to know that he was so adorable? He blocked my attempt to examine the stone, then I just couldn't stop poking. It's not my fault," she defended. The silence dragged, and Kara huffed in annoyance. "Fine, judge me, but that's a really nice stone." She wasn't wrong. It was a very nice stone, of both holy and earth elements, perfect for the development of a Stoneford divine fox. As long as you can learn to get along. I don't want any hard feelings just because you met on bad terms, Carl warned. "I helped convince him to join, didn't I?" Kara replied. "Besides, if I can't have the stone, taking the whole fox is just as good," she muttered, not quite managing to keep the thought to herself. There was a pause as everyone tried to remember what they had been doing before they got sidetracked by a fluffy little fox. A totem-ranked fluffy little fox. Are we still going to hit some more of the spawns today? Noctia asked, bringing them all back on task. Right. More spawns. We got the first few out of the way without any issues, so we can look for more. Did you want to go back and let them know these are complete, then get official orders? Or did you want to just hunt for some more targets and return in the evening? Carl asked. We should let them know that this spot has been cleared, and that the anomaly collapsed, then gather more sheets. That way there won't be any chance of overlap or confusion when we go to hunt more monsters. Though, we could go back by wagon, and just kill anything that bothers us on the way, Noctia offered. That method sounded pretty good to most of the group. Thor was concerned that someone would attack his wagon, but he had an alternative. Why don't we skip the wagon, and the ladies can ride my back? Noctia and Hawk can scout, and Carl can walk along with us, he offered. That's not bad, it would give them a chance to see us coming. If they were spawned monsters, they would surely attack anyhow. If they were not, there is a good chance that they won't attack a group of our power level. That should help sort what needs to go from what belongs in the area. Noctia agreed. Everyone loaded up to travel, and Ray wandered off to do some scouting of her own. There were some strange creatures in the grasslands, and she was curious what they were. Not because they were powerful or worth killing. Just because she didn't have any mental records of most of the strange things she was seeing. The bloodbath spider was not native to this island, so there was no memory of anything that she was finding stored in her genetic memories, which were normally the basis for all of her combat techniques. There wasn't much to see on their first few kilometers towards the camp, but after an hour, it became clear that teleporting here had saved them many hours of issues. We're being charged? Thor asked, confused. Indeed, they were being attacked. He could see the whole horde of satyrs running their way with weapons. But since when were satyrs a hostile species? Sure, they were technically demons, but they were more like a herbivorous beastkin in personality. These ones were frothing at the mouth and charging with improvised weapons. Could they be sick? Ray asked, just as confused about their behavior as Thor was. We could try cleansing them. My healing skill cleanses mental and physical diseases and curses, Tien suggested. Come with me, and we will try. Ray agreed. The tiny fox exited his space to land on her back, and Ray rushed off to stand near the charging satyrs while camouflaged. They waited in the long grass for the satyrs to approach, and Tien covered the whole group with a circle of bright golden light, but they just kept running, with no visible changes. Nope, they're broken. The tiny fox sighed, then returned to his space and fell asleep. Remy laughed. Now we have two sleeping beauties. I guess we need a totem-ranked Carl so that they have enough mana to actually supply themselves and do more than one thing per day. Tien opened one eye. One day, when I'm big, I'll be able to cast countless spells. Mom told me so. But I'm still small, and my body doesn't hold much mana. Remy giggled. Here, I have a book for you. It's an introduction for mages, but it teaches about mana control. I think it's important information you should have learned from your mother soon. Most of her mana use didn't come from inside her body anymore. She would wear herself out far too fast if she tried to cast Apocalypse that way. Tien flipped open the book, then promptly fell asleep with his head on the pages. Well, maybe he could learn by osmosis, Remy decided. Lotus, unaware of what Ray and Tien had tried, also cast a cleansing spell on the advancing horde, with similar results. Nothing, but they were all commander rank and lower. Thor sighed as he sent Bulwark in lightning form to form a wall in front of himself, then charged through them. It wasn't intended as an offensive spell, but the brute force of a charging behemoth, coupled with the shock that the lightning gave them, was enough to wipe out the entire group. Well, that was depressing. Let's keep going, I don't want to fight more of those, Lotus insisted. Thor nodded in agreement. Fighting things that were usually friendly was not fun. There are more weird things ahead, Hawk warned. That was his code of the day for all species that he didn't have a good description or name for. So, it was likely one of the strange local species or chimera that lived on the northeast island. Tien looked out of his space as the commotion of everyone getting ready roused him. Those are pig bears. They only come from the bad mana places, he announced, then adjusted so he was properly on his pile of blankets and not sleeping on the book. Carl wasn't sure how they were supposed to be a pig or a bear, though they had a vaguely bear-shaped body, and pig-like tusks pointing upwards from their lower jaws. But their bodies were covered in patches of scales with fur tufts between them, and they had 6 legs. These, they could happily eliminate. They were also Overlord ranked, and there were a few larger ones in the mix that Carl suspected might actually be Totem ranked. It was hard to tell with the monsters grouped together like that, but they were definitely a monster spawn group. They were even attacking the ruins of a wagon that had been abandoned years earlier. Carl took out his bow and immediately felt his power destabilize. No matter what skill he tried to activate, his power quality was fluctuating wildly, and his body was surging with power, but not in anything resembling a smooth transition, the way he had every other time he hit a rank change. Tien woke up as the power levels in his space became unstable, and looked around for the cause. It appeared that the Carl was advancing, but he didn't actually know anything about that, as he had been born at this rank, and his mother hadn't gotten a chance to explain all the little things to him. Butterfly worked to build a mana barrier around her space, stabilizing the fluctuations that were making her seasick as she floated on the mana currents. But the others were all out for combat, and willing to wait until Carl got his act together. "Just focus on yourself, we've got this," Remy insisted. "Thanks, I don't think that I could use a skill right now anyhow. Though, the way that my body is, I might not have to if the goal is just to defeat these things," Carl replied. Remy laughed. "You know, that sounds like bragging. Only a Carl would consider taking on enraged monsters with his bare hands and no skills." Carl sat down and closed his eyes, focusing on his advancement, while Tien used earth manipulation to create a dome of stone over him, safe from attackers. Carl began to purge all the stored mana from his body, moving it into the spaces in preparation to refill himself with totem-ranked power. In theory, that should be the nudge that he needed to make the transition between ranks, as long as he hadn't hit a bottleneck. With Tien here, Carl was fairly sure that he wouldn't be hitting a bottleneck right now. However, he couldn't rule it out. Everyone else had hit one at some point, so he would have to get to one eventually. Carl focused on growing his power, and felt the moment that it shifted. The unbalanced state was changing, and the influx was beginning to stabilize at totem ranked, but there was still something missing from his advancement. Like Tien, he was totem ranked in power control, but that wasn't enough to truly complete Carl's advancement. Totemic advancement initiated, calculating comprehension. "Oh, you're so screwed." Kara laughed. "Hey, I've got this. We just need to know what it's expecting me to have comprehended. If it's skills, we're miles ahead of the competition," Carl argued. Kara paused. The Carl had a point. If it just wanted him to comprehend a skill at the totem rank, he had met that standard months ago. Verified, fundamental rule compatibility, chaos, verified, fundamental rule compatibility, fire. Verified, fundamental rule compatibility, mana manipulation. Path to immortality initiated. Step 1 Totemic advancement successful. Totemic blessing, active, Totemic blessing, reduces all damage done by attacks and skills under totem rank by 90%. Skill Master 5, 1% rule bonus, Ghostfire, 2% rule bonus. Void Blast. 2% rule bonus. Hawk smirked as he attacked the monsters. His fire was just as good as Kara's Void Blast, even if it hadn't gotten a totem-ranked bonus. Hopefully, the rule bonus was something good. Then power suddenly began to infuse Carl's body, pulled from the ambient mana, the Sword of Champions, and the Haint Claw, all at once. "Oh, the Carl is a big boss." Tien cheered. Carl heard a rumbling from outside his stone shell, and then cursing. But he couldn't tell what was going on out there, and the influx of power was drowning out even the voices of the beasts. So, he had no idea that Kara had opened the tiny world, and led everyone inside to hide while the world went crazy around them. From a distance, a half-dozen mythic-ranked powerhouses watched the advancement of the newest totem on the continent. It had touched off a minor divine storm, not nearly as bad as the tribulation that the immortals went through, but it was likely to send down at least a few lightning strikes to test his durability. "Why is nobody approaching? The lightning won't hit anything but the target." A young divine fire dragon asked the juvenile phoenix beside him. The creature had surely been reborn recently, but the divine phoenix lineages always knew more than others, as they didn't forget just because they were in a new body. "That one belongs to the Chaos Dragon. They're in the same guild. If we all stand over here, she can't accuse us of trying to bully her junior," the phoenix whispered back. The dragon nodded in understanding. She wasn't a divine dragon lineage, but if she ever left this world for the immortal realm, She would almost certainly advance from supreme to legendary status the moment that her power stabilized. At that point, she would be second only to the demigods, and nobody wanted to be on the wrong side of that. The mention of Supreme Lady Matilda caught the attention of the other mythic rank beings nearby, and many made a warding gesture, using passive skills to attempt to avoid her attention. Normally, under these circumstances, someone would come to claim him. Every totem on the continent was under the protection or guidance of someone. Or, at the very least, under the supervision of their home nation's leadership. Once you got far enough up the power structure to matter, it was best to eliminate the real psychopaths from the general population, from a social cohesion standpoint. That hadn't been done in the distant past, and it had come back to haunt them. A lightning strike hit the stone shield, and a large black demon stepped out of a portal next to the divine fire dragon. "Who is advancing?" Lord Drode asked. "Oh, there you are. This one is from your city, I think." His title said he is from the Drode branch of the Darklight host. The dragon explained. "Wait, Carl? Is his name Carl?" Lord Drode asked. "Yeah, that's the one. Did he come up here looking for stronger enemies to help him break through? Cat demons are a bit odd like that. They enjoy playing with their food," the phoenix asked. Lord Drode gave a bitter laugh. "I don't think that even the cat demons can account for all that is strange about that man. He only reached Overlord half a year ago. Not even a reborn minor phoenix grows that fast." Tiffany stepped out of a portal beside Lord Drode and glared at the stone dome. "That thing isn't a cat demon at all. It looked like one at first, but I fought him, and there is no doubt that he is a being of the Chaos Plane," the vampire insisted. Lord Drode did a double take at the totem-ranked vampire, who was in a black toga, studded with diamonds to emulate the midsummer night sky. But it wasn't the dress that caught his attention, it was the conspicuous collar around her neck with a "Property of Matilda" label. "It seems that you have a long story to tell. Perhaps we can gather for a nice chat after the advancement is over?" Lord Drode asked. Tiffany nodded. "That would be best. He is a resident of your city, after all." The first blast of lightning shattered the stone barrier over Carl's head, but he didn't even notice. He was so caught up in his transformation and power adjustment that the tingle of the strike was lost in the background noise. In fact, he didn't even notice the next two strikes in rapid succession as he got to his feet and stretched his revamped muscles to ease some of the cramps from the transformation. The Sword of Champions felt oddly hollow, nearly drained of the excess life energy that it had been storing as long as he had wielded it. But the Haint Claw felt oddly revitalized, as if his advancement had made the adaptive weapon a bit more complete. Carl opened his eyes and looked out toward the mythic ranked creatures in the distance. Many of them were dwarves from the local region, but there were dragons, demons, and a few monster species as well, including a Naga queen who looked a lot like Remy after her most recent advancement, except that her white scales had patterns that were silver, not brown. Carl nodded to Lord Drode and Tiffany, who he recognized, then to the former Lord of Barukath. Now that he was up and finished with his advancement, the myths came forward to greet him, then paused when they got close and realized that there was something off about this new totem. "He's an elite spawn. How does that happen to someone linked to the system? Isn't that reserved for dungeon bosses and such?" one of the trollish mythic warriors asked. Everyone looked for answers, but nobody had them. Carl shrugged. "I got an upgraded physique from a trial not long ago. It optimized my body, and the tags on my nameplate were the result. I don't think that it changes much, it's just a marker that I have an excessively large mana pool and great durability. Like a dungeon boss." Tiffany added helpfully. Now that Carl was a totem, it wouldn't even be a competition. He would have crushed her in a fight. In fact, he could likely take a 5-on-1 fight of trained totems if they weren't organized. Without using his beasts. Those who knew Carl were the only ones truly concerned about his status. The name adornment itself was enough to warn others not to mess with him unprepared. So, while he was definitely powerful, it wasn't a big deal to them. Tiffany gave Carl a suspicious look. "That same thing didn't happen to the insane badger, did it?" Carl chuckled. "Kara only wishes. No, she got something even better. She evolved from a winged void badger to a chaos badger." The vampire looked horrified, while the dwarves let out a sigh of relief. Chaos badgers must have a better personality than the void badgers were known for, right? Chaotic was better than greedy. "What were you planning to do now that you have advanced?" Lord Drode asked, thinking of city politics. "I'm here with a group of dragon clerics, helping to clear some of the excess monsters from the spawns, on behalf of the Black Dragon," Carl explained. The dragons in the crowd nodded happily. That was a noble endeavor. Kara wandered out of her space, and looked up at all the mythic dragons. She knew most of these species already. But there were a few. The divine fire dragon, transformed to appear to be a 2-meter tall and muscular human with glowing eyes that flickered like the fires his species was named after, picked her up to examine the strange creature. He was still young, barely old enough to be called a young adult, so he didn't even notice when Kara subtly bumped him with her snout, and just assumed that she wanted to be carried in a different way. "I will have to inform my tutor about this. It's not often that I find a species he hasn't mentioned before," the young dragon bragged, while the phoenix beside him tried not to laugh at the naive boy. Kara spread her wings and glided around the area, memorizing the feeling of power that she was getting from these people. Knowing the details of the mythic rank was essential to advancing her powers, she assumed. "Maybe not right now, but sometime soon. Where are you off to next?" the phoenix asked. "Back to talk to General Omar, of the 7th Nerazir Regiment. We took on a mission from him, and need to report back on the success, then get more targets from his list," Carl explained. "You keep saying, 'we,' but I only see you and the badger," the phoenix stated, confused. "Oh," the others stepped out for a moment, so that the aftermath of the advancement didn't injure them. They're still mostly monarch ranked, except for the Black Dragon. The other mythic ranked leaders quickly congratulated Carl, then nodded to Lord Drode, who was unofficially in charge of keeping track of him, as the new totem was from his city and none of them were insane enough to think that Matilda would actually improve anyone's behavior if she were left in charge. "I will see you when you get back to the city. Come visit me at the castle when you get back. We have much to discuss," Lord Drode insisted. "Of course. We shouldn't be too much longer. A month or 2 at the most," Carl agreed. That wasn't long in the extended lifespan of the higher ranks. He was about to say something else, when a portal opened, leaking chaotic energy that immediately drew Kara's attention and made Tiffany sigh. "Lord Drode, gentlemen, would you like to join me at home for that conversation? It appears that I have been summoned," the vampire explained. Carl smiled. "Please greet the Supreme Lady for me when you see her next. I will remain here with my team." The others looked leery of entering that particular portal, but they also didn't want to anger Matilda when she offered hospitality. It wasn't often that she was awake and in the mood for guests, so this chance to meet her might not come again for quite some time. With the area now quiet and clear, Thor led the rest of the team out of the tiny world to inspect Carl's changes. "You advanced well. Much more durable than I had expected," Thor commended Carl as he checked the area for hidden dangers. "Thanks. Now, we just need to get you up one more rank, and you'll be the truly indestructible behemoth," Carl joked. Noctia laughed as she joined the group. "Well, now we're going to shock the general when we return. Leave as monarchs and overlords, come back with a totem." "That's what I call a productive day," Dana agreed. The spectacle of Carl's advancement had cleared everything from the area. Nothing wanted to hang around once the mythic group started to show up, and it made for a very smooth trip back to the 7th Nerazir Regiment. The regiment saw them coming, and even sent out an escort to lead them back into the camp. Carl would have thought that it was a kind gesture for a returning mercenary group, but he had a feeling that they were warned to be nice. The courtesy was just a little too much, and a little too forced to be natural. There were other totem-ranked mercenaries in the area. There had to be if they were going to take on the sorts of threats that this area had to offer. General Omar came out to greet Carl as they approached the command tent area, and the general looked much happier than he had this morning. "Welcome back, and congratulations on the advancement. Tell me, did you perhaps gain an option for a new class when you reached totem rank?" the dwarf greeted Carl. "Sort of. There is one more step that I have to take before I can change my class. I got the notice from the system some time ago, and now that I meet the requirements, I just need to find a system-linked trial or dungeon to enter. Once I do that, I can change my class and see what comes next in the progression," Carl explained. General Omar nodded. "That makes sense. Do you know what sort of class it will be? Your abilities already seem to be well beyond the average. If you manage an even better option at totem rank, they might start offering you special bonuses for your assistance." Carl smiled. That was the part the general was most interested in. Getting Carl and his group to stay longer and help him clear out some of the excess monsters. "Well, we got all the groups of rock goblins. They were coming from an anomaly within the spire, and it's closed now. Then we got some pig bears on our way back as well. Those were wiped out, and we didn't see anything else between them and the camp," Carl explained. The general nodded and removed the markers from the map. "Your group is a bit of a mixed bag right now, with everything from monarchs to a totem-ranked leader in one spot. But there are still some targets that are appropriate for you, and not a waste of a powerful mercenary. For example, this group is mostly monarchs with a group of overlord-ranked elite forces, and a totem-ranked leader. That's only 30 kilometers from here, so you could get there and back in a day again if you wanted. It's better to be at the camp overnight unless you're going to set a strong guard, as there are still random monster spawns in the area," General Omar suggested. Carl nodded. "We have a good system set up for overnight journeys, but it's always good to have company who will keep night watch." It didn't really matter as much to them as it would to any other group. With the tiny world and Ray, they were pretty well set for nighttime security. If they were truly concerned about security, Carl could even just close the tiny world's entrance and only a few creatures of his level would even be able to find out it existed, much less how to enter it. "Will you be continuing in this region for some time then?" the general asked cautiously. Now that Carl had advanced to totem rank, there were political considerations for him when he returned home. On this island, there were enough totems that they didn't all control a region of the city, but they were all top forces of whatever city that they lived in, and there were expectations of them if there were to be trouble while they were in the area. "We will be here for some time, yes. Not only because it's the will of the dragon gods, but I also need to consolidate and stabilize my advancement. The more practice that I can get, the better. So, a week or two worth of adventures is likely to be the bare minimum, and that's assuming that we can find a proper fight where I can flex my abilities enough to test them. Just clearing out easy fights isn't going to help me at all," Carl explained. The general looked at the markers on the table. "Well, that limits the number of missions that will be truly beneficial to you. But I still see 3 that are appropriate for your team, and might give a totem a good enough fight to at least get to test his skill advancements." Carl nodded. "Sorry to make excess trouble for you." General Omar laughed. "We've got plenty of trouble of our own. Finding missions for an oddball group is a relaxing pastime in comparison. Now, did you want a visitor's tent in the camp? Or did you prefer to set up your own?" Carl looked to the others, who all just shrugged. Dana smiled. "We might as well use theirs. I think we will all step out for the evening anyhow." That didn't directly mention the tiny world, and the general already knew that they could use a portal to come and go as they pleased. "Consider it done. The lieutenant will lead you to the tent, and you can take this mission sheet with you. It's the closest one that suits your group." Thor and Tessa decided to stay in the actual tent, in case someone were to come looking for their group. But Ray also remained outside the tiny world, also hoping that someone came looking for them in the middle of the night. Ray was nothing if not optimistic. But in the middle of an army camp that had been long established, there were no attacks, roaming monsters or traitors to bother them. When Carl got up in the morning, everyone else was up and working on breakfast, after which the plan was to have the ladies ride on Thor to the mission location. That gave them a chance for bonus fights, which would make the Black Dragon happy. It also gave Hawk time to scout more of the area than simply flying in a straight line would. "I wonder just how fast Carl is now that he's advanced. All that extra power, and the physique boost, has to have made him pretty powerful, right?" Lotus asked, waving her fork for emphasis. Carl shrugged. "We can test it once we find something for me to fight. But I should be about half again as strong as I was before the advancement. I don't know how that will translate to speed, which is more dependent on reflexes and muscle something." Lotus laughed and nodded. It was surprising that Carl actually knew that much about anatomy to start with. Half of the elites in the Golden Dragon Nation only knew that the body worked, not how it worked. It was the clerics that took most of the biology and medical courses. Thor shrugged. "We can test it here. Well, the strong part. Just jump straight up, and let yourself float when you reach the highest point." Carl crouched and launched himself 20 meters straight in the air. With a running start, or not going straight up, he could most certainly do better, but the power in his legs had noticeably increased. While he was in the air, Carl took a second to scout the region around the camp, and Hawk emerged from his space to start his morning routes. If he found a good fight, more stone rats or anything else of interest, he would be sure to relay the message. Carl let himself fall, then slowed his descent just before landing. Lotus gestured to a pair of footprints on the ground, where Carl had sunk 10 centimeters deep when he launched. You've got to be heavier than you look. I've never seen a human leave footprints like that in packed dirt before, the little cleric noted. It would certainly make me easier to track. I think it was mostly just inefficient technique on my part. But now I've got a good idea of what my legs should be capable of, Carl agreed. I have found our target. There is a totem-ranked giant leading what looks like his whole clan. Definitely spawned, they've got that crazy eyes no talking thing happening, Hawk updated. Thor turned toward Hawk's current location, as the target had moved overnight, and increased his speed to a trot. That made for a gentle swaying of his back, and it would bring them to the target in less than an hour. The giants wouldn't run into anyone else from the army camp during that time, so it was still their target for the day. There wasn't anything likely to pick a fight between them and the giants, but that wasn't a big deal. Thor hadn't gotten to fight giants since he evolved, and it would be a fun challenge to see how they could be smashed without his defensive ridge. In his new form, he had to be a bit more careful about the back of his neck, but most things didn't get past his horns anyhow. The giants did have a long reach, though. There was a chance that they could attack past his horns to try to get to his back, or to Tessa. That would be a factor he had to consider for the safety of his knight. Carl casually jogged alongside the behemoth, letting his excess strength throw him into long leaping strides. The dwarves would certainly be envious of their travel speed, as even with their impressive strength, short legs made 30 kilometers an hour a difficult speed to reach. The giants saw Thor about the same time that Carl saw them, and the whole tribe turned to face the incoming threat. Ophelia patted Carl on the shoulder. Brings back memories, doesn't it? Hill giants everywhere. We all know the routine. Go have fun with the clan chief. Carl buffed the group, then rushed off to circle to the left of the giants, as the leader was at the back of the group, giving instructions of some sort. The system didn't translate their words, and Carl didn't speak giant, but he was fairly sure that some of those words were about ways that Thor could be roasted. The way that the giants were responding to the enormous behemoth was definitely hunger. The leader didn't seem interested in a duel, and brought 2 strong overlords with him when he moved to face Carl. Not that they would be expected to be able to do any sort of actual damage to Carl, but if they could keep him off balance, it would be enough for the giants' leader to get in a few extra hits. It was an excellent technique in theory, but when Carl opened the battle with gravity slam, the 2 overlords were hurled from their feet and crushed into the soft grass. That left the 2 totems alone to face each other for the next few seconds, and neither was planning to hold back. Carl coated the Sword of Champions in an oversized blade of ghost fire, while the giant created a massive club of stone, using an unknown earth-type attack skill to extend his reach. The 2 oversized weapons collided with a flare of elemental power that blasted outwards in a ring of destruction that made Remy curse and Ray laugh. "Now you're just making a mess," Remy yelled at Carl as he locked weapons with the giant. Carl couldn't see it, but Remy wasn't joking. That first strike had leveled everything within 20 meters, including a half-dozen monarch-rank hill giants. Carl and the giant disengaged, then clashed a half-dozen times in the next few seconds, testing each other's strength. Satisfied with the results, Carl smiled. He was stronger than the hill giant, physically, but his power level was still a fair bit lower. Remy stared up at the giant in front of her. It had managed to sneak through the lines of golems and fighters to make it to her and Lotus in the back lines. That alone was enough to be impressed with its ingenuity. But in her usual form, Remy was much too small to be fighting the giants head-on. Instead, she transformed into spirit snake form and struck out at the giant, which rolled away, flailing with its blade to keep her bite away. Remy's head darted forward as the giant swung wildly, but too slow to stop the attack. Half the creature's body was in her mouth when Remy bit down, sinking her fangs deep into the giant and flooding it with venom. With its arms trapped to its side by her mouth, the giant flailed wildly, and even tried coating itself in stone armor. But the skill failed to force Remy's fangs from its back, and it remained trapped. A few seconds later, its frantic struggles ended, and Remy instinctively swallowed. Then she realized that with a full giant in her spirit snake form, she wouldn't be able to transform back for a while, and she would be slow-moving until she finished digesting. Worse, Lotus was giving her a disgusted look, and the little cleric was right. The giant didn't even taste good. 4/10 mediocre and inconvenient. But she had an idea. If she shrunk, the food should shrink with her. Yes, that worked wonderfully, and now she was a small snake with a full belly, but she could move easily. She didn't lose any strength when she shrunk, but both her body and the giant lost weight, It was the perfect solution to a problem that she had created for herself, and it came with the added bonus of completely confusing the other giants. They couldn't find Remy in all the chaos, but even under the influence of the monster spawn, they hadn't forgotten that there was a venomous spirit snake here somewhere. She couldn't have gone far. The aftermath of the battle between the two totems had made it impossible for the giants to retreat, and Remy had been at the back of the battle to begin with. They just needed to find her. Carl and the totem-ranked giant had no idea what was happening on the other side of the battlefield. They were too engrossed in their own battle. This totem was one of the strongest Carl had seen, and the durability of his species was incredible. Like Carl, he had totem-ranked defensive barriers up, and the earth element was known for its durability. Unlike Carl, he healed at a more normal rate. So, the wounds were slowly building up on the giant as they battled, and his energy was running low, while Carl regenerated stamina, and he was using less mana than he could regain. Then Carl got a brilliant idea. Hawk had purgatory flames, an enormously powerful fireball that would burn all of his mana in one shot. He kind of wanted to see what happened if he used it, with the difference in their mana pool. The giant's expression changed as Carl smirked, and then the fireball was launched, burning easily through not only the creature's barrier and body, but the weapon it had made as well. Nothing was left of the totem-ranked giant but ash, as the spell exploded on impact. The blast, on the other hand, was significantly larger than Carl had anticipated. When Hawk used it, the ball was just fire, and if you weren't set aflame, you were generally alright. This time, the blast was like artillery exploding, and even from 50 meters away, Tessa was nearly thrown from Thor's back before eternal lightning caught her. Mana flooded back into Carl's body, making his limbs tingle with the imbalance as they struggled to return to their default state. But there was nothing left to fight, and the last of the giants had been killed by the overflow of the final blast. Tessa straightened her robes and glared at Carl. "You could have warned us before you did that. What sort of insane power was that? Anyhow, it nearly knocked me back to the goddess, and we're in the same guild." Carl shrugged. "It's purgatory flames, a super fireball skill that Hawk has. I didn't think that there would be a blast like that. It had to be a result of the hill giant's earth magic collapsing. Is everyone alright?" Tessa nodded, and Ophelia transformed back to give him a thumbs up. "Well, that's the first target of the day down. Should we head on to the next one?" Noctia asked, still in dragon form. Dana landed gently on her back. "We might as well. The day is still early, and we have 4 targets on the list. The next one doesn't have a totem-ranked leader, though. Why don't we split up for efficiency? All of us can go to the next one on the list, and Carl can take his own." As she finished talking, Dana stuck her tongue out at Carl, then pulled her curls back into a rough ponytail, as they had already escaped the loose braid she wove that morning. "That's not a bad idea. Their target is 5 kilometers northwest. Yours is 15 to the north," Hawk offered. "Hawk has the target in sight. Follow him northwest, and you'll find it. Then we can both meet at the 4th target for the day," Carl suggested. "Oh, not a bad idea. If things go smoothly, we should be done by lunch, and we can go together back to camp," Ophelia agreed. Remy giggled as she climbed up one of Dana's golems for a better view in her reduced snake form. "This should be fun. We can have a competition, and then we can make a wish list of things to have for dinner." Everything was huge again in this form, and she had just remembered that she never did get to try all the sweets she wanted to when she learned to shrink. Carl waited for the group to leave, then took a running leap into the air, so he could teleport toward the target in a couple of long jumps. If they were going to compete, he wasn't going to waste 20 minutes running over to the target. The group that Hawk had identified for him was a group of ogres, 1 totem, with 30 or so overlords. Workable, but he would have to see how difficult of a fight it might be. "What did you find for the others?" Carl asked Hawk. "The mission is a group of grass trolls with 4 overlords and many monarchs," Hawk explained. That explained why he didn't think that Carl would have to assist. Most of that group would be unlikely to ever break Thor's barriers. Carl landed near the ogres, who immediately charged, only to be met with a barrage of Void Blast enhanced arrows. The skill had already been at totem ranked, but with the extra spell power that Carl had obtained, and whatever hidden bonuses came with being a totem, the overlords were completely unable to take a hit. Ogres weren't the toughest of opponents, as they had no magic of their own, but still, the casualty rate was impressive. Karl was about to turn his attention to the two leaders of this ogre tribe when a sudden blast of unholy energy vaporized them, and a group of gaunt-looking humanoids with no noses on their faces stepped from a portal. "Well, what do we have here?" The meddling beastmaster, away from his pets, too far to recall them to his side, and away from the influence of the dragon gods. One of them cackled gleefully. Karl looked over the black-robed figure, which reeked of death magic, and then smiled. "Did my old friend from Bomgon send someone to play with me?" Karl asked slyly. The man laughed and equipped a shield and sword. "Oh, he set the bounty, all right. But don't think that we're some weakling necromancer group. We know about your particular skills against mages," the man announced. Karl checked their system status for the names, and found they were in a language he couldn't read. Possibly a disguise spell, but the colors were clear. One unholy paladin-type class, 2 rogues, a cleric, 2 mages and 5 warriors. All totem ranked. "Wait, did I really get a whole adventuring party? Just for myself? Kara will be so jealous," Karl laughed. He tried to inform the Void Badger that they were missing out on the fun stuff, but found that he could not connect to her mind. That shouldn't be right. He could normally contact Remy in her lab from halfway across the continent, and the others were only a dozen kilometers away. There had to be a barrier of some sort. The mages began casting buffs on the group, and Karl called for his summoned helpers. 2 Lamia and a pair of dire bears, his usual combination, plus the epic guard, who was equipped with the Haint Claw. Once the force was ready, Karl didn't hesitate and went straight for the cleric. The paladin cursed as a Lamia blade intercepted his attempt to block Karl's advance, allowing the first strike to hurl the shocked adventurer 20 meters, before he hit an invisible wall and slid down, lightly wounded, but unconscious. Skills flew at him from all sides, and Karl aimed for the closest warrior, using his larger size to his advantage to force the man back. Or, he assumed it was a man. The way that these attackers were all identical suggested that either he couldn't tell them apart, or it was all a disguise that he was unable to see through. The warriors moved to encircle Karl once a mage managed to petrify one of the Lamia, so the paladin could escape to engage the epic guard, who had already disabled one of the spellcasters. Void Blast, in a dome around himself, gave Karl room to work and caused the magical barriers on the warriors to dim, even as their attacks crashed against Karl's eternal lightning. "That thing has insane damage reduction. Hit it with big spells every time." The paladin warned his group members with a system message, so that Karl couldn't hear their conversation and adjust his strategy. It's not just reduction, he's got a base ignore amount as well. Did someone wake the cleric? He's up. Moving slow, though. Whatever status effect is on him wasn't cleared by the potion. It wasn't just a magical status effect, the cleric had suffered internal bleeding to the head when he hit the barrier, and only after he managed to properly heal himself did his mind begin to clear. Karl used Gravity Slam to knock down a pair of warriors, then charged through to engage the paladin and call a new pair of Lamia bodyguards to replace the wounded and petrified pair. Then, Butterfly and Tien worked together to create a small army of illusionary dwarven warriors with stone hammers and armor, as Butterfly activated Illusionary Domain over the battlefield. It looked just as it did before, but now she had much more influence over the space, and her illusions were more convincing. "Shit, incoming! He's summoned dwarves!" The paladin shouted, and the warriors immediately moved to defensive positions, surrounding the mages and the cleric in a well-rehearsed formation. Karl had no doubt that this was a dungeon raiding team. They had tactics and strategies for all the common tactics that he had come up with so far, and they had brought a proper group, with every needed role. The epic guard fell as the rogues cut her down, and the Haint Claw returned to Karl's hand. He could summon another, but that took a few seconds, unlike the bear golems or the Lamia. Seconds that he didn't have when defending himself against 2 rogues and a paladin. Pain lanced through his back as a dagger bypassed his barrier and found a weak point in his armor, and Karl lashed out with his clawed hand, raking deep furrows into the rogue's face. The spell on his body shattered, revealing a very normal-looking human face, staring blankly at the sky with its one intact eye as the rogue died. That gave Karl a few seconds of breathing room, and he called a new epic guard to the battlefield. "Go get the cleric. Don't let him cast a resurrection." The epic guard flickered out of existence, using the Haint Claw's movement skill, and then reappeared to stab the cleric in the back before being forced to retreat again before the mages could blast it out of existence. But the task was complete. The spell had been interrupted, and the cleric was bleeding heavily and wheezing with a punctured lung. He would have to take care of himself first, and speaking the words to a spell would not be easy. "You cowardly bastard!" the paladin shouted in frustration as he charged for a shield slam, which Karl met with bulwark, sending a wave of dissipated energy to both sides as two monumental forces met. The illusionary dwarves were falling fast, lacking skills, while Tien lacked the mana to constantly refresh so many barriers. Karl never heard the chanting as a pair of mages completed a ritual spell, Dread Blast, but he felt eternal lightning shatter, then Ghostfire body, before his left leg was coated in a black energy that caused pain to shoot through his body. Nullify dissipated the effect, but the ritual was successful. His barriers were down. The paladin managed to keep Karl's blade busy while the rogue found a chance to strike at his back, poisoning him again. But this time, the rogue darted away before Karl's blade could reach him, and Karl was forced to retreat a few steps to keep the pair in front of him. All of the summoned creatures were now busy with the warriors and the mages, who were fighting desperately to keep the epic guard away from their healer, who glowed with golden holy magic as he tried to keep the group alive. Then, the formation collapsed as one of the warriors was defeated, and the Lamia pair was suddenly together in the tight formation around the mages, gleefully hacking away. The rogue peeled off the battle with Karl, leaving him to duel the paladin while the agility-specialized teammate rescued their physically weakest members. Then, tragedy struck the adventurers. With the lines in disarray, the epic guard made it through the defense again, and the cleric's head rolled free of his body. It was only a matter of time now. Karl was certain of it. The distraction cost Karl dearly, and the paladin's blade found home deep in his side. But a void blast infused fist shattered the paladin's shield, and the fighter was flung to the ground as the black mist of void body healed Karl's wounds. Weariness crept into his body until he brought eternal lightning back up. But even with the extra stamina regeneration, he couldn't do this forever. He had burned through 2/3 of his mana already, and half the attackers were still alive. The fact that they were down their healer would help, but Karl couldn't be sure how much of their mana remained. Rend saved some mana, and forced the warriors into defensive positions as the rogue finished off the Lamia pair. But the warriors couldn't hold for long as Karl battered them with his most mana-efficient attack skill. A spell hit Karl without warning, and the mage collapsed in exhaustion. However, the others smiled as if it were all worth it. Negative effect applied, skill lock, 15s remaining. It didn't sound long, but with only eternal lightning active and no ability to refresh it or parry with skills, 15 seconds might as well be eternity. The warriors charged Karl, leaving only the rogue and the paladin to work with the last surviving mage against the two bear golems. 3-on-1, with the warriors still able to use their skills, Karl was able to do nothing but parry and hope that eternal lightning held out long enough that the blade of champions wasn't damaged during the battle. Fortunately, he was not truly alone. The bear golems had thick stony fur, courtesy of Tien, who was also using earth manipulation to attack the final mage. The mage screamed in agony as he was impaled by a stone spear, and Karl's fist ended a distracted warrior. "How is he still using skills?" the paladin shouted, well aware of the timer on skill lock. "He's not. I think it's the damned golems," one of the warriors fighting Karl shouted back. They were certain of it. He hadn't used so much as a flicker of power in the last 5 seconds. But still, something had been using earth magic to kill their mage. It couldn't be anyone but the golems. Karl's other summoned assistants could use skills, so it made sense that the bears could as well, even if they looked like regular golems. It had to be an ability that his class granted. The paladin nodded decisively, and then took an item from his inventory. It was a simple ivory horn, but the paladin sighed as he raised it to his mouth. A moaning wail came from the horn, and Karl prepared to be hit with something nasty. But the expected strike never came. Instead, the whole group began to fade from sight, while with the vaguely familiar feeling of the recall spell permeated the area. They had taken their fallen and run away, bastards. "Do either of you have a timer? Did we hold them here for long enough to get a confirmed kill?" Karl asked. Tien just shrugged. He'd never seen a clock before in his life. He understood the concept of time, but he had no idea how it was measured. Likewise, Butterfly did not have a clock, but she had a better grasp of how time was measured, so she summoned an illusionary dwarf to speak on her behalf. Approximately 7 minutes from the first death, it explained, then vanished. Not long enough. But Carl had bigger concerns, now that he had realized he was being targeted. What if a similar group had come after the others? He couldn't contact the rest of the group, so he couldn't even warn them that they might be in danger. At least not until he nullified the barrier, and all the links came flooding back. Test, test. Anyone home? We finished our group, and we're heading to the 4th point. How's your fight going? Remy's mental messages made Carl chuckle, but he decided to send her a warning before getting sidetracked by banter. I finished my fight, and then I was ambushed by mercenaries sent by Bomgon. Keep an eye out for the others, they might be targets as well.